afraid to turn out the lights? Is there something you're scared of? What's there out in the dark? Make sure to keep all your windows locked. Do you surrender? You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Wanting something good to come, waiting for things to run away from. Are you just hiding? Yeah, walking into the fire, talking like you never die, like you're immortal. You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Anywhere but here. I went by your house, what a big mistake. But for a while I thought that I wouldn't break. I need something else to clear my head, someone to tell me how to live instead. Just open your eyes and take my advice. Stop rolling the dice and just compromise. It's the chance of your life. Okay, try to be brave. You have so much to save. Take control of your own life. Right now, every mistake makes you feel like a fake. Take control of your own life. Without any thought, I keep moving on. I don't even care if my soul is gone. So many words that I should have said. Not concerned about how to live instead. Just open your eyes and take my advice. Stop rolling the dice and just compromise. It's the chance of your life. Okay, try to be brave. You have so much to save. Take control of your own life. Right now, every mistake makes you feel like a fake. Take control of your own life. Nothing in life is good. Tired
boys, we got another day of War 3 Champions Finals Season 20, Day 3 out of 6. That means after today, we're halfway done. And then we finally got our full list of participants because this weekend is, of course, great competition. We had the wildcard qualifier. We are on the final day of the close qualifier. But the real deal, next weekend, has the main event. And who's going to qualify? Only the winner of today advances to the next round. Every other player gets rewarded with a little bit of cash, of course. Cash is playing next week as well. But anyway, I digress. Mr. Apeman, how you doing?
Welcome everybody, welcome Neo, welcome Carson. I'm doing great, I'm excited. Pala Rifle is trending. Today we saw Mr. Sing Sing playing Pala Rifle. Now we are going to see Lemes. But Mr. KraV yesterday said that he is prepared, so I'm really hyped for this match. Later, of course, Biko versus Smurf. Smurf said that he can't prepare for Biko, so I'm excited for that as well. And yes, beautiful game of Warcraft 3. Can't wait.
Carson, are you prepared as well?
Very, very prepared, very excited for day number 3 to see who's going to make it through into next weekend. Our first match is one that we've highly anticipated. I'm very, very excited for it. And I did actually get vetos done as well. Boom, Ooh. There they are.
That means we start on Warhail. Get your B2W boats ready. Autumn Leaf, Springtime, Northern Isles, and Boulder Vale. Boulder Vale, the second time Lemes picks it. We'll talk about that map maybe down the road, but I come prepared as well, everybody. I prepare you the matches, I prepare you the broadcast, and I rely on other people to prepare me the profile pictures. They have finally arrived. It took us a couple of weeks, but you know, we don't want some AI slop like some other companies are doing. We are hiring actual artists to bring you 5 different profile pictures. You can choose your pics, basically. You can choose your side. You can align with the paladin and the rifles in some nice art right here. Or you can shut them all up with a Soulburn Firelord. You can also pick a panda, which is also a great solution against the Pala rifle. Or you just decide to be a little more rough and just pick a dead rifleman for your profile picture. That is how you make a statement, and I can't wait to spend my $5 on this dead rifleman. Carson, I think you're with me?
Nobody will buy the dead rifleman. Everybody loves Pala Rifle. What are you talking, Mr. Neo?
Which one will you choose, Saul? If you had to choose one of these, which one? I because obviously you're a Pally Rifle enthusiast, but there's so many, there's so many Pally Rifle kind of pictures here. Is it just the rifleman? Is it the paladin? Are you going to do a Firelord to be anti-Firelord protest? What do you pick here, Saul?
I would like to have them all. I already purchased one, the Paladin. I can't wait to use it on my profile. And yes, I encourage everybody, to donate to the prize pool by this icon. So you have icon to forever. And it's a nice way to manifest your love to Pala Rifle.
Well, let's see. I can check what is currently the highest selling profile picture. Let me refresh real quick. I have no idea. So we have a paladin for BH. Thank you. Panda Bernd, of course, picks the panda. It's in the name. Then Stefan with the dead rifle. 2 more panda. A living rifle. A paladin, a panda, and a dead rifle. So if I see this correctly, panda is number 1 with 4 purchases. Dead rifle is number 2 with 3. Or no, second. It's tied. It's tied between the paladin
the race
and the
continues.
dead rifle. The race continues. We'll of course measure this at the end of next week. And thank you guys for contributing. Every dollar counts. 6,045. That uneven number, everybody. You can contribute here, of course, on Matcherino if you don't want the profile picture, but want to chip in anyway for the grande entertainment. You can surely do that. The profile pictures will be assigned to your account at the end of the day, as it is a manual process.
Yes, we have a question from the Twitch chat. Can you, Mr. Neo, can you describe what is in this dead Pala, this rifleman picture? Because myself, I can't really look at this. And can you tell me the backstory? What have you sent to your artist? Like, did you send a message, hey, I want to see Pala rifle dead?
Yes, that is pretty much exactly what I told him. I actually don't know what it is at the top, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It's not my artist. It's Cage in charge. Maybe Cage comes into the chat and will let us know.
The legend Cage. Yeah, I do quite like it. Like, I think the dead rifleman, not just because people want to see Pally Rifle dead, but also because it looks kind of sick. I have a feeling that's going to be very, very popular. But I do gotta say, I respect the non-AI art as somebody that's also in an industry, music, that is plagued by people just doing AI art for every single that they release, and was a victim of it myself. Not because I wanted to use it. I love that people aren't doing AI art because it sucks and I hate it. And Blizzard also did it and it sucked and I hated it. So respect.
Are you all right with
For
the
season-
Happy Fanboy song, Carson?
I accept that.
Okay.
Okay. Low effort, but I accept it.
For season 21 finals, I order a resurrection icon, Paladin Ultimate 6 Dead Rifleman's coming back, and everybody who will buy premium $100 picture of resurrection will eliminate 6 dead rifle profile pictures. That's my idea for the next season.
Well, Mr. Soul, if the patch goes live, I don't know if we will ever hear about Pally Rifle again, but we will mourn the death of that strategy later. As we have some games, everybody. Of course, the bracket was stacked. It was single elimination. It was do or die. And yesterday, unfortunately, for a couple of people, it was die, just like for the Rifleman. KraV has eliminated Techo. Game 2 was really, really close. Lemes eliminated Cloud. And gotta say, Lemes looked really strong there with Cloud maybe not too used to the Pally Rifle strategy. Biko and Kevin, an unbelievable series that was incredibly close, with Kevin struggling on game 3 and Biko taking it back to back. And also Knopf and Smurf, super close series with Knopf taking the lead, then Smurf coming back. So deserved winners, and that gives us the semifinals: KraV versus Lemes and Biko versus Smurf. We will talk about the ins and outs, but I think our players are ready, if I'm not mistaken.
I can't wait to see them in play and to hype up the series. Today in the morning, I was following Professor Lemes' practice on Flow TV. And Mr. Neo, you know that there is a good orc player in the finals already, Mr. Cash, and Lemes took a game from him.
Ooh. I wonder how Cash is playing versus Pally Rifles. I've been curious about that, but I have saved the anticipation to wait and see if Cash 2 is plagued by a TC second or not. So I'll wait. Hopefully Lemus makes it through because I'd love to see that matchup.
I'm not too
Mr. Cash needs to watch your theory craft. That's what I have to say. But Micro was there. But idea
fair.
Not fully.
Alrighty.
Okay, players are almost ready. And I see the countdown.
It's live, everybody. A little bit of stretching by both players, almost in sync. Love to see it. Cheeky smile on the face of the professor. I think the favorites are pretty clear in our hearts, at least. Soul is cheering for Professor Lemes. I'm cheering for the undead. That is KraV. And Carson, you have to be the neutral one.
All right, fair. I'll be neutral. I like both these players. I would like to see some Pally Rifles in the finals, but we also need some undead players in the finals as well. So it's fair. I could be neutral.
All right, boys. Then take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Neo, and I can't wait to start casting this game because I have so many questions. Question number 1 is the hero choice. Happy used to play Dreadlord versus Pally Rifle, and yes, there is no question about Archmage here, Mr. Carson. Undead needs to give us the hardest counter that exists to Pally Rifle. So, Happy was trying with the Dreadlord land later because he's playing versus hybrid players like Starbuck who can play Archmage as well. He has started playing Criplord. So what we are going to see from Mr. KraV, that's my question.
Yeah, I would expect the Criplord. I do remember that Dreadlord era. If you're up against somebody that's 100% going to be playing Paladin Rifles, then Dreadlord can be very, very strong. But I would expect KraV to be playing Criplord. He had a lot of success with it, not just against Pally Rifle, but especially against Archmage in this tournament so far. But the style can be pretty similar. Very hit and run based. You just tend to be a little bit more defensive on tier 1. You build more towers from what I've seen, but it's still Criplord, lots of ghouls, and that's what we're going to see from KraV, and for Lemes, of course, the blacksmith, the barracks, the altar, and the couple of farms. What's the creep route on this map? Are you aware?
Well,
for Lemus.
this first thing about this map is huge, right? This is War Hail. I saw this map for the first time in this big Chinese offline tournament, Stars War. And yes, this map is huge. So many creep camps. Usually maps like that are bad for Pala Rifle, so I think that it's not the best, map for Lemes. I don't know about the creep road here, to be honest, because we usually veto this map as Pala Rifle players, but this is a big tournament, best of 5. If I remember correctly, so that's why, yes, maybe this map is in the map also. We are going to see how Pala Rifle should play on map like that. Also, what is interesting for me, Lemes is not using the new Pala Rifle build order. Of course, he knows the build order, and apparently he wants to take quicker. Lemes told me that if he wants to take really quickly, he likes to go still for the old build order. And both players are creeping as expected. Mr. KraV is going for early expansion.
Yeah, expansion first for KraV. He does, I think, eventually want to get level 3 if he can, but he's going to make priority on actually saturating that gold mine, getting that gold mine up and running, getting that first tower up and running. And for Lemus, it's going to be a lot of the time power creeping to level 3, but sometimes we can see some cheeky attempts at canceling the expansion on maps like, last refuge maps like Northern Isles. Oftentimes we'll see the Paladin creep like 2 camps and then go with 3 riflemen to try to cancel that gold mine. But as you mentioned, this map is so big that it might not be a possibility for Lemus. He's probably going to have to just power creep to 3.
From my experience, you think about cancelling the opponent expansion early if you think that your opponent is a little bit sloppy with the scouting. I don't know what is read of Professor Lemes on KraV. For example, Happy always scouts those like every single path, Happy just knows. So cancelling Happy expansion almost impossible versus undeads like that. You need to just creep level 3. But yes, the smaller map, the better. This map is big and looks like Lemes is going to the middle of the map. And this camp is pretty hard to do. What Lemes is doing, he bought Staff of Teleportation. He bought double staff. I think Lemes is a little bit nervous. He just pressed the button 2 times. Do you see this? Double Staff of Teleportation on the Paladin.
Yeah, 2-for-1 deal. He can sell one and get some of the money back, but unfortunately, yeah, there is double stock, so sometimes you spam the button. Same thing can happen with Boots of Speed as well. It's a little bit of an unfortunate reality these days, but he is going for the gold mine cancel.
He will do
is
it.
Not done. Yeah, I
Mr.
think he's
KraV
got
is
it.
not reacting. He's not reacting. Okay.
Oh, big play. This will cost the town portal unless a boat comes and saves him. That could have been a possibility. There's an escape route, but I think, is it worth a TP for the one rifleman? He's going to use it. He doesn't Holy Light before the TP, though, so he's going to lose the rifle.
Okay, that was a little bit unfortunate, and with this double Staff of Teleportation, I would say that Lemes is not looking that great, but of course, cancelling the expo was sweet, but I would say that with losing TP that early, the game is about even.
Yeah, definitely. I think you mentioned it, the Happy level of scouting, Happy in that situation, if all play is perfect, which a lot of the time Happy's is, he would be tracking the Paladin with a Beetle at all times. He would keep it just at a range so it wouldn't take damage, but just in range to know exactly where the Paladin is moving to. That is optimal scouting, but unfortunately KraV lets it slip a little bit, but still
Mr.
finds Lemes.
With rifle in the danger, look what is coming from the north. A huge army of ghouls. Paladin got surrounded. He has the Staff of Teleportation. So Paladin will go back. The Staff of Teleportation is kinda carrying this, but look at Professor Lemes' army. He's in a big issue. So that's what Happy is doing. Level 3, taking all of the ghouls and Paladin just dies.
Huge flank from the ghouls. They come from the north. I don't even know where all those units came from. He always has more ghouls, KraV. It seems like he has the endless ghoul hack. But yeah, he finds the Paladin, has one more Impale as well. Is this just a quick 1-0? KraV showing a clinic in map number 1. No issues at all, despite the gold mine cancel. We'll see if Lemus can hold on in his main base. Tier 2 at least is done.
Well, this is a tournament game, so Professor Lemes will try to stay a little bit longer, but this Impale is criminal. This Impale is so good. The KraV is not taking, okay? So KraV is investing a lot into this tier 1 aggression, so I'm very curious to see what Professor Lemes is going to do in the next game. But yes, if you are summoning all of the militia and you are not producing blood mage because your level 2 paladin is dead in the altar, it means that you are behind level 4 on the Creep Lord. And yes, Undead is mining from 2 bases, while a human is mining 0.
KraV still with 4 ghouls in the back. The Crypt Lord is level 4 as well. There's 1 Rifleman left. Another one's being produced. Paladin's going to be back in a couple of seconds. Like, I think Lemus will live here, but I don't know if it's a life worth living after this with, what, 6 Militia left over? He can mine some gold. He's going to try to stabilize. As you said, tournament game. He's got to keep trying here. Paladin's almost level 3 in his back. Blood Mage will be affordable in about 40 seconds, and maybe he can sell that staff and that gloves to make it a little bit quicker. But this is definitely a tough position for the Professor.
Yes, it's not even about trying, it's about feeling your opponent a little bit, right? To feel the micro, to feel the habits, to see how good he's like with pulling back the units. Definitely, I can't blame Lemes for that, and it's going to be hopefully a long series. But yes, so far, damage was catastrophic. The only ray of hope. Look, KraV is still tier 1. What is happening here?
Yeah, I definitely 100% agree with KraV. I feel like you should be overly defensive against Pally Rifles instead of being overly greedy when it comes to the tech. We've seen lots of players just die to a tier 2 all-in because they didn't stay tier 1 long enough as the Undead. But KraV getting second Crypt, getting lots of Ziggurats to potentially build towers. No chance Lemus is ever going to be able to counterattack, even if he holds on here, which seems less and less likely as time goes by.
Yeah, the longer game goes like that, better for undead player, of course. Crypt Lord can die. Professor Lemus has very limited forces. He has 36 gold and he's not mining. Blood Mage is a dream, basically, at this point. Professor Lemus with double staff, he says, GG! First game to Mr. KraV, but I think Professor Lemus is not going to make the same mistake twice.
Ah, what an unfortunate game for Lemes, right? KraV, you must fear him as a Pally Rifle player. He's playing exactly what's meta. He's playing exactly what is strong against Pally Rifle, and give this guy a Crypt Lord and give this guy a bunch of beetles, and it is his comfort zone. A little bit of tactical discussions, I guess, on the broadcast as well. But yeah, he claims the 1-0. Super clean and super convincing.
Yeah, that was very, very well played from KraV. He showed it against Archmage as well, his ability to pressure the human player, not just on one base, but on 2 bases as well with the Crypt Lord. He just seems to be super solid. He seems to be the ideal player against Pally Rifles. It's like he's been preparing his whole life for this strategy to be meta with how he has played.
Would you guys remind me of the map that is coming up? I know you send it somewhere. Northern. Oh,
Yes, Northern Isles, yes.
Yeah, that's...
What definitely I can say, sorry Mr. Neo, is that as we can see, Pally Rifle can be fragile at the start. Pally Rifle is this snowball effect. It's like making a snowman, you know, during the winter. You need to like roll this big ball of snow. But at the start, the ball was kind of small. And second game is starting. Professor Lemes wants revenge now.
Exactly. Now the question is, who's gonna cast with me? Soul, do you want to go cry a little bit, or do you want to cast the comeback of Professor Lemes?
I want to see Lemes resurrection. I take this spot. Next one goes to Carson.
Okay, the intern is making the calls. What can I say? KraV with the 1-0. Lemes, it's very, very hard to do his player camera. He starts, you know, super relaxed, as you can see him on the broadcast now. But 2 minutes in the game, he leans forward as if he's happy. So hopefully I don't have to adjust too much.
Mr. Neo,
yes.
Where is Crypt? Where is Crypt? Is he playing your beloved Tetfins build?
Wait. Oh my god, I have to press so many
Check
buttons, so...
Yes, don't worry.
Yes.
I will describe this like in the radio. In the undead base, the altar has a lot of HP and Crypt has very little HP. And people say that you can't play Tetfins versus Pally Rifle, but maybe it's a dedication for you.
I mean, me and KraV, we met each other in real life. We're kind of close. He's a bro. And yeah, I would be surprised to see KraV. This is really not his style. He's usually a player that wants mass something. And
What is this?
It is Crypt Lord. It is, I don't know.
What?
It's KraV Crypt Lord.
Okay, so it's going to be very fast Crypt Lord lays ghouls. Okay, so this time I don't understand. I was expecting to see fiends. Because usually you want to produce a lot of ghouls. He's making proxy necropolis. Okay, we need a KraV translator, not because of the language barrier, but because of the Warcraft 3 barrier.
Yeah, he's a wild fella. I wouldn't have been too surprised to see him go to a red spot. Or in our PTR tournament, he started to expand on the natural, which isn't too common, but it was the natural expansion of his opponent. So the only thing that can be predicted about KraV is that nothing is predictable about KraV.
Okay, something is predictable in this game. It is, of course, the value, the trademark of Pala Rifle. Beautiful Paladin in the altar for Lemes, beautiful Rifleman. Still, the old school build order. Professor Lemes really likes this map for a level 3 creep road, and we are going to witness the altar trick. Maybe I'll explain for the viewers that basically the idea is you don't really want to creep the full camp at the start, because you have just one rifle, one paladin, you want to have more lumber. So Professor Lemes is going to try to bait the orc warrior to follow his beautiful rifleman, those people that are going to buy the dead rifleman picture. And now he's trying to surround the orc warrior, and orc warrior is trapped. He can't go back. And we just grab the item, we'll go to the orange camp on the top left, and Mr. KraV is actually expanding. Check it out, Mr. Neo.
Okay, nice little trick, you know, a little bit of a jump start here. It's better than no creeping, but KraV is accelerating. Boom, he got the Ring of Regeneration, which is freaking fantastic. He got level 2, which is also fantastic. Got the second Necropolis up, and he's gonna expand again, and good luck, Lemes, stopping this.
Okay, so the idea was to basically cut a little bit ghouls at the start to afford the necropolis in the middle. I don't really understand this idea, because do you really need that fast acolytes? We'll see about that, but let KraV play his beautiful style. He already has backpack ability. When we go over the ghouls, they have the arrows, so I will keep eyes about Mr. KraV inventory, but look at this. Sneaky Lemes is already trying to cancel the expansion.
You can say about Pally Rifle all you want, but you have to admit that Lemes is a smart player, and he is walking exactly where he wants to. But yeah, there is no Haunted. There's only the Ziggurats, and there's another Impale, and almost the Surround. Thankfully, Rifleman was on a diet. Now he has it closed, but this one goes down.
Yeah, that feels bad. Maybe it was a trap, to be honest, Mr. Neo. So, like, maybe KraV was like, okay, this Lemes guy is going to try to cancel my expansion again, and I'm going to trap him.
KraV is so smart. KraV is so smart. In the game versus Tekko also, he started to hug the Ziggurats. Now, another trap here in defense mode. KraV's aggression has won him many games, but the newfound defense mode working out really nice for him, and now he got a bunch of ghouls again.
Mr. Neo, I have played around 500 games on BNet, and I don't know how many thousand games on Warcraft 3 Champions with Pala Rifle. I never seen a trap like that to basically lure your opponent to your expansion that there is no there.
Big brain.
That was beautiful, and I think he did it on purpose. So, Mr. KraV, chapeau bas. Of course, there are still counters to it. It's not like the ultimate counter to Pala Rifle exists, I hope. And Professor Lemes is running with 3 rifles in the middle of the map. What we should do now, Professor?
I mean, you have to tell me. You are one of the Pally Rifle experts, but thanks to the awesome War3 Champions profiles, I can tell you that you have 5,904 games on this wonderful server.
Oh, that's a lot of games, thank you. And look at this! Lemes is coming back, look at the wall, hugging. We are hugging the Paladin now. Paladin has big invul, so Impale is not going to kill him. Rifles are connecting, this is a very tight moment. Big invul popped. And yes, I think the Haunted Godma is going to be cancelled. I think the game is getting even. Professor Lemes have found a way, or maybe not. Mr. KraV is trying to stop this, but yes, the piercing damage is too good. One rifleman will die, but this expansion is going to be very, very late. And in this game, the economy of Professor Lemes is good, and in the altar we don't have that Paladin. We have nice, fresh Blood Mage on the way. What Professor Lemes needs to do now is to creep level 3, accumulate around 45 supply, and then push. Of course, the question is how much laming we can expect from Mr. KraV. Professor Lemes says yes, a lot of laming. That's why he's making tower number 2. That's why he has the lumber mill, so he's going to start making guard towers, because yes, versus ghouls, you need damage, you need guard towers. And look at this, KraV sold Ring of Regen at the shop, because he's like, okay, my Crippler is going to be healthy and Lemes is going to attack ghouls anyway.
Yeah, this hurts, of course. No expansion, and chat says it wasn't even cancelled. Not sure, but everything is delayed. He creeps the middle, gets the flute, won't help him too much, but this big army of ghouls and beetles and skeletons is looking good once again. Blood Mage out and an early workshop.
Okay, speaking about creativity, there is a workshop coming in Professor Lemes' base, and my bold prediction here is that it's to make a cannon tower in KraV expansion. Professor Lemes told me once like, Sol, you know what? Mortar teams, they are low HP, they have bad armor type, they are a bad unit. You know what is better to siege the undead expansion? You make cannon tower. I said, Lemes, really? I said, yes, cannon tower have 100 range more than undead tower, so we can actually make it in front of the towers they can't attack. So I really wonder, are we going to see the cannon tower here? I hope so.
You see the peasants moving out of the base already. You might be onto something. Rifles attack up north. The paladin is at home alongside the militia to hold in the base. We have a little bit of damage output switching to the north here, where we have some towers. The riflemen kind of ignore this, hunting down the acolytes. We switch back to Lemes' base, where the workers are suffering once again.
Yeah, that's a high-level play by Professor Lemes. He bought the staff of teleportation in case that his blood mage and rifles were attacked. But no, KraV is going full aggression into the Lemes base, but Lemes is holding with base only, and this is amazing for the Polish player. Because even though he's losing a lot of supply, he has enough lumber. He can, if he keeps 5 peasants alive and if he kills all of the undead army, then there will be nothing to stop his aggression on the undead expansion. And Mr. Neo, he's holding, and with Staff of Teleportation, he can join the Blood Mage army whenever he wants.
The second tower is worth 1 million gold. Great, crazy repair. 1 million corpses of everything there. He gets
Look at
one
north.
tower.
Look at north. Lemes is losing to the towers.
Yes, yes, that was a bit unfortunate. Of course, no cannon tower. Blood Mage almost dead. It is a wild ride here on map number 2.
Yeah, Paladin needs mana. Paladin can heal everything, but Paladin needs mana. How many workers we have? We have 6 workers in total for Professor Lemes, but yes, if he can unite, and 3 workers on top, but if he can unite Blood Mage and Paladin, this game is of course still open. Lemes has supply advantage. KraV is not taking. KraV is playing those tier 1 Alins all the time. I think Lemes is going to try to buy maybe a heal scroll. We'll see about that. And yes, no heal scroll. He's just producing more. And yes, maybe cannon tower. Yes, look at this. And Professor Lemes needs to like check the range, you know, because it's not easy to calculate. So he's just making tower whenever he thinks is okay. And if he sees that opponent tower is not attacking, then he is okay. This is my cannon tower foundation.
Soul prediction, man. Great call. This, of course, will take some time. Cannon tower research is long. In the meantime, we have ghouls again trying to avenge this their brothers at the guard tower. But repair is already starting before there's any damage, so we'll see what KraV is doing to hold on the left-hand side.
Yeah, the Paladin with the Staff of Teleportation is there. So KraV is splitting his army as well. As we can see, Criplord is in the undead base, and yes, some ghouls. Oh, the Paladin got surrounded! Or maybe, oh, Paladin is so fast. I love it. So Paladin escapes the surround, and the cannon tower is slowly going up.
Okay, halfway done. More attack by rifle. As soon as the acolytes move forward, they can be punished. Ghouls can't do much in Lemes' base, to be honest. The tower is too strong. And a human towering an undead in 2025.
Yeah, Lemes is stuffing immediately. He knows that KraV is basically going to try to break his army. KraV is tier 1. There is no like ghoul frenzy, no nothing. Cannon tower is ready, Mr. Neo. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. No fragmentation shards, so he's using it versus ghouls at the moment. Holy Light number 1 used. Focus fire on the ghouls is good. He needs 2 shots to tear it down. More ghouls falling. Heal scroll on KraV's side. Paladin can't heal himself, obviously. Are the ghouls too much?
Well, Professor Lemes is kiting nicely, but the problem with the kiting is you are away from your beautiful cannon tower. The range is big, some ghouls are attacking the cannon tower. Lemes is close to the shop. Maybe he'll buy heal scroll. We'll see about that. He has the resources. And this is what Pala Rifle players loves to see. The kiting of Professor Lemes. This should be on some exhibition in the museum. This gif of Lemes kiting. Look at this, Mr. Neo. Nothing is dying. Mana is being spent slowly on the Paladin. But yes, Holy Light after Holy Light. And KraV understands it. And KraV goes back. But the cannon tower is dying.
Okay, that forced more repair. I have to say that was great, grande execution by Professor Lemes. KraV is in a bit of trouble, is down in supply. We also have Divine Shield now to keep the Paladin safe. Blood Mage close to level 3, but the Cannon Tower indeed is gone. Nice hold by KraV.
Yes, but KraV, remember, he just started tier 2 tech, so outvaluing Pala Rifle with just ghouls, it's near impossible. Lemes got a heal scroll, and I think Lemes is going to fight. He did not overinvest in his base into the tower, so Lemes can spend resources on the army. He's going for +2 attack upgrade on his ghouls. New militia is coming, and Professor Lemes is like, okay, I'm going to remake my cannon tower.
I was about to say, what's better than one cannon tower? 2 cannon towers. Do you think the banish is correct here, or would flame strike be good?
Or at this stage of the game, always banish. The problem is that you don't have that much mana to work with. So, in the perfect world, when your heroes are full of mana and your opponent mana is low, yes, flame strike sounds good, but usually Blood Mage is really busy giving mana to the Paladin. Flame Strike we like to play, maybe versus Masked Hunters, but I digress. Look at this Impale, Mr. Neo.
Very good. The ghouls are connecting. Pally has very little mana. Same for the Blood Mage. You're right. The ghouls are doing a lot better job. Now we got level 2 on the Blood Mage. Skilled Siphon immediately for a better transfer rate. And the kiting has to start again.
Blood Mage is in trouble. Without Blood Mage we can't continue. No, Blood Mage is like internet to Warcraft 3 game. Without internet, what is left? Single games?
Not even, dude. You can't even log in anymore. Now the kiting game has to be strong. We have no lumber to revive from the tavern. Plenty of gold, but no wood.
It's not looking good for Lemes. He needs to get his Blood Mage back. The cannon tower does not exist, and Professor Lemes, of course, not going to give up, but yes, we have 1000 gold almost. Now Professor Lemes spent his gold on the Blood Mage and Rifleman, but in the building, so no tavern revive. Blood Mage is amazing hero to revive him from the tavern. Why? Paladin can heal him, and with Siphon mana, he can be full of mana immediately if there is a target. So yes, we would love to see Blood Mage back, but Professor Lemes just can't afford this. His dream of Cannon Tower so far is backfiring, and tier 2 is done for the Undead. KraV is going tier 3. KraV will have time to go for the Ghoul Frenzy, and versus Ghoul Frenzy, you need Gryphons, but Professor Lemes definitely is not in the Gryphon shape. He doesn't have the Gryphon money.
That's right, and especially not the Gryphon lumber. Problematic situation for the representative of the Pally Rifle University. Needs a little miracle here. I really love by KraV that he's not going for a second hero. He doesn't seem to be too interested in stat use, because if you don't give the Blood Mage anything to suck, then yeah, what do? There is no Archmage with Aura, and then there is no million Holy Lights, but now there is a Zeppelin, so...
The town is under siege.
Well, Zeppelin always excites me. I think it's not going to be produced for laming, but we'll see about that. Actually, Professor Lemes, in the time of need, he goes for the laming solutions. The problem is that if opponent have 2 bases, laming is not that, good, because yes, we still need to worry about our base. It's not even trade if opponent goes to us. But yes, that's what KraV is doing. That's... Okay, Blood Mage is out of position. I hope that Professor Lemes is going to micro the Blood Mage. The Blood Mage will be surrounded.
Ay. Sedge, Impale. He didn't even need that Impale, It's just a statement of KraV's strength. I don't need my mana. I pierce you. I am Vlad the Impaler. And now we have 20 ghouls against 1 lousy human base.
I'm afraid that it's a checkmate move, so yes, Lemes can kill Haunted Goldmine. Bah, Lemes can even kill House of the Dead, but if his base is dead, Undead will still have 1 and Lemes will have 0.
It was such a good game plan by Lemes. Good early game, the cannon tower idea is super nice, but KraV kept him busy. Always kept him busy, whether in his base or next to his expansion. Always the right counter. KraV is a monster.
Well, I was very surprised that Happy played a similar style versus Starbucks. So Criplord, a lot of ghouls, no second hero, no third hero, absolutely no rushing tier 3. And this is what KraV did, of course, with his own a variation at start. And yes, let me tell you, Mr. Neo, it looks good. And even
24.
Professor Lemes is a little bit surprised.
It looks like it, and also not super happy anymore. We've seen pew pew pistol moves. Wait. The main base is dead, but there's Gargs. Oh, the Zeppelin.
No, it's sad. I can't watch
Oh,
this.
watch it, Soul. Watch it. I force you.
No.
Look at it.
No.
It's like
No.
clockwork.
Okay, run,
Orange.
run.
Oh,
beautiful. Rifle survives, but not for long. Crippler with mana potion, Professor Lemes. The Pala Rifle nightmare is not over.
It's the undead dream with the wonderful impale. Ghouls are catching up more and more and more dead rifles. It is the best advertisement for the new War 3 Champions profile picture of the dead rifle. It's just the perfect game for it in an impale and a surround. Yeah, Divine Shield can help you for a little bit, but this very much looks like a 2-0. But that snipe on the Haunted Goldmine was quite nice. KraV.
Level 6.
Yeah.
Level 6 around of the corner for the Paladin. Speaking about the icons, yes, the Resurrection icon for Season 21. I think Professor Lemes is proving how cool it's going to be, because we may see it in the game. And Mr. Neo, if there is one hope, if there is one copium, as the youngsters say, that we can use before the game is over, maybe one big trade, and with Resurrection on top. Blood Mage is back, Blood Mage is coming, there will be level 6 Paladin in this game, so definitely if Professor Lemes is going to lose, he's going to lose with a bang.
Okay, Blood Mage is back for the first time in a while. You inhale your copium, Soul. I'm still very, very confident that KraV, who's now defensive for the first time in a while, will still ship this home. His base is almost up again. The ghouls are on the map again. Lemes doesn't even know where to look.
Well, the problem is the tier 3 is online. And what do we need on tier 3? Do we even need Orb of Corruption? That's a very rare case when Undead actually skips the Orb of Corruption, because it's better to buy 2 mana potions, believe it or not. But yes, more ghouls are crossing the map and they have Frenzy upgrade. They move faster, they attack faster. And Professor Lemes has literally 0 towers. So on the south, we see a lot of yellow ghouls crossing, and what Professor Lemes is going to do about that? I don't want to see resurrected peasants. I want to see resurrected rifles.
All right, what pops out when you use Resurrect? Oh no, Resurrect is only for your units, right? I was wondering what happens if you use it on a graveyard, but we'll figure this out one day.
Human would never resurrect undead units, especially Night Elf units as well.
For sure. We have the Paladin at home once again. Blood Mage! Oh, what a miserable game for the poor Hail Mage Fire dies for the 3rd time.
I need more copium.
Well, I'm all out of copium, Soul. I'm out of hopium for 2-0. Yeah, you can try your resurrection now, but there's not even mana because the Blood Mage is constantly missing.
That's unfortunate indeed, and Professor Lemes is still trying, but look at the supply. I always say, look at the supply. Supply never lies. The fact that, you know, the Haunted Goldmine was AFK for some time. And so look at this, Tinker for Mr. KraV, and the job of the Tinker is very simple. Stop the Siphon mana with the rockets, because rockets, they have slow stun time, and also why to like play silence when you silence the Dark Ranger with Dark Ranger. You can do the same effect with also stunning surrounding units. So that's why I think Mr. KraV, he's not playing Tinker to like, you know, to show off. He's playing Tinker because he thinks he's a very good second hero.
I agree. Also, against the kiting game, it's really good. The rifles want to step back, but if they're stunned, they can't step. And it's a relative cheap spell to use, unlike a lot of other spells in that direction. So yeah, I really, really like the Tinker. Very rarely seen, but it's of course also a second target for the Blood Mage. But because the Blood Mage is always dead, that's not a problem.
It's not a problem, and KraV is using his time well. He's creeping Tinker to level 3. With Cripplet, he's basically scouting, not doing too much. Professor Lemes is very patient. He's awaiting his Blood Mage. The problem, he resurrected 2 peasants. That was the saddest resurrection on my life.
4-minute cooldown, Soul. Well, we'll see if we see a second one. KraV seems to be the Blood Mage Soul. It's surrounded again.
There is mana. There is mana. Impale on the Paladin, but there was Invul. Okay.
Ooh, Soul sweating bricks here for the Polish poly rifle player. But you are right. Blood Mage is alive. Cat has some mana, has some healing. But KraV, how many ghouls is that? 13. He's going double Boneyard now.
Yeah, I think that KraV is suffering from success. He's thinking now, okay, with which units I can win this game? That is like very in my favor. And to be honest, the only addition that I can see that makes sense to his army is either to go Necro Wagons to play Necromancers or actually Frostworms, because if we combine them with the ghouls already, they can slow down the rifles, they can slow down the heroes. So why not to add 2 of them? Because believe it or not, if you make too many ghouls, Pala Rifle actually with some AoE can deal some damage to them.
Okay, we'll see, we'll see. One of the worms can of course be banished, let's see. But then another target can't be banished, so maybe that's a trade. Constant use of the Ritual Dagger. KraV gets the Katga's Pipe on top. Lady Luck is rewarding him for this awesome game that he's playing. So even without a statue, we do have good regen now, but Lemes still trying, going for the expansion.
If he's able to kill this expansion, this is actually a big thing, because look at this, Mr. Neo. KraV is a little bit late with the laming. And yes, if we cut this gold source for the undead, Lemes has the TP, so he'll just kill the Haunted Golem and teleport out. It looks like a good trade for him, and again, 10 supply ahead. Mr. KraV he's waiting for the Frostworms, but is it really that good? Impale was sweet, heal scroll by Lemes, but look at this, the rockets are connecting.
Exactly, lots and lots of corpses everywhere. The guard tower is back up. It's still even supply despite the worms. That's not too many ghouls anymore. Siphon is working again. Oh my god, big suffering. Do we even have workers left? Yeah, 3 workers is the magic number. As long as you have 3 workers, the game is totally fine. But how good are 3 workers against 4 undead bases, Soul?
Yes, KraV decided, okay, this Pala Rifle player is pretty dangerous, so let's invest into some some protection. Why not to make 3 expansions at the same time? Okay, fair enough. Also, Lemes is spotting 1, and remember, undead can still lame, and I'm excited to see Frostworms in action.
Here we go. Where are they? Actually in the middle? No, not yet.
He's hiding them on the top right, like sometimes like in FFA you hide your army.
I see.
I think Mr. Basic KraV wants to make sure that there is no Dragon Hawk Raiders. I think that's the idea.
Okay, or to just kill every single peasant there is. We got the big beetles on level 7. Divine Shield already. Oh, this is brutal. 4 workers left. KraV is on 3 bases in a bit, and the tower goes down finally as well. No chance for a high-level Blood Mage here anymore. Now it looks like Lemes can't even enter his base properly anymore.
I mean, there is a lot of action on many fronts. Lemes is trying to save what is left from his base, while KraV is of course making the new ones. But yes, when supply is like that, there is still possibility of good trades. I would like to remind you the beautiful game. I think it was Happy versus Fortitude of Racing on Springtime. You mentioned that it was like the best game of 2025 so far, when Mr. Happy with Pala Rifle was holding, even though Fortitude has tripled the supply. So who knows, maybe for Warcraft Champions Season 20 Finals, we are going to have a similar game.
Okay, hoping for the best. But Soul, first you say supply doesn't lie, and now you say it's okay for trading?
Well, Mr. New, I need to believe. When I see Lemes again, I found a new hopium, so yes, it's very tasty, and I'm just using it right now.
Okay. I won't crush your dreams. That is KraV's job for sure. But mad respect to Lemes, killing the 4th gold mine in this game. Almost as often as KraV killed the Blood Mage on the other side.
Paladin comes back with the staff of teleportation in Divine Potion use, and the Frostworms are coming. 4 Frostworms are here. This is a statement. Lemes, what are you going to do with this smiley face?
Oh, he shakes his head. This is not his game anymore. Even with the upgrade. I haven't seen this upgrade in 2 years, I think, outside of FFA. Banish helps, but looks like even Professor Lemus has lost all hope.
As you said, Banish on one of the Frostworms, he can't attack. Professor Lemes is trying to trade the ghouls, 35 supply versus 58. Let me tell you, Mr. Neo, on E, like, if they both would not mine gold, there would be a hope, but now I don't think so. And also, magic damage is great versus Banish, so now Lemes can't really save himself with Banish because the Frostworms, they love to attack Banish targets.
That's right. I would love to say, it doesn't matter if you lose your units here because there's Resurrection, but there's never any mana. It's a rare sight. Maybe a Holy Light every once in a while, but that's about it. I feel like Professor Lemus is trying to get to the necessary mana levels for all the revive. You got 90 seconds, and here it is. So all that work for nothing, and only 30 food ahead.
Only 30 foot ahead. Okay, I would like to be only 30 foot ahead in most of my games. But yes, Professor Lemes resurrected some army. He's splitting his army, but again, there is expansion on the north. How much will I go? Okay, Mr. Neo, 500 gold left in this main expansion. It's going to expire soon. The main of Mr. KraV expired as well. If Lemes is able to kill... Oh, the rifles! No, the rifles out of position, close to the undead army. I was busy counting gold mines. Maybe Lemes was in the same position, and yes, those rifles, they can't outrun the freezing breath attack of the Frostworms. Lemes says GG, 0-2.
And KraV was doing a little gunshot, has his son watching his games. GG. Are you winning, Dad? Yes, sir, your dad is owning, little bro. He needs 3 maps. I have 2, so 1 more. All right, Daddy, you take this home.
Very solid game 2. Nice try from Lemus. I mean, if you just hold out long enough, obviously the ultimates can really carry you. We've seen that. You mentioned that springtime game of Happy versus Fortitude. There's always opportunity for Pally Rifle player, and if he had just held his main, the gold mines were running out for KraV, so there was potential. It was an interesting build order from KraV. That I feel like the Altar Zig into late Crypt with that Necropolis, I think that's for the earliest possible expansion. If there is a reason to do that build, I think it's because your Crypt Lord's out earlier, so you pull 2 ghouls instead of 3, creep your expansion, and then you skip your second Ziggurat because you build a Necropolis instead, and you have a very early expo. But I think you need to unsummon the altar to build it, which means it's not very good against Pally rifles, so it's a weird build, but I was thinking about that the whole game, so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much, Carson.
To this moment, I don't understand the build, and I don't know, I have 10,000 ping, but it should be fine, hopefully.
Oh, why is that, Sol? Are you banned from EU Central? Wait, you have 10,000 ping everywhere. I can't start with you having this ping, Sol.
Okay, so maybe I'll just take a break then for one game. I'll try to fix it out, and guys, enjoy the game.
I kicked Lemus. Oh,
oh, it's a compliment that I have the Lemes vibes. That's perfect.
Wrong color rifle. Oh, sorry. Go.
And Boulder Vale is going to be hopefully not our last map between these two, but it potentially could be. We saw it one time, I think it was yesterday. Yeah, it was Lemus versus Cloud yesterday. We saw it the one time, and now we're getting it again. Get a little bit more familiar with this map in this tournament.
Right on. One more for the grand final for KraV. He came into this tournament as the top seed, as the favorite. We said who can beat him. Teco yesterday wasn't able to. He made it really close on map 3, but eventually it was a bit too much. Now, Lemus was the underdog in the match as well, but KraV is just too solid, man. Hasn't lost a single map this entire competition, and in the final, he would also be the favorite. Can he take it home without dropping a map? Let's go.
So far, I've been very impressed by KraV. He seems to have a great understanding. He said, I'll watch a couple replays yesterday when we interviewed him to figure out how to beat Pally Rifle. And he seems to, like, if you compare this to a Happy game, I mean, maybe micro aside, maybe some small moves aside, maybe, base builds slightly different. But other than that, strategically, order of things, the idea, the philosophy of everything KraV is doing pretty much matches up 1-to-1 with Happy.
Exactly. Number of ghouls, crazy high. Number of upgrades, relying solo on the Crypt Lord for a very, very long time. Chat was asking, Carson,
Yeah.
is Lemes going Archmage now? That is
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a. I don't even know if there's a 1% chance that would happen.
No.
It's probably. I think it's actually. You could truthfully say, you know, they always tell you growing up nothing is impossible, you know, and then you always counter, like when you're in kindergarten, you counter with, well, I can't just jump over a building, can I? And with, you know, in the case of Lemus, actually it is impossible that he would go Archmage here. There's a 0% chance, fully a 0% chance.
Yeah, I agree. You might not be too familiar with Lemes, and our goal is to change that, to bring you these amazing players from the War 3 Champions platform, because they are really, really good and you need to know them and they deserve the attention. Lemes is exclusively Pally Rifle player. It's a little hipster thing that fell out of fashion, but Lemes was Pally Rifle before it was cool.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been doing it for a long, long time. Nobody realized how strong it was. They thought, oh, he's just trolling. He's just trolling. I know how to counter it. I just haven't put in the effort yet. That's what everyone said back in the day. You know, it's easy to be Pally Rifle. It just, you never face it, so you don't have to worry about it. And oh boy, was everybody wrong. What Lemus did for a long time is now super duper in style, and everyone is struggling a ton, but not KraV. Not KraV, very importantly.
Yep, fits KraV's playstyle so much, and what fits us is more subs. Thank you very much, Vivek5, Baloo for 6 months, Astro Captain with the 8 months, Nussbahoden for full 2 years, and J-Doors. Much love, you guys. Shout out and thank you for the support. We got, once again, Pally Rifle versus Crypt Lord. This is the newest map, Boulder Vale. The expo position is quite interesting because it's not directly next to the base. There's a couple of trees, so you have to walk all across this little forest thing. And that makes it so that it's a bit open to pushes from, in this case, the south.
Yeah, it can be a little bit difficult to defend well creeping in the early game because everything close by the expansion is kind of tricky. You have that orange camp to the north, which is a rock golem. You have the shop to the south, which is a little tricky with a wolf that does a lot of damage. So if you want to go over to the right side of KraV's expansion right now and creep, you leave your gold mine very, very exposed to the center of the map. So that is why KraV is playing very, very defensive. I think one mistake, continue on this point a little bit, that Lemus was making in the last 2 games was going for the expansion cancel. Generally, it's really good, but if Lemus is going to go for this early cannon tower, I think all he should think about is preparing that cannon tower push. Get Pally levels, keep your rifle numbers high, keep the town portal, and then just build the workshop immediately at tier 2 and go for the earliest possible cannon tower, because it doesn't matter about delaying the expansion if you're going to do that push anyway.
Questioning the professor. That is brave. You'll probably get a DM later tonight. Maybe maybe denying the extra income is necessary so you're not threatened by 20 ghouls at the 6-minute mark. He will probably have done the research or just felt enraged after game 1. Lemes, quite an emotional gamer actually. And yeah, maybe he just wanted this aggression and wanted to get a little win in, but now he has to defend at home while KraV is going for an expo again.
Yeah, expo coming up. Level 3 on the Paladin already, though, so this will help out. Cursed, unfortunately, from the creeps. Militia fighting back. Tower is not even 50% done in the main base of Lemus, and he's going to kill a couple of ghouls. Crypt Lord at least is not level 3, and Crypt Lord, importantly, doesn't have staff teleportation, so he can't dive too deep and too greedily. But the ghouls did, but they didn't do a ton of damage. I don't see too many corpses.
Me neither. We still got 8 ghouls. We still got 10 workers. That is all right, but Lumber is suffering big time because of all the militia time. Long rifles and the blonde devil will both take a long time.
That would be very, very delayed. Lemus did go for +1, which is maybe a necessary evil. It's not that much lumber. Like, he still wouldn't be able to afford long rifles or the blood mage just yet, even without that +1. So, lumber mill it is. Needs to wait to rebuild some of those peasants, but he has at least 5 lumber peasants. One of those guys is mining gold, but he fixes that immediately. Nicely done. I would not have done that. I am a 4 on gold enjoyer myself. Half my games I have 4 on gold, but Lemus realizes immediately.
Greedy. Okay, here we go onto KraV's expansion, which of course is to be expected. We gunned down the narrow towers and we tried to force the Acolyte forward, but speaking of forward, KraV, he's back again.
Good delay, though. Staff teleportation back for Lemus. And that's a lot of ghouls. Hurting the lumber more and more. The lumber mill is up and creating a little bit of a blockade. KraV still no staff teleportation, so again I say he has to be careful. And Lemus is almost level 4. KraV has not prioritized level 3 Crypt Lord, which is something that Happy pretty much always does. He prioritizes level 3 as early as he can get it.
And he wiped out the entire Echo Circle without being contested here. Maybe KraV for the first time a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, I think this is Lemus' game. Like, looking at it right now, there is always plays for KraV to make. He just has to hold on to his gold mine, but so far Lemus prioritizing levels has helped him a ton in the defense, and KraV maybe a little bit over-aggressive. He need not be aggressive unless Lemus is pushing his expansion, and he was throwing a lot of ghouls away already in this game.
Right on. This is only 7 remaining. Relatively cheap to rebuild in gold, but that expansion has to pay off. Paladin still has mana. Dude, he was level 4 at the 6-minute mark. That is 1 level per minute.
Absolutely crazy. That is some Warden level power spiking, and now he can start aggressively Holy Lighting if he wants to eventually kill that Crypt Lord. It's very much a possibility, but there's a couple of low riflemen he wants to heal up first. Do we have a Blood Mage coming out yet? There is resources for it, and Blood Mage, is it on the map? No, it isn't, but he can afford it. Macro slipping a little bit for Lemus.
Okay. Shouldn't happen, of course. Gold, 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 gold is plenty. Maybe he's
supply
just...
blocked.
Oh, we supply block. That's so bad. He needs the Blood Mage as soon as possible.
Will he realize he's still not building a farm? Hey, Lemus is in a little bit of nerves. He's like, oh my god, I'm down 2-0, and now I'm kind of owning him. But he's slipping up where he cannot afford to. He's still breaking the expansion. But okay, now he gets the farm. Now the macro is being cleaned up a little bit. That's what he needs. KraV has to be careful with the Crypt Lord. Oh, and it's just dead out of nowhere, the Holy Light. And that was an easy peasy cleanup from Lemus. 2-1 now.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh, it smashes his fist. I love to see the fighting spirit in Lemes. Let's go. He deserves that celebration. That was so clean. And maybe it's a sign. The first game that Soul isn't casting, and boom, Pally Rifle wins.
You said that about, was it about US players or something? When I
Yeah.
cast them, they always lose. Maybe
Yeah.
when Pally Rifle players are casted by Saul, they always lose. I don't know if that's true, or else every Pally Rifle player ever would have lost, because Saul's seen every one of their games.
Well, there is only one way to test this, so I don't know, should I pull
Yeah,
back
we gotta
from
test it.
casting of this series? We'll see about that, but definitely Professor Lemes kinda get used to it, right? KraV strategy is very, very weird, but in Warcraft 3 we are adjusting quickly. Fool me once, fool me twice, but this time Professor Lemes was prepared. And yes, I like that he kinda participated what KraV is going to do, and KraV was stopped for the first time.
And that, yeah, exactly. This entire tournament, including the wild card, KraV hadn't dropped a single map, but now he does. Could you characterize Lemes for us? Is he a fighter? Does it matter to him if he's down 0-2 in the series?
In order to do so, you need to go back to 2024 August. It was a airport in Dortmund. I was interviewing Professor Lemes on the Dortmund airport after the Rara land number 3, and I asked him this question: Lemes, like, why are you so emotional when you play? Why you are so logged in? And he said, Sol, I'm just like that. When I play for real. I want to win every game, and I focus 100% attention. So let me tell you, you can't break Professor Lemes' spirit. Not in 0-2, no. He's still trying.
All right. Are you trying to get into the game?
That's a great question. I was afraid for a moment to not make a bad luck for Professor Lemes, of course. And let's check the ping.
Looking good.
There it is.
Then I will ask the players if they're ready. Here they are. KraV still match points. 2 match points, that is. But all the chances in the world. Now, we got to say this is now loser's pick. KraV should be a bit advantageous here on the upcoming maps, but both are ready. And I'm going to start the game, and you guys are going to cast the game.
Thank you, Mr. Neo. We are going to load into Autumn Leaves version 2.0. And why KraV likes this map? First thing first, there are 2 spots to expand on. I'm not saying that he's going to take them both, but definitely it gives Lemes a little bit more like things to guess, right? Is KraV going to expand in defensive position? Is he going to expand in front? And probably that's why that's the map for KraV.
Yeah, I think Autumn Leaves is a great map for the Crypt Lord side of things of this matchup against Pally Rifles, just because the game flow works so well as well. You have those 2 expansion choices. You also have lots of green camps nearby the expansions. In the top left corner, we have those 2 green camps nearby. By your main base, you have 2 green camps if you're KraV. So you can easily expand and creep safely to level 3 Crypt Lord. And then what do you also have by your expansion? A shop to get staff of teleportation early. These were a couple things that were missing on Boulder Vale that I'd be surprised to see KraV not check out of the box this time around. Level 3 Crypt Lord, staff teleportation, and then aggression.
Yes, in this game, KraV is going to play a little bit more standard, at least for now. So his crypt is in a normal timing, the meta timing. So we are not going to see a proxy necropolis in this game. And yes, I wonder also if he's going to pull the kobolds, because for the viewers, maybe they don't know, Undead can also pull the creep camps, similar like human is pulling the rogue golem. It's possible to just aggro the kobolds with the ghoul, and they are not going to slow you down later. It's a question, is it worth it, is it not? And definitely if somebody can like put attention into this detail is Mr. KraV.
Yeah, definitely that would be a great play to make. And you obviously, if you creep the corner expansion as opposed to the one towards the center, it is more experience, a better item. It's a more standard camp to take, but both are possible. I do wonder on the side of Lemus, will he go for the gold mine cancel? That's what maybe cost him too much in the first 2 games, whereas on Boulder Vale, maybe it was the size of the map, maybe it was not being familiar with the map, but something caused him to not go for the gold mine cancel, which ended up being the perfect choice, just prioritizing those paladin levels. So I'd wonder how Lemus is going to play it on Autumn Leaves.
Yes, and there is always a case of mind games, right? With Pala Rifle, we don't scout that often, and as we can see on the north, 3 ghouls already, 1 acolyte, and Mr. KraV is going to expand on the kobold camp. There is 1 stag, he needs some corpses, and yes, he's not going to pull. There is no need, maybe. Yes,
I always wonder. I think, like, the first corpse, the first critter, I don't know whether you summon skeletons or beetles. Is there some, like, math behind this? He summons beetles first, but I don't know what is the proper thing to summon. I think I see Happy summon skeletons first. Maybe it just doesn't matter at all.
I was wondering on the same thing, and the only explanation I see is that skeleton summon has a longer cooldown, and you want to just use every single corpse at the start of the game to boost your damage. So probably that's why we are going for skeleton first, even though we are not regenerating our mana. And of course, Mr. Carson, as Undead fans, we don't ask any questions, we just follow Happy example.
Yeah, exactly. Just follow exactly what Happy does. Pendant of Energy is fantastic for KraV, and he'll be able to creep the shop, and then the Sludge Flinger to the left of the shop will get him level 3. He can also buy Staff of Teleportation. All the things I'm rooting for, KraV is doing. And for Lemus, he's creeping level 3 Paladin again, which I think is a fantastic choice. Just play defensive, play safe, and then do that cannon tower push that we saw on Northern Isles earlier. I think that should be the game plan for Lemus.
Yeah, and it works. It works. It worked in game number 3. So Professor Lemus again testing the water, and let me tell you, Professor Lemus has amazing micro when he has a chance to show it. He lost 1 militia on creep now. The camp was bashing sadly, but yes, at this stage of the game, losing 1 militia is okay. And usually when I do it, I just make a lumber mill, you know, in hope that it's going to give me a little bit of lumber back. But yes, he's not doing bad, and now the question is, what is he going to do? Is he still going to try to attack the expansion, not to cancel it, but maybe to cancel the Ziggurats? Because later, when he's going to construct his push, he's going to need his Ziggurat. And he bought Boot of Speed. It reminds me of Happy. When Happy played off-race match versus Fortitude, I think. Fortitude was playing Undead, Happy was playing Human Pala Rifle. Let me tell you, Happy was buying boots in every single game. Why? To just be aggressive, to chase fiends, to chase ghouls, to chase enemy heroes with his Paladin. And let me call this Paladin an enraged Paladin.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice for both players, actually. I'm surprised that KraV hasn't bought Boots of Speed himself on his Crypt Lord. I think it's good to be able to chase down Riflemen and confirm kills later on. And just for mobility, it is a very mobile matchup. Players are always running around the map. Maybe you cover the most ground of any matchup when it's Pally Rifle versus Crypt Lord. And speaking of covering ground, KraV has made it all the way to Lemus' base. Same goes for the Paladin and the Rifleman in the main base of KraV. We'll see who can do more damage.
There is a very stressful moment. Carson, I think Lemes did not kill enough. He stuffed his paladin only. This is very interesting for me. As you can see, he's decided to keep his rifles out of position. Is a good idea. Can he hold without his army? And what his rifles are going to do?
Tough position. Arcane Tower not being repaired as beautifully as it once was in the past. Militia still holding on. Holy Light, there's still 2 left. There's 1 impaled, almost 2 for KraV. I'm surprised he hasn't used one yet. Should probably just spend it on some Militia, get some more damage done. Rifleman in the meantime, killing Acolytes on a not fully saturated gold mine at the upper left of the map. Ghouls being microed out, but most of them are dying. Still hard to tell who's getting the upper hand of this exchange. Has to be KraV, right?
Lemes decided to risk it, and I hope it's going to pay off, and we will judge by the amount of peasants, militia that is left alive, and it's not that many. We can't have that little. We have literally 3 gold. I think Mr. Lemes calculated this.
He did manage to get out the Blood Mage. There is, what, 1 peasant left over? Oh no. And you know what? He's gonna have to sell items. Ring of Regen and boots might have to be sold just to build more peasants. But for now, level 4 on the Paladin. Ghouls are defending at the expansion that is not mining right now. There's 0 Acolytes on the expansion of KraV, but at least he has a main base. Lemus can't say that much.
Yeah, he can't say that much, and I think if we would ask him what went wrong in this game, he would say, I should just teleport back with the full army, then would be a little bit different. So again, risky play by Lemes, it did not pay off. He has all of the mana, but is it important when your opponent is going to mine with 2 bases, and yes, your main is barely alive and you have literally 1 worker.
Yeah, tough position, calls Militia on him to try to keep him alive. KraV is staffing away finally. Lemus has quote-unquote held, but he's certainly going to have to sell items because it's going to take that 1 peasant a long time to get him 75 gold. KraV, on the other hand, has 3 Acolytes now at the upper left expansion. Still on tier 1, of course. Still going to probably get a second crypt and get some towers before teching, but KraV is in a very, very comfortable position, to say the least.
I'm just watching the gold amount of Professor Lemes. From 3 gold, he was able to get 33. So yes, there is some way ahead from getting peasant number 2. But after getting peasant number 2, it's going to be faster. Of course, you were right. He sold some items. But the question is, what is he going to do now? Because yes, his economy looks very, very, very bad. And we know that KraV is coming back.
Yeah, it's always an unfortunate situation when you don't get to use your town portal. You mentioned the right play for Lemus would have been just to burn the TP early, and honestly, he might not have an opportunity to use it this game because he's in such a bad position. But what he could do is he could do some damage with the Blood Mage in the upper left, staff the Paladin to the Blood Mage, and then TP back home to defend. Might be the only play he has available because I don't think he's going to be able to defend with just the Paladin here.
There is 1 brave paladin. KraV is ignoring this paladin, and he's like, okay, how many workers you made, sir? Oh, 3 of them. Let me use them. And I think that Professor Lemes is going for exactly what you described. Yes, he's teleporting back, but this game is looking worse and worse. KraV is going away. Professor Lemes is not going to give up early, but guys, he needs your support. He needs the miracle.
Yeah, there's no long rifles yet, of course, and there's a little bit of lumber. There's enough to build some riflemen once the gold economy gets going. Lemus finally has 5 on gold again. I'd say it's not an impossible game for Lemus. He just needs to stabilize, maybe creep a little bit, rebuild some peasants, repair that keep, get long rifles. It's a long laundry list of things that he needs to do, but if he can stabilize, I wouldn't call it a completely lost game just yet.
I like what Lemes is doing. He's like, okay, Arnold is going to come back to our base. Okay, I will just stay in the way. I will creep a little bit. And remember, KraV aggression was possible because he has extremely late tech, right? It's minute number 10 almost. And his tier 2 is not even in the middle. So there is no cool frenzy on the way, nothing like that. And is Professor Lemes going to buy the Shredder? No, he bought the Zeppelin. He's going to lame with Paladin, while Blood Mage and Rifles are going to protect his base, I guess.
Yeah, I guess Lemus realizes the only thing he can do is slow down the gold economy of KraV. If he doesn't slow that down, KraV is just going to get 80 supply Frenzy Ghouls in the next 5 minutes, and there's going to be absolutely nothing Lemus can do. So a little bit of Lemes is good for now, but KraV is eventually going to force the Paladin back via aggression. Where's the Blood Mage? On the other side of the map, Oh, this is tough for Lemus. He's just going to lose his main base here, I feel like.
Yes, there is no TP for Lemes. The amount of peasants is quite low. The army for Undead is not big either, but yes, Paladin is coming back. But again, we have this problem. Is this enough? We are not mining, Undead is mining, and what we can do? Rifles are coming back, Blood Mage is coming back, and maybe the amount of ghouls is not that big, so Professor can trade this. He's kinda holding, but what we can do later? Tier 3 will be on the way soon, and then Ghoul Frenzy is the problem.
This holds quite well. I didn't lose any peasants to this aggression. I don't think. Maybe it was one peasant at most, but still pretty good defense. If he can do that a couple more times, maybe he'll finally be stable in this game. The issue becomes now Tier 2 is almost done for KraV, and then the Tier 3 will start. Frenzy Ghouls. That's the win condition for KraV. It might take a little while, but he's got all the space in the world right now.
Yes, I see one more issue. And this issue is on the bottom right, close to the Pala Rifle base, but Professor Lemes crabbed this camp already. He has no business to attend there. Paladin got surrounded in the middle, but yes, he breaks the surround nicely. And yes, 3 bases for the Undead soon. Professor Lemes, the problem is he doesn't have towers in the main base. With 4 guard towers, I would be optimistic a little bit, but now he can't be outside of his base, and when he has to camp, Undead is just going to take 3 bases and it's going to outproduce us. But maybe Lemes will find a solution to this problem. Again, Paladin is trying to lame a little bit. Blood Mage with rifles is coming back. We don't have the lumber mill either, so Lemes is still with 0 towers. So what we can see, Russell Lemes lead us to victory.
Very, very tough position. Although at least the Blood Mage finds the gold mine in the bottom right. I was afraid that Lemus was spread a little bit too thin to deal with that 3rd base, but he does find it. Could still cancel the gold mine with the timing he has. Beetles are dealt with. Damn, he really called a lot of militia there. Lemus is all hands on deck to save his peasants. And KraV just going to creep up to Cripplord level 5. Has some items. Tier 3's on the way. And the Garg to deal with the Zeppelin now. KraV is getting comfortable in this game, as though he wasn't already.
Yeah, the Gargoyle was only to deal with the Zeppelin. As we can see, Undead is pumping upgrades for the ghouls. It's going to be a brutal mass ghouls army with upgrades, with Frenzy. Are we going to see Tinker as a second hero? We'll see about that. Professor Lemes is finally making some towers. But yes, KraV has a gold bank. He has 1300 gold, going tier 3. A lot of towers already. His economy is ready to produce so many ghouls.
Lemus getting close to level 5 Paladin, which is nice. Maybe potential for a Cripplord kill with that. If he can go for Banish Holy Light, maybe that's a way to keep himself in the game. Kill that Cripplord. It's not the hardest hero to nuke, despite its high HP. KraV, though, still creeping up. Gonna be level 5 in a second. Level 3 Impale is very, very strong. The Garg is scheduling to make sure there's no funny business. Those towers, those long-awaited towers for Lemus. He's finally getting a couple of them up in the main base.
Yes, these Paladins enrage. Look at him. He's chasing the ghouls alone, ahead of entire, close to entire Undead army. And now with level 5 Paladin, we can go for what in the community we call Chinese Paladin. So basically we can cross the map over and over again, and now 1 Holy Light is a kill, but the rifles are in the dangerous position. The hammer was in the air, but didn't reach, and oh, the Blood Mage, as you said, the Blood Mage is going for the Cripplord. Can we get the kill? And remember, there is no TP, that's why Impale use was defensively. Cripplord is going to try to run back, and yes, he will survive. But yes, no invul and no that much mana. Professor Lemes needs to trade very, very, very well, because look, Mr. Carson on the bottom right, what is starting to grow there.
An absolute monster in the bottom right that you do not want to look at, but you're forced to. 5 towers potentially would be unbreakable. And if KraV gets set up, that might be the final nail in the coffin. He's also going for double temple, double slaughterhouse. We mentioned Necro Wagon, I think, in the first game, but the second game is being a possibility. KraV's going to do just that. Needs to be careful with his Cripplord, though. Could easily die here.
Yes, he's stuffing back. That was very close call. There was no banish on the Blood Mage. I think with banish, Lemes would go for the kill attempt. And look, Professor Lemes is going to make a sad discovery. So I was thinking a little bit maybe to record a YouTube video called Warcraft 3 Dictionary for New Players. And would we agree that this would be a good cubing example?
I would think cubing does entail there's no chance to win. I would always define it as that, but I think if there is one term for it, I think you could call it that, to be fair.
Okay,
Although
well,
we need a threshold though. It needs to be 8 towers minimum for cubing, I think.
Okay, soft cubing.
Soft cube, perfect. I love
Yes,
it.
you make a lot of towers instead of the army to win with the army later.
Yeah.
That's my definition. And yes, there will be a lot of towers in this game.
Workshop being power built. So Lemus, that is an elegant solution for this bottom right expansion. Just one cannon tower. Then he can slowly siege away the towers. It's a little bit out of position for KraV to defend. So I think getting a cannon tower, or even just a mortar team in this situation, might not be the worst call.
Yes, look at the rifles. They are just going to lose to those towers. Crippler is back with the Mana Stone and the Impale. Okay, he's not actually deciding to use the Mana Stone yet. The amount, and you look at this. So KraV is actually going a little bit into this Necro Wagon's destination. He's making mid wagons with a disease cloud. What do you think about that?
I think KraV could probably. I think both times when we saw the Frost Worms and now when we're seeing the Necro Wagons, I think both times KraV could have just built 70 supply Frenzy Ghouls because he was far enough ahead. I realize like if the human player is in a comfortable position, they can beat pure Ghouls. But I think both times KraV decided to tech out a Ghouls. If he just forced the issue and broke upkeep on triple crypt Ghouls, he probably would have won earlier. But you know, it's fine. It's a way to win.
I agree with you that there is a risk. I have seen crazy game when, you know, if human went for like super high levels, maybe MK as a third hero, maybe one Gryphon, the triple crypt mass ghoul can die. Of course, in this game, Professor Lemes Lumber is not good, sadly, because of those early game trades. And yes, as you mentioned, the cannon tower is happening, and ladies and gentlemen, maybe we'll fight cubing with cubing.
Crippler has to be very careful. We only saw one banish Holy Light, but this is definitely the opportunity for Lemus. Yeah, he's going for it. He's trying to chase down that Cripplord. Would easily kill it. And you know what? He's going to be able to deal with this expansion. Maybe KraV is going to go back to the main and TP to the bottom right. Might be the best solution for him currently. Pull all the ghouls, pull all the necromancers. The question is KraV ready to fight yet, though?
KraV is not ready to fight. He's accumulating this huge ultimate late game army, and I think that it will take so long for Lemes to eat through those towers on the bottom right that yes, there will be time for 80 supply Necro Wagons with a lot of mana. But Professor Lemes knows, he saw the Necromancers, he saw double Temple of the Damned, and now the question is, what is he going to do? So, look at this! Teleport to the expansion! No, look at the rifles! Oh my god!
What a huge TP, the cannon towers are up, but every rifleman is dead, and KraV, the perfect play here. Lemus wasn't ready for it. He saw blood in the water, maybe trying to kill the Crypt Lord, but that was a TP and a half. GG well played is called, and it certainly was well played from KraV.
It was heartbreaking. Lemes hides his face after the loss. True emotions. Surely not happy with this series. He got closer than anyone else to defeating KraV, but this guy is a monster. Makes the gun gesture, looks at the camera, not even sweating. 3-1 for KraV. This is the final for him.
It's a sad moment for Polish Paraffin University, but it's also a happy moment because we saw Professor Lemes deep into the tournament. He was able to win yesterday. And yes, I am very happy that he showed how beautiful Pararifle can be, and that Mr. KraV showed that there are counterplays, and there are still exotic counterplays that even Professor Lemes is not that experienced with. This game basically was resulted with like small overextension by Lemes. He thought that he can hold the main base with just stuffing his paladin. He decided to keep his rifles on top, and yes, KraV invested into so many ghouls, and yes, he broke the Lemes early.
Wonderfully done. Wonderfully done by KraV, as expected. He came prepared. He said it's no problem. Is it a problem to talk to the man for a little bit?
He said, okay, go.
Okay, go. Okay, you guys can take over. And KraV has arrived.
Hello.
Hello. Interview number 3. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? You've been done nothing but win in the past few days. How do you feel?
Very good, bro.
Yeah. Were you worried about this match at all? The Pally Rifle. You said you were confident yesterday, but really, were you worried about Pally Rifle?
No, bro. No. Just thanks, Bucky. He sent me YouTube videos against Happy. So yeah, I was
Yeah.
confident, but I was more when I watch the VOD. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you said yesterday you're going to watch a couple of games. You watched some happy games versus Starbuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes.
nice. Yeah, and honestly, seeing those games, I was saying that seeing those games you just played and then watching happy games, the styles are very, very similar. There was a couple of differences though on the Frostworms on Northern Isles. Was that you having fun, or do you think the Frostworms were like the best thing at that time in the game, or was that just fun with the Tinker and the Frostworms?
First, it was for you, bro, because we speak of realms yesterday.
Thank you.
Second, because fun, yes, and third, because if we go in later game, just to play Worm for and goals for kick faster building, you know, and yeah. And I think if I Frost is main, so he can build a parent, so it's fine for me.
Okay, I have
Yeah.
2 questions, if I may. So first
ahead.
thing first, what do you think about this solo hero choice? Do you think that as Mr. Happy played, you don't like to make second hero, so like Death Knight, even Dreadlord early, because you went for the Tinker, but it was kind of Criplord level 6. So can you explain me why only one hero for a long time versus Pala Rifle?
Just because I watch a VOD of Happy, but before I break the game, before I I was inactive. I play a lot Criplord first. I think some players can remember it, like Scars, who maybe 100 players. I use it to play Criplord first, alone, against Orc, against and against Undead. So, and I don't know if I do it against human. I don't know. I don't think. So I already know play with him. So yeah, it's a choice, and it's because I watch Happy. So yes, I was okay with it. You know, it's fine. I think you can add the TK, but it's all about the push. You know, the push tier 2. If you go for tier 2 fast as you can, as you did with Expo, I don't think you can kick his rush. You know, so. I don't
Okay,
think
last question from me.
Yeah.
So in the next series, you are going to play either versus Undead or versus Night Elf, and of course, don't give us any tips. But if you can choose one, and I know that you like to play Gargs as well, and I know in both those matchups you can play Gargs. Do you prefer to play Gargs versus Night Elf or versus Undead? Because yes, I saw you playing Gargs in the Undead mirror.
Yeah. Before I come back, yes, I really enjoy play this style. No, I'm here. I enjoy play Metastrat or Fiance or Lich First, or so it will depend of the feeling of the player versus who I'm and the map, you know.
Perfect, thank you, Mr. Carson. Mr. Neo, do you have any questions?
Not
That's
really.
it for me.
Ooh, yeah, for
Yeah.
me too. KraV, take a well-deserved rest and good luck in the final.
Thanks, bro.
GG's,
Let's
dude.
go.
Let's go.
GG. Have fun.
We will have fun for sure. We got another match coming up that is Biko versus Smurf to determine KraV's opponent. Night Elf versus Undead, as you guys said. Game has been hosted already, but we might have to take a little bit of a break here because maybe not too many people saw that we finally have profile pictures for you. You were asking me every single day, Mr. Neo, will there be profile pictures? When can I get the profile pictures? Where can I get the profile pictures? What are going to be the profile pictures? And here they are, finally released today. If you are like Lemus or Sol, a fan of the Pally rifle, we got you covered with both, actually, with the Paladin and with the thumbs up Holy Light Rifleman. If you are maybe a bit anti-Pala rifle, you know, you can shut up Blood Mages and Paladin with the Fire Lord. Or you can ignite the entire army with the wonderful panda like this. Or you just like dead rifles. And we got you covered as well. All different avenues, especially for the Orc players here. Grab them. Maybe grab them all. Maybe you're both. Maybe you're a hybrid. You're a Pala rifle follower and a Pally rifle hater, depending on what race you're playing. $5 a piece. They will be assigned to your W3 Champions profile at the end of the day. And the $5 go directly to the prize pool.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, we just saw the effectiveness of Pally rifles. So, you know, you can make your choice after seeing that last series. Are you a supporter? Are you a hater? I think they need some more support. I think Lemus, you know, he needs some more followers to the cult of Pally rifles. So, you know, I think we need to go. We need to skew that way after the last series.
It truly,
too much oppression for the Pally rifles. Not fair.
It truly is a cult, right? It is a cult.
Well, you know, Saul, what do you think?
Well, when you say that a legit university that is following these scientific principles is a cult, then we are living in a weird world.
Well, you know, some people say this, some people say that. There's different opinions, but it was I want to say it again, a really, really good showcase by Lemus. He threatened KraV quite a bit, and hopefully he'll be back to represent the Pala Rifle University in the next finals. But before we go into the second semifinal, and maybe you can let the players know, we have, of course, to celebrate W3 Champions, and I will do the rundown of features that Carson missed so dearly yesterday. Okay, Neo, take a breath. It's a lot of features. It's a lot of slides. We can do it. W3 Champions is the best server there ever was for Warcraft 3. It doesn't matter if your competition is Battle.net old or new, if it's KK, if it's NetEase, if it's W3 Arena. W3 Champions is where it's at. They cover you with amazing profiles, with lots of statistics, with great rankings and leagues for all the skill levels, for all the game modes as well. It doesn't really matter if you're a 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 4-on-4 player, or if you like to spend your time in Direct Strike or Survival Chaos. All that is covered. You don't have to look for custom games that are hosted every time for Direct Strike. No, you just queue the ladder with matchmaking. You get the opponent of your skill, and you don't have to worry about feeding enemies or being ruffle stomped by a 2500 MMR Direct Strike player. It's all built into the platform. All you got to do is to go to W3champions.com, which is this beautiful webpage. Click on the download now button. Click on the Windows button. I think Mac is at the moment not supported, but the Windows button, it's a couple of megabytes. You install that thing. You click on Europe, sign in. That has nothing to do with the servers. It's just a login method to verify your Warcraft. And then you enjoy the product with a wonderful UI that reminds us all of Battle.net. And we can tell you that this UI will improve very, very soon. If you are just interested in how the state of balance is, or how the state of the game is, you can take a look at the website as well. The stats are all here with a huge spike over the past 2 days because Battle.net is down again. And that's another beautiful thing. That's not even on the slide, ladies and gentlemen. W3 Champions is acting individual from Battle.net. So the $1 million company might not be paying the server bills, but W3 Champions does, and it is actually working right now, leading to new records, which is wonderful because that populates the ladder, and the more populated the ladder is, the lower your search times are, and especially with the influx of lower level players, thanks to the OnlyFans Invitational and everybody who is getting interested in the game, the lower level MMR ranges are populated as never before. Here you see it. The majority of the players actually are way below the average. No, that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? There's a lot of players on your level, on my level, on everybody's level, basically. And the more they are, the better that is. You can be part of that community. And if you're a little further out in the world, let's say South America, you're oftentimes forgotten by these big corporate greedy companies. Corporate companies. Great, Neo. They don't put servers anywhere near you. War3 Champions does. In South America, in the middle of North America and South America, so you can easily play against US East, US West, whatever it is. Also for Oceania, for China, for Korea, for South Africa, Africa as a whole, Europe and America, of course. Battle.net has 2 servers in America. You know how many War3 Champions has? 8! Because North America is a big continent. Takes a long time to go from A to B. But the servers are everywhere, so perfect conditions for all of you. That also goes for matches between Europe and North America, because we got amazing servers at US East and the UK. So we can't, unfortunately, put servers in the middle of the Atlantic, but this is as close as it gets. Also, if your connection is struggling a little bit, there is a reconnect protection feature that holds you for 45 seconds, so you have time to reconnect even with Wi-Fi. If you're more of a viewer than a player, we got you covered as well. Every single match that is played on War3 Champions, whether that's ladder or custom game or competitive game, can be viewed via a service called Flow TV, which is similar to WAC TV, Dota TV, HLTV, all the TVs, all that built in the launcher. And we also brought the War3 Champions finals back that hopefully bring you some joy this weekend and the next weekend. If you want to contribute to the platform, you can of course do that financially on W3Champions.com. They have a Patreon, they have a PayPal wallet, they have a cryptocurrency wallet, because yes, we cover most of the cost, I guess, these days, but to help the survivability in the long run, it always helps to chip in and of course raises the motivation for the coders. And that leads me to the next step. If you want to code, because it's basically open source behind closed doors, more or less. You have to be invited to the GitHub. You can help out if you're a coder. If you can code C#, .NET, React, Rust, TypeScript, or Node, you can contribute, whether that's with statistics or UI or UX or whatever you can think of. If you think anything is missing here and you can fix that, feel free to do so. If you want to help us reach out to more people, apply as a social media manager. And of course, graphic design is always appreciated for everything you do. And this server's main feature in many eyes is that there's actual human beings doing the moderation for this. In times of AI customer service and you call a hotline and there's an AI assistant that doesn't understand you, we got these moderators and we thank them every single day for their work. If you want to help them and if you want to get a hammer and mute people left and right on this server because they might deserve it, then apply and help out this team. We need a couple more helping hands as this is all community driven. Carson, was that to your satisfaction?
That's more like it. We had a couple more slides. We had a couple more minutes. That's more like it. There we go, Neil. You were slacking yesterday. You knew it. I knew it. And now we got the all the info we could ever want for War3 Champions. Beautiful.
Did I forget anything that is worth mentioning, Mr. Apeman?
Oh, nicely done. I was watching today Mr. Sing, who is like a huge streamer, 5,000 viewers on Twitch, playing Pala Rifle, of course, because he's taking the best strategies as a new player invited to Mr. Grabby tournament. He was browsing on his stream over and over Warcraft Champions website to find for the new replays, and he said this website is really, really good. I love it.
Nice. That is very, very cool. It's always nice to see that people coming from more modern RTSs exploring features that War3 Champions has for a long time. For example, the ping equalizer. We don't have that in Age of Empires, in StarCraft, but the community built that. So, hey, yeah, here we are. Ready if you are. Yeah, so shout out to the War3 Champions team. It's all because of you that we are able to do this and that we have competitive Warcraft 3 esports. Let's see if we can find a better server. It doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, there's
players are ready in the lobby.
Between.
Yes.
Oh, this seems perfect.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Oh, look at that.
This is a plus of being on Warcraft Champions. If you host game on BNet, there is no option to even choose a server. But here in Warcraft Champions lobby, there is so many servers that players are getting picky.
That's right. Why are we giving them the option? Well, Smurf versus Biko. You can introduce your countryman, Soul 8man, to people who have never heard of Smurf, what kind of person he is.
Well, Mr. Smurf is first thing first, night elf, but yes, he used to play undead before. He's from Poland. His sense of humor is very specific. Some people like it, some people hate it. He's a good, aggressive night elf player. And yes, his opponent is also very, very mysterious.
Carson, what can you tell us about Mr. Biko?
Very interesting player. There is a lot of these undead players these days that don't take from the school of Happy 120 or Labyrinth. They have their own style. I'm thinking about Sheik sometimes. I'm thinking about KraV at times. And you can also think of a player like Biko, a very unique player, a very sort of, even Smurf described himself yesterday as being like, you don't know what you're going to get. Sometimes he's just going to rush into your base out of nowhere and try to kill you. Sometimes he's going to play very defensive, very cheesy. Who knows? He's a bag full of tricks up his sleeve. Absolutely.
Well, then let's go into it. Unfortunately for this match, we can't provide you with webcams. Biko's connection and hardware is unfortunately not good enough to support this. And Smurf doesn't feel comfortable, but he is basically in this tournament gathering funds for a good cause that we will come back to later. So all of Smurf's prize money goes directly into a charity. And then, of course, this is totally fine. Undead versus Night Elf it is. Biko versus Smurf, best of 5 for the grand final. The big question is, what is the hero for Smurf? And I see a Warden.
Oh, yeah. Warden is a fantastic choice. We'd love to see this getting more and more popular. Against Human especially, we've been seeing it a lot, not just at the maybe lower levels, but at the top level as well. Colorful played it a ton. I think he even played it today. And against Undead, it's also very viable. Love this is getting more play, especially from players like Smurf.
Mr. Carson, haven't you seen a lot of Warden versus Undead back when we had the NA Lul Cups? Is that a viable strategy?
I think it's very solid. I'm thinking Razor Moon used to play at a time. Is there another name I'm supposed to remember? Are you hinting towards something? I think it was
no,
Razor
but
Moon was the
man,
big one.
the matches versus Duck and Razor Moon was like every single week, absolute war.
So good. Yeah, Razor Moon, that's really when we got to know his name. We're like, damn, this guy's really good. It was the Warden games, which obviously it takes a level of mastery to play Warden. It's one of the more difficult heroes in the game. I'd say Bloodmage is also one of the difficult heroes to use optimally, and Warden is very, very tricky. So it's cool to see a lot of players rooting to play not just Demon Hunter every game, but some alternatives.
There we go. I got 2 advice for my Night Elf friends. Don't deny creeps and don't lose your heroes. So far, none of that has happened. So the chances of winning this match exponentially rising. And now we talked a lot about Smurf, but what is Biko doing? He is creeping. He got a skull in his inventory. And apart from that, we don't see much, but classic DK opener could use a coil for that Wisp. The Warden has arrived. Shadow Strike. Gonna try to bully that poor DK.
Oh, nice dodge with the Moonwell. The coil, that was the only coil left for Biko. And now Shadow Strike, I don't think he actually got that last hit. No, that did go to Biko. The detonate now lands. But a nice little micro exchange from the two of them so far. Not any huge losses, but maybe the first ghoul can die.
Here we go, level 2. Gotta say, Smurf is a very, very good Warden player. I make fun of him every now and then, but his Warden is indeed excellent. Biko so far has a little bit of issues here. No natural HP regeneration outside of Blight and no Unholy Aura is quite problematic for an Undead.
And last hit up for grabs for both players. Is Smurf gonna invest the Shadow Strike into it? Seems like he wants to. Does get it, but now he has to TP out. Was that worth it at the end of the day? Not terrible. He needed to heal anyway, I suppose. Better to use the TP than to hold on it for the entire game. But Second Ancient War already set up for Smurf. I suppose it all flows into itself, the TP into the immediate creeping.
I like the rhythm. I like what I see. And I like what I see on the War 3 Champions crowdfunding. We got a couple of people purchasing the profile pictures. Love to see it, love to see it. I'm trying to get to the list of purchasers. Shout out to Comrade Wisp, Kenny G, Moose, Thoms, and Rusty for the profile picture.
Thank you, everybody. And Warden getting closer to level 3. Biko got a little bit more space. Unholy Aura unlocked as well, and he managed to heal up. So all the damage taken in the early game, not really too important now on the undead side of things. Warden is going to come back with a vengeance, though. It's going to be level 2 Shadow Strike very, very soon.
There we go, and that's when the nightmare for the undead truly starts. The Warden will leave home, leave the archers, and just go on a hunt as long as mana is available. That seems to be the case. No blink on the undead side. We love to snipe the Magi, and Biko with a little bit of a tech switch. No expansion, just the tier 2 classic cool Frenzy Destroyer.
Yeah, it should be pretty standard ground army for Biko. You tend to not see Gargs against Warden because Fan of Knives and Breath of Fire combination absolutely destroys Gargs. So if Biko wanted to play that style, it would just not be possible because of the Warden. Little exchange in the center, but the archers move away quickly enough. They're going to have to run all the way home. We'll see how much damage the Warden could do. Level 2 Shadow Strike on the DK. One of many, I imagine, but Greater Heal helps out a lot for Biko.
There we go, and this is a perfect timing for the Lores. Gets the first round immediately, got that dust in. DK level 3 now. Yesterday he did pick versus Kevin. Aura level 2. Today it's not the case. Potion used, necessary, a life-saving one. And a coil to hurt the Warden a little more, so she's using more Moonwells. All prep for what's to come, but nicely disengaging, nicely buying time. Base not hurt. That's always good for the elf.
Yeah, I do like the fact that Biko coiled the Warden a few times, like you mentioned, to make the Moonwells a little less effective after the Warden spent a ton of mana. Ancient of Wars are moving over quite efficiently. Skeleton going to aggro the creeps onto the Ancient of War at the lab, and it does attack. Hopefully that doesn't die for Smurf's sake, but he already has another one repositioning. This is nicely done. If he can create both the lab and the expansion with the Warden, he's not only going to get nice items, but very, very well past level 4. I would think, and this is all good with Warden. You want level 5, you want level 6.
Man, you know, I hate to praise Nabu, but this Ancient of War creeping is better than a lot of what I see in the Asian tournaments, basically day in, day out. It's really, really smooth. Warden close to level 4. Wind of Mana Stealing also amazing, because it's basically -1 coil, +1 Shadow Strike, and that can save and ruin lives at the same time.
Yeah, it's been super solid. It's just about not losing that Ancient of War to the first creep camp you creep at. I always criticize people, or the second one. Keep the Ancient of War alive as long as you can. Creep as many camps with it as possible, and then just bring it back home to help with the defense. Speaking of defense at the home, Ancient Protector and Tier 3 tech and shop for Smurf, not cutting any expenses because he knows what's coming, as you mentioned earlier. The Tier 3 timing for Biko. It's going to be a very quick one as well. He goes for Lich second, not going for Naga second, which increases the timing in which you can push because you don't have to wait for the Lich to be built before you grab the orb and attack. Very, very quick attack, most likely in the next couple of minutes for Biko.
Or if you're Canadian, Moose likely. We got...
Oh, yeah. Bud.
We got lots of intelligence on that Warden that will convert into lots of spells. And Warden spells are really, really good. He could even drop the items, use the Wind of Mana Stealing, and have a nice synergy. On the army side, things aren't looking that great, but who needs an army when you have a Shredder, an AP, the Moonwells, and this Warden?
You know, he could use the Wand of Mana Stealing on his own Moonwells, and that would actually be more effective.
Dude, we've seen it recently from live. You're right.
Yeah, it's a weird play to do it on your own Moonwells, but at least you don't have to soak up as much juice as you normally do getting mana. But regardless of any of that, he sells it, and he's getting closer to level 5, but still needs quite a few unit kills. Biko going aggressive, but worth noting, nothing to save his heroes. No push of vulnerability, no greater heal.
Exactly. So I wonder if this Fan of Knives is worth it, because the statue is here to heal up anyway, and Shadow Strike might be the more effective solution. No second hero either, but I'm proven wrong. That was a nice fan. Gets rid of a ghoul, gets rid of half another, and is surely delaying the timing, and this is all that Smurfs want at the moment.
Yeah, very well played so far from Smurf. He's got the Shredder working. He's buying time, getting little bits of kills here and there, healing up the damage taken with that bear. not overcommitting, just getting as much value as he can. Just like with a Demon Hunter, you might set up the fight with mana burns and then staff him out, heal him up, and then engage later. Smurf is doing this with the Warden. He's using his spells to clean up some of the ghouls, not all of them, but some, and then eventually when they take the fight later on, biko is not going to have as big of a punch.
Thanks to the Shredder, we're able to afford that Ancient of Wind that is coming, and from there come Talons. The problem is usually not the Fiends, not too much the ghouls at the later stages, because the Warden deals with it, but Destroyers. For this fight, you see the impact right away. Focus Fire on the Bears is looking good. Looking for the backline as well. You don't want to fight Mana Destroyers.
Couple of archers going down. One bear died immediately, but importantly, Warden gets level 5. That's level 3 Shadow Strike. Cleans up that Fiend Staff of Teleportation, or Staff of Preservation rather, on that bear that was going to go down. He's got to be careful. One Shadow Strike, and he's going to be 1 HP with no statues being on the ground currently.
He morphed everything. Gotta check Biko's IP if he's maybe from Germany. That's usually our move. Would love to have that region now. Also, that mana has been burned. Dispel on Biko's side. Smurf reduced to round about 30 food, but the Reju is running and more units are coming. And the Warden is still looking fire. So even though he lost a lot of bears and dryads, I think this is very much a playable game for Smurf.
He's going to be fine with this position, but biko gets the creep camp. Importantly, that's at the end of the day what the fight was over, was this red camp and Healthstone. The perfect items.
Aye.
2 times the greater heal and the Healthstone. That's ideal for biko.
Well, karma for Smurf. At the end of the day, you always get punished at some point. Now we got the statues back. We got attack upgrades as well. And checking for expansions, nowhere to be seen. Is Smurf ready for the next fight?
Lots of mana. Shadow Strike, Fan of Knives immediately on the Death Knight. He could try to force that Healthstone early so there's no regen to be gained from it, but the nuke on the Warden is strong. Bear not able to be staffed out. It was on cooldown. DK gonna have to use that Healthstone. There it goes. So now no healing yet again, but the Smurf took some heavy losses in order to burn that potion.
One GNL bear. The other one is still slowed from the Nova. Should be safe though. And this was still not Biko pushing to the main. Only on one base as well, plus the home turf advantage. For Biko, it's either get an expansion now or go for a decisive push, because you can't really continue fighting this.
It's going to be tough. If that Warden can get up to level 6, or maybe start harassing the Acolytes with a retrain, maybe that's something that's on Smurf's mind now that he's sort of held the timing. Could go into hit and run, but biko at least has the luxury of having 2 heroes that still gain from creeping. So if Biko's able to creep up to level 5 DK, get closer to level 5 Lich, Coil Nova against a solo Warden becomes very, very strong. So maybe that's Biko's plan from here on out.
It's nighttime, lots of moon juice will be recovered. Biko is sharking for more XP, but talents are online. And usually this is one of the win conditions for the Night Elves, alongside an expansion or a level 5 Demon Hunter. Shredder is doing once again a fine job, and the Warden is sharking. Fiends are slow already, then you slap Shadow Strike on top, then they're even slower. But the call was there to the rescue.
That's a lot of mana invested for this Fiend that won't die. Half the pool, but at the end of the day, forces 2 coils. There's 1 heal scroll left over. You mentioned the talent numbers, and they are rising. Soon to be 4. I think he wants, I'd say, probably 6 or 7 to be comfortable in this next fight. But he's going to have to fight with what he has right now. Nighttime has been reached. Wellspring is done as well, so these Moonwalls are very, very effective. And Biko, I don't think he wants to take this fight.
Nope, not at all. I'd say how many crows you need definitely depends on the position. Above the trees, you don't need as many. If you brainlessly fly them into the Fiends, you need like twice as many as there are Fiends. And there aren't too many Fiends. 4, alright, so with Tide Hunters and all these tree spots that we got, 7 should be fine. 6. Ooh, invisibility. Was that the intern with the notification?
I think it was, yeah. And we'll see how much damage this Warden's able to get done. The base is blocked. Did he retrain?
Yep.
Oh, but he doesn't need to, actually. The base wasn't blocked. Oh my god, Fan of Knives is, it's pretty good.
It is a beautiful, beautiful spell alongside the Blink, and this was only 1. Very minimal mining. That is, of course, the way, and the way back is the staff. Doesn't take too much time. Biko is coming, but he's grinding his teeth at this Ancient Protector.
Yep, the AP buys the time that it needs to. Smurf is only on 52 supply. Biko only on 57. Needs to invest some resources into rebuilding those couple of acolytes that he lost. But at the end of the day, Biko's just forced back, and every time Biko's forced back, he might get a creep camp, but then Smurf is just going to go into the main base and, you know, ideally kill all 5 acolytes every time.
All 5? There's only 3, and currently he's not rebuilding them. That is quite some economy damage done, and the Warden just spin to win. Coil Nova now. A Dreadlord would be amazing. We commit, and he's flying them into the Fiend's heal scroll. Nice. Warden in trouble. No invul, no healing. The Bears and the Crows, they have to do the job now.
Maybe not the best positioning for Smurf. He took a lot of damage from the Coil Nova. Blinks in. Level 6 already, though. The Crows are doing a good job, but they are being picked off slowly. There's the Avatar of Vengeance. 50 supply for Smurf, 40 for Biko. A couple of bears are starting to fall, but all the Destros in the air are not going to be in the air any longer.
Yeah, there's no web no more. The Bears did a wonderful job alongside the Fan of Knives. Crows can only be attacked by a Lich now with the last Fiend falling. That is air superiority, and on the ground we got undefeatable Spirits. Last coil, but Smurf backs away. Damage done, level reached, and now we rebuild from scratch.
Very well played game from Smurf in the first game of the day. He's used the Warden pretty much ideally the entire time. Wasn't forced into going that Panda second. Was just able to stay comfy on 1 hero, and now almost level 7. That'll be level 3 Blink, which will mean the Harass is going to be even stronger. Avatars, or Spirits of Vengeance, rather, go into the main base. I think they could have focused on the statue, but at the end of the day, Smurf is in such a good position. I don't think it matters.
Exactly, close to level 7. Only now was the 5th Acolyte rebuild. This is 600 gold advantage as well from 1 single Harass. Of course, there was an Invis potion that costs a little and mana, yada yada. But this was a very good trade. And this was not the last one. Warden back.
Staff teleportation's on cooldown, or off cooldown as well now, so that's going to be a couple more acolytes. 1 also died to the last Spirit of Vengeance. Oh, but Biko going in for the Bears. He has no way out of here, though. He could easily get trapped in for good. He's one last desperate push into the back of the base with just 2 heroes and the statue. The statue's dead. The Fiend is dead. And I think Biko might be dead soon as well. But maybe Smurf doesn't have enough to keep him here.
Gotta be a bit careful. Do we have a coil? No, we don't. Invo potion at the ready. And with Blink, you can play her now as a Dota / League of Legends player. Lakari, hope you're watching. Jesus Christ. GG Smurf with a clinic of a Warden game in map 1.
That was definitely a very cool game, and Smurf held this perfectly. So he had a lot of like defensive structures. He invested into the Crows very early, very fast, improved Moonwells, the Wellspring upgrade, and yes, he had the game under control. I'm very impressed.
I wonder what Biko has in the shelf now to counter this. Or maybe the map makes a decision for him, because Tidehunters, yes, we see some Warden here and there. Next map is Last Refuge.
I think Biko could maybe go to the school of Sheik a little bit. I think Sheik is a fantastic player when it comes to playing not necessarily the top level meta, the happy 1-2-0 meta. When Sheik sees a Warden, he simply does a Nerubian Tower Rush. But he doesn't try to win the game with the Nerubian Tier 1 Tower Rush. He then techs behind it. He grabs a Naga. He does another Nerubian Tower Rush. And then he techs behind that. And then he goes into like Necrowagon or something. He just constantly pressures the Night Elf, not overcommitting to any one push. But it's a very effective way to play against Warden. Or you can expand. You have a lot of space in the early game as the Undead to do a lot of things if you do see it. But with it being Last Refuge, there's a big chance we don't see Warden here.
Yes, the idea is to stop the Warden somehow, but yes, can we really play Warden on Last Refuge? I kind of remember one game of Smurf with Warden here, but it was a long time ago. Demon Hunter is much more standard, and yes, let's see what the game will bring.
Alrighty, it is Mr. Apeman back at the commentary as Last Refuge is starting. A couple of people play Warden here. It's not unthinkable, especially when you just build the momentum with that hero and if you build confidence with that hero. But there is a reason why Smurf was picking that as his, why Biko was picking that as the first losers pick, and we will figure out why.
Last Refuge is a little bit in between, and that can expand and can creep level 2 as well. There are some maps where like pro undeads will always expand on, for example, Tide Hunters, not versus Warden, I guess, but yes. Biko is not following the beta, Biko is playing his own style. Definitely the micro was there, maybe some bad decisions. And yes, this is a new game, remember, as Lemes versus KraV showed us, you can get used to your opponent's strategy. So yes, the deeper we go into the series, the better Warcraft we are going to see.
Exactly, and of course KraV is waiting in the grand final for the winner of this best of 5. Smurf at the bottom left-hand side, Biko on the upper right. One of my favorite undeads to watch on the ladder. There's always something new, there's always something fresh. Very, very creative and unusual. Sometimes that backfires, you know, when you start a match without a shop, for example. That's oftentimes not too great. But Biko somehow makes it work, and he's also a player where, you know, things can go wrong for 15-20 minutes, but all of a sudden he got an advantage and kills.
Okay, so the comment about the heroes is going to be the repeat on game number 1, Warden versus Death Knight, and I have a short question, Mr. Neo. Can you check the Necropolis HP?
He hit it again, similar to yesterday.
Yeah, the idea is that you don't want to risk unsummoning your Necropolis. You want to do the Acolyte pull by repairing your Necropolis. As we can see, Mr. Biko wants to minimize the risk, even with these small moves. We all remember what happened to 1-0, I guess, when he was trying to do the unsummon trick, and actually he unsummoned his main building.
Yeah, we should send this replay. Biko can become the coach of 1-2-0. I would like that idea. Who is the coach of Smurf in Warden leveling is the question. Probably some inspiration of Lawlight, I'd reckon. Kills the Acolyte this time, no deny. 1.6 on the Warden and Shadow Strike again, so early game will be very annoying for the Undead.
As we can see, second Ancient of War strategy by Smurf. He has it close to the Goblin Merchant. Warden is going to cross the map, a little bit similar as you do with Demon Hunter. You just want to slow down creeping of your opponent, and detonation on 2 skeletons and mana gone as well. This Wisp detonation was worth it.
Yeah, and I think for Smurf, like the worst fear is already over. I think what he fears most is a tower push, as Carson hinted towards earlier. But that's really not Biko's style. It's probably... I have seen it from him, probably. I've seen everything from Biko. But yeah, if a Warden can contest and creep, that's fine. And the second Engine of War is at the shop. So far, so fine.
Yes, Death Knight really need to get this level 2. It's going to be hard under Warden pressure, but there is a lot of ghouls here, and look at this. The Murloc goes to Polish player, level 2 on the Warden. He's getting more and more momentum.
God damn it. This is one of the strongest Smurfs that I've seen maybe ever. I try to dodge his streams as much as I can, but in the night hours, you know, he's very active. Now, though, there is no way out except the town portal. We've seen it before on map 1 that he is willing to trade. Nice deny by Biko, but the Warden can just walk away.
Yes, apparently there was not enough units to keep the surround alive, or maybe there was a small mistake with the reposition of the skeleton, but at the end of the day, Warden survives, Wonder goes back, and Biko is still on level 1 in minute number 4. Let me tell you, Mr. Neo, this is not how Mr. Biko was planning this game to start. It looks good for Smurf again. After healing in the base, he will start creeping the big camp to unlock level 3, and let me tell you, Shadow Strike is one of these most oppressive abilities in the game. You can't dispel the effect of the Shadow Strike. Even if you teleport out, the damage is still ticking. Very oppressive. You can't hide in the Zeppelin because you can actually die inside of the Zeppelin with the Shadow Strike on you. So Biko needs to do something, and maybe this Creepjack will be fruitful.
Okay, Boots of Speed, nice. Beast Scroll, not ideal. Ghouls have to do the heavy lifting because the Shadow Strike, as you say, it's gonna pummel down on the DK. Archer's running away. Archer's trying to hide. Don't tell me he saves that one. Oh, close,
Archer
close,
goes
close.
down, but look at that about the Death Knight. We are very close to the Moonwells. Death Knight is trying to go away. There is no Wisp to block Death Knight with the aura. Is this Death Knight? Death Knight, Neo. He's okay, replenishment potion, and he used it in the perfect moment. It's not going to be cancelled by the Shadow Strike effect. Archers are surviving. 2 ghouls are dead. When Happy is losing his ghouls, we count them because it's important. The same with case of Mr. Biko. 3 ghouls are dead.
It's a
And again,
disaster.
it looks like Mr. Smurf game. He's going to repeat what happened in game number 1. He's going to creep his Warden to level 5, hold position. The Ghoul Frenzy timing is not going to break him, apparently. And look how good this creeping is. One Ancient of War is on the lab, another one is already at the Mer camp. This Warden is going to be level 4 and something.
Yeah, Biko's calling ghouls, but it's only 2. He has 4 in total for this offense. Warden can pretty much chill a little bit here. 3.2 item. Okay, maybe not finishing the camp because that risks your main base. But so far, every single call by Nabu has been good. He's facing a Naga now.
But good call by Biko as well. He decided to go for the Naga, right? So his Death Knight is usually in trouble because of the Shadow Strike. So then Naga is not that fragile. And yes, this is just to slow down the creeping, to slow down the tier 3. And let me tell you, it works. Ancient of War are now not operational.
There we go. Still no far away from level 3, but also the Warden taking quite some hits. It's detonate necessary to get rid of the skeletons. We have one more charge of Rod of Necromancy. Ghouls continue to suffer, and there's only 4 left. What's a Ghoul Frenzy push without any ghouls?
Yeah, but what about the Warden that is not alive? We have a TP, but the Knight is going off. Look at the Warden. She's teleporting probably to the top right, and now it's a mind game. Mind game. Where is the Warden? In the middle, and yes, Warden heals, so TP used. But supply is not that good. The only advantage for Undead is probably that Smurf is not taking, but Undead is not taking either. It's tier 2 versus tier 2.
Oh man, Biko was losing a Fiend to the tree because it was so close to the main of Nabu. Ancient of Wonders coming now for Clarities and Staff, or at least he's trying to. If there's a little bit more mana, he can Shadow Strike that DK again, actually. But yeah, it's looking disastrous for Biko, I would say.
Yes, it was looking good for a moment. He stopped the creeping, but yes, he lost too much. His Death Knight is still on level 2. Look at this experience, Mr. Neo. This Death Knight is so far away from level 3. And Warden is going to continue creeping.
Well, that's what she wanted all along. Level 4, level 5 is the goal. Heal Scroll against the Fan of Knives. Invo Potion against the Shadow Strike. Quite nice. The best item for the Night Elves was dropped here with the Ankh, but DK, hold on. The Dryads can slow her. Invo Potion used already.
I thought that lack of tier 3 was an accident for the Undead, but no, Mr. Neo, this is a tier 2 alien. Undead is not coming back. Undead is not taking. Undead wants to finish this game now, but what are you going to do versus Riju?
I don't know. And what are you going to do against Shadow Strike? I don't know. Heal Scroll for a second. But if there's no Dispel, Riju is incredibly hard to deal with. Warden can actually soak up more damage, is distracting more, buying time, more bears. Tier 3 is coming closer. This smells like a 2-0 to me.
Yes, and yes, without taking for the Undead, there is no coming back. Again, what are we going to do about this Riju value with Destroyers? You feel confident, but now Undead heroes are going to suffer so much, and this Warden is just running. Warden is going to buy mana potion probably, and yes, Smurf is going to finish this game in style. Shadow Strike, Fan of Knives, Death Knight goes down, there is no tier 3, looks like 2-0, Polish player takes it.
Damn, very well played there from Smurf 2 times in a row. A little bit more of an aggressive style from Biko, which I do agree with. Him going more aggro. The Naga second can be very good. You can drain the Moonwells quickly, especially on a map like Last Refuge that's not so easily crept for the Warden. But maybe just not aggro enough. A little bit too in between strategies. I want to see the tier 1 Nerubian rush. That's what I want to see from Biko.
Yes, we are evolving in this series from tier 3 Aline to tier 2 Aline, and what is left in game number 3, as the logic suggests, tier 1 Aline, indeed.
Yup.
All right, let's see about that. I see the chat, and Smurf is getting celebrated quite a bit. Okay. Something about the server.
Okay, so Mr. Carson, were you like impressed about this Warden play, or like sometimes we see these long games versus Warden, but maybe yes, indeed versus with biko skills, with biko like skill set, maybe this tier 1 aggression would be a nice thing to test.
Yeah, I think either you got to do a really, really clean tier 3 timing, or if you're not able to, and he's just losing a lot of ghouls near the game. He's struggling to get level 3 against the harass of the Warden. I feel like you got to go a little bit more of a cheesy approach. It feels like Smurf is having the micro advantage in these early exchanges, and Biko has to close that gap through weird aggression. I feel like sometimes you got to play a little bit weird in tournaments, and that's okay.
Well.
That's definitely all right. If it works, players are slowly getting ready. And yes, the final call is here. Let's go.
All right, it's you guys again to bring us 3 match points for Nabu, who's making quite a lot of fans here. I can't wait to hear him giggle in the winner interview, because his giggling is very similar to the Shadow Strike sound, actually.
And it's as annoying.
And that's annoying. That's also true.
Alrighty, so springtime is map number 3. Is this a Warden map? I suppose would be the only question we have to ask ourselves. There's potential. Pretty much any map where you can build 2 Ancient of Wars and have 2 viable creep camps, I'd say, is a good Warden map. Or at least, build an Ancient of War and then an Ancient of Wonders. And for this map, the green camp and then the mercenary camp are always 2 possible positions. But again, I would say, just like on Last Refuge, Saul, Demon Hunter's probably better here.
Well, but I was very impressed by Mr. Smurf moving his Ancient of War, so he's like seeing 2 steps ahead. So one Ancient of War from the Goblin Merchant went back to the lab. We have the pause, and we had also another Ancient of War going to the mercenary camp. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, definitely he showed very good control of that. And can we do it on springtime? Yes, we can. We can take mercenary camp with 1 Ancient of War, then go to the red, and from the middle green go to the middle orange. And yes, a short break, but because Mr. Smurf needs to clean his keyboard.
That's a nightmare. He said he spilled Coca-Cola on his keyboard. That is an absolute disaster. That is the worst thing that has happened to Smurf in this series so far.
That's right. Yeah. Well, maybe should have gone for another brand. Maybe poured it in a glass. I can't imagine him using glasses. He's drinking straight from the bottle. Nabu is one of these guys who got a 2-liter Coke bottle right next to his PC, first to re-energize and then for other reasons.
Absolutely. It's going to be maybe a little bit of a long cleanup for Smurf. I do wonder.
Dude, imagine his keys are stuck and he misses a TP and he's losing because of that.
Okay, I want a competition name in the Twitch chat. When was the last time it happened to you that you spoiled a drink on your keyboard, and what is the best way to clean it up? You know what I do, Mr. Neo? I turn it off for turn it upside down for a moment, and then I just forget about it.
Very good,
and then
very
just
good.
It dries and you leave it forever.
Sounds good.
Classic.
Sounds good. You just buy a new one with all the Twitch millions, Soul.
Really, you think that the Polar Rifle funding is going to be cut after the new PTR? And Mr. Neo, you're going to see me outside of the Nidalv University on the cardboard on the street.
That's the good thing about Pally Rifle players, right? They don't even need a keyboard. You only have to press 3 clicks anyway. Sometimes a Holy Light, sometimes a Siphon, and that's it. So you'll do fine, Soul, and now you two will do fine in the cast as well as the game continues.
All right, he cleaned it up. Hopefully he's not getting any sticky keys literally in real life. That would be unfortunate. It seemed like a little bit of a rush job, but we'll see. The question we were asking before the pause happened is, what will the hero be? And it will be Warden again, Saul. Okay.
I guess you are not going to change the winning strategy. Warden is an exciting hero, and for now, as we can see, as we saw, Smurf did not play a second hero. He did not play Panda. On Twisted Meadow's big map, sometimes you want to add a second hero for this mass AoE ability, but in this series, solo Warden worked pretty well. And yes, what biko did wrong in game number 2 was definitely Smurf got so many last hits. So maybe in this time, biko should just expand. Maybe she should just risk it. We'll see about that. Or to do the tower rush. So far, I don't see a second crypt.
Yeah, I do think expansion, going for the tier 1 Nerubian rush is very cheesy, maybe not completely viable if there's a lot of details worked out on the Night Elf side of things, but I think Fast Expo is very solid against Warden. It's the Warden has the worst tools other than the Potom, I suppose, to deal with an expansion on her own, so could be a cool idea, but for now biko goes towards the standard creep camps, and he'll start things off like he did in the last 2 games.
Okay, but we see a little bit difference here, and then game number 2. Oh, unfortunate ensnare, the Wisp goes down without detonation. Sloppy micro by Mr. Smurf, he's crossing the map, but definitely Undead has some additional experience because of this Wisp kill, and there is no detonation scare. And now we need to be careful. Every last hit is important. In game number 1, biko had a bad start and it snowballed quickly. Warden with the fun of nice first. Ooh, that's very different.
Yeah, but he actually didn't get the last hit there. It did go to biko at the end of the day, so a lot of mana being invested. The first good early game finally for biko so far. It's only been 1 creep camp, another Fan of Knives. That's it for the mana of the Warden. And biko does have that Ritual Dagger, so we'll easily be able to heal up. Wouldn't mind seeing him use 1 charge of that right now, just to top up a couple of those ghouls.
Yes, very good point. It takes a long time to heal from this item, but for some reason Mr. biko doesn't want to do so. And look at this, there is Sacrificial Skull on him. He's not tagging.
Oh yeah.
It looks like aggression, and we have not enough lumber for tag yet, but he's not committing. So maybe he's pretending to tower rush. Let's see.
Yeah, he could tech behind this, of course. That's always been the strength of the aggressive Nerubian rush, is the fact that you can just cancel it and tech, and you're still in a fine position. Hunter's Hall and tier 1 still for Smurf. He's respecting the possibility, and it is no longer a possibility. It's a reality. A couple of ghouls go down, but archers are being traded out. I think biko did this because he saw Fan of Knives. He was like, you're going to go that skill on level 1 versus me? I'm tower rushing you.
And for the viewers, this tower rush, even though it sounds dangerous, remember that we were going to see Nerubian towers, not the spirit towers. And what is funny about this, it can take a long time until one of the players will have the upper hand. So every trade is important. Every single trade is important. Smurf, what is he doing? He already has double Ancient of War. He's already pumping hands. Remember that the now Nerubian towers, they have piercing damage. It's a little bit better versus hands and a little bit worse versus archers than it used to be. So yes, let's see how it's going to develop. The good news is the towers already, the Ziggurats already, we have Blight on the ground, so this additional region is here, but yes, army is very small for the Undead, but he's investing into the towers, so he doesn't care that much. 2 Nerubian towers on the way. The game is very open.
Yeah, this would be a good position now for biko to just tech behind this. Because Smurf has already invested enough into this. He's got 2 Ancient of Wars, he's got the Hunter's Hall, he's got 5 Moonwells, he's going Huntresses, like you mentioned. So like this would be a perfect situation for biko just to say, all right, I'm going to tech now. I'm going to go into Gargs or something of the sort, or maybe go into like a quick Naga and then re-push at tier 2, stuff like that. But I don't think, with the way this is laid out right now, this push is going to be game-winning for biko.
Oh, biko has Graveyard on the way. He's not accumulating any lumber. Maybe now, of course, we can sell the towers if necessary, but as you mentioned, he is committing into it. But Smurf is in a full panic mode. He's tier 1, he's making mass Moonwells. And yes, I'm very curious to see what is going to happen.
Oh, nice deny on that ghoul, keeping the Warden as far away from level 3 as possible. 2 Moonwells get up towards the north of the base, and there is a shop as well for, I suppose, a Moonstone, maybe a Clarity. But Moonwells are starting to be...
Yeah, you're right, Mr. Carson. Tier 2, look at this. biko is giving up, and at some point he'll just unsummon his Ziggurats.
Yeah. Very, very important. And, you know, what biko should do is it's like playing poker. He should try to fake as though he's continuing this all in for as long as possible, because the longer he shows aggression here, the longer Smurf will stay on tier 1 himself. But no, the DK! Can he fight his way out? That'd be super unfortunate. He just has to show presence. He doesn't have to overcommit. Oh, and he manages to get away. This is very good for biko, because Smurf's still tier 1.
And the problem is that Smurf is investing even into the glaive thrower. Huntress are bad in the late game, but glaive throwers are terrible. And yes, biko is escaping. He will have enough HP. He's already making fiends, so this bluff, the poker play, actually worked. Look at this. We are going to have fiends versus hands, and it's the new, not a new patch yet, so those hands are not going to improve into heavy armor. Those hands are going to be a liability.
Yeah, what biko could now do is, this is the chic way of doing things, is to just push again at tier 2. To go tier 2 to get like mana potion, health potion, grab a Naga, and re-go with fiends and a secondary hero with Nerubians yet again, because the army of Smurf was good against ghouls, it was good against the solo DK, but, you know, are really glaive throwers and Hunt's going to be good against the Naga second and fiends? I don't think so.
So definitely everything for Smurf was going fine before 2 glaive throwers, right? He did not overmake Hunts. And the question is, what is he going to do? Is he going to cross them up? And remember, glaive throwers, even though they were buffed a little bit, their movement speed, they are kinda slow. So if biko finds them, as you mentioned, on tier 2, he can get a lot of experience for them. And he actually even bought Ice Troll Berserker on the bottom left, because he's creeping the Mercamp now. So maybe tier 2 aggression is his head.
He's got also Claws +8 and Claws +5, and he's 1 creep camp away from level 3 DK. I think all biko's missing is some potions. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be grabbing the Naga. There it is. And will he go again, or will he go tier 3? He's going to creep the shop. If biko gets greater mana, I think he can push for the W here. It's no tier 2 currently, and daytime just hit. What you see is what you get for the Moonwells.
Is very true. Let's check the item. Item is a big mana, Mr. Carson. You are bringing luck to Mr. biko. Ancient of War for Smurf is helping to creep. That's important. He's going for the burrow ability, and he sold the big mana potion. Carson, explain.
I don't know, dude. I don't know, but he's pulling the ghouls. He's got a strong army. Scroll the Beast being used. Focus Fire has to go on the Warden, because if not, all the ghouls are going to go down. There's the aggressive coil, but he's out of mana. He sold the greater mana.
He exchanged it for some other items, and hands are slowly dying. Naga is on level 2. That's important. The glaive throwers are actually dying to the creeps a little bit. Supply is even. There is still some blight left overs, which is funny. But yes, Smurf has a lot of Moonwells. This is going to help him. But can we keep this Warden in check? Beautiful Fan of Knives, and yes, he'll have enough mana for another charge. But later, the Moonwells are going to be dry. One of the glaive throwers goes down. Scroll of the Beast is slowly wearing off. And yes, there is no tier 3 for the Undead. Undead wants to fight now. Look at the Warden. Warden has mana potion, healing potion, but it's kinda in danger. Mr. Smurf, don't wait too long. Okay, Warden is back in a good shape, and now Warden strikes back.
Yeah, this is a little bit weird for biko. The selling of the potion, and he's going Unholy Aura level 2 instead of Coil level 2. This is like sometimes being different just for the sake of being different, and it's not necessarily a good thing. Like, you know, he's wearing a Misfits t-shirt, but he's afraid of skeletons, and he doesn't like Halloween. You know, it's just not a good look for biko. He could have won the game if he just played normal. Just go Coil level 2, don't sell the greater mana, but now it's all a disaster.
Yeah, Warden level 5, I think, is going to be the final nail to the coffin. We have Invul on the Naga. He's still trying. Death Knight was centimeters away of being killed by the Shadow Strike. Warden is going to the bad location again. The bluff from Kukaracha works from Mr. biko, but Smurf is chasing. It's tier 2 versus tier 2, but the problem is that we add the levels of undead heroes. We get the Night Elf hero level. Level 5 is amazing versus heroes level 3 too, especially if they are in very, very low HP.
Okay, heroes just barely make it away, but the Warden, such high level. And the lures are now in full production. Tier 3, albeit late, is going to be finished in a couple of minutes now for Smurf. Biko continues to go forward. And it's still daytime for a little while longer. I mean, he doesn't have a ton of healing on the Warden right now, but, I mean, wouldn't it be nice to be able to have level 2 coil thrown on that Warden?
And there is no Demon Hunter. Without Demon Hunter, yes, you can respect your mana, and yes, Biko wants to pressure. He's not pulling back, but look at this.
Whoa.
He came to the Nidaelf base. Naga survives, but barely. What about the Warden? Warden is pulling back, but we have access to the Ancient of Wonders. Unlimited healing potions, basically. Another thing's down, and look at this. There was invul on the Naga, but the duration of Shadow Strike is so long that Naga died later, after the invul. And without Naga, what we can even do in this game, we can just say GG. Let's congratulate Mr. Smurf. He advances.
Clean
Well played.
3-0, man. Against the feared tower push. It's not getting faked out. A Warden show from start to finish. He is one of Europe's best Warden players, and he showed today.
Impressive. I'm very impressed by Smurf. Playing his own style, playing his own way, and facing 3 different types of adversity and overcoming all 3 of them, showing he's got it worked out. He knows what to do with the Warden against the Undead, and couldn't be more impressed. Dare I say, I've never been more impressed with Smurf than I just have been in the past couple of days, even.
Yeah, I hate
Okay,
to.
do you think that Mr. KraV is finishing his final notes? Because yes, KraV is an undead, Biko is an undead, and they are going to play versus the same opponent, right? So I wonder if Mr. Smurf has something in preparation, and maybe we can ask him in this interview, because he said that he's up to for the interview. Amazing play, and yes, I wonder what KraV is going to do. And Carson mentioned Chic, that she can do some nice tower rushes, and definitely KraV is also in the tower rushing team.
100%. Before I give it up to you and the interview, I want to say again, Nabu has decided, or Smurf has decided to donate all his prize money, which is now $150 to this fundraiser here. A 2-year-old kid is fighting neuroblastoma, very rare and very, very bad disease, and that can only be treated in the US. So the support helps a lot. It is a kid from the member of the Polish community, or our Warcraft community. 969 people have supported already, plus Nabu with the prize money. Love to see it. If you want to contribute as well, here is the link, everybody. Super nice people behind this, super grateful people behind it. Every dollar helps, and it's a great cause by Nabu, by Smurf, to help out in that regard. And now we want to hear from the man. All right. There he is. Clean and
Yo.
easy 3-0.
Yo, I don't know, that wasn't easy at all. I think it was inch close from losing the first game, for example. But yeah, it was. The other games, yeah, what I said yesterday, Biko is gonna like dive into my main, and he repeated that. So, yeah, I managed to win somehow.
Yeah, strong execution, strong micro, like good last hits. You look like you are in a good shape.
Yeah, but it looks super good. But to be honest, it's all about how much Undead fucks up a little bit. Because he has so many units, I shouldn't be getting those kills. He deals more damage with coil. He has more damage because he has 7 units around the creep. So if I get it, it's cool, but it shouldn't happen. It doesn't happen usually. He was lucky.
Carson?
My turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do you always play Warden? Are you like, have you experimented a lot with Demon Hunter and Keeper, and then you sort of arrived at playing Warden against Undead? Or like, how did you get to this style? Because it's very unique for especially like European Night Elf players to play Warden consistently. How'd you end up with playing Warden so much?
I started playing Warden when I kept getting farmed by people like Ido who go Gargs every game, and I couldn't beat this. So I just figured out I'm gonna learn Warden, and I'm gonna play only Warden versus Garg players, and it works. I always beat them. So I just auto-blind pick. Like, if I know my opponent it's not like necessarily super standard-oriented player, like let's say who's from Europe, like X-Lord, for example. If I would play versus X-Lord, I would never pick Warden. Because because they play super strong standard style and they can kill you with tier 3 push. But if I'm playing against someone who I know he can do some mistakes on the way, Warden looks Imba, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Would you define KraV as a player more in the X-Lord category or more in the biko category?
Oh
if
my
you had
goodness,
to-
yeah. I don't know. I think I'm gonna get 3-0, but let's see. Yeah, well, the problem with KraV is he plays all kind of shit, you know, and he always expands, and it's super hard to play against good expansion players when they are good under expansion players. But I'll try my best, I guess.
Yeah,
I have
Warden is.
some,
Go
I have
ahead.
some tricks, you know,
Yeah.
up my sleeve.
Would you say that Warden is the hardest Night Elf here to expand with, to deal with an expansion with, like worse than Demon Hunter?
No, I think, I mean, technically the best hero is Keeper. Obviously, it's the best hero, but
Yeah.
I don't know if it would work versus KraV. Maybe I should try it. Actually, yeah, you gave me a nice idea. Yeah, let's try it.
We'll see. We'll see. Neo or Saul, you guys got any other questions?
Yeah, of course. We have to know what the state of the keyboard is after your disaster at the beginning of
True.
Game 3.
Oh, thank God! It's like I don't eat sugar at all, so it was Coke Zero, so it's not like sticky. Because if that was like Coke with sugar, I don't think I will be able to continue actually, because you are not like it will be impossible to press my keys.
So you're telling me you have no sticky keys right now?
Yes, pretty much.
Okay.
I don't drink sugar.
I'm not sure if I
Yeah,
can believe
I know what you're thinking about. Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do.
Yeah, but can we dive a little bit deeper into this whole disaster? Was the Coca-Cola in the glass or in the bottle or in the can? And what kind of the movement you did to turn it upside down?
Well, I'm drinking from the bottle. I have like 2-liter bottle. So sometimes, you know, I'm just taking a sip and yeah, well, it went all over the keyboard by accident. So that's how it happened.
There was no time to put the caps on because of the game.
No, the cap is the worst thing you can do because you put it next to your mouse, and then when you move your hand or something, you can like get stuck on it or something, and you are not able to like move it properly. It's horrible. I never do that. This is like the proper gaming setup. Nothing on your table. Everything is under the table. Like the bottle, I don't know, trash can. Like I have a bag here too. There's no space at all. But on the table, it has to be clean, 100%.
I got
You know?
so much stuff on my table, dude. I got a mug. I got a phone. I got a Nintendo Switch. I got a hairbrush. I got.
That's why you can't rise your MMR. That's why you can't rise your MMR.
I'm learning things from you. You're learning tons. Okay, I'm gonna clean off my desk, and we go straight to 2,500
Yes,
MMR.
you don't have to
today.
clean up. Just put everything under the desk. You will be fine.
All
And
right,
then
gotcha,
you will
gotcha.
see instant 100 MMR. It will be.
Okay, deal.
So
Gotcha.
we have a comment from chat from a guy called Kevin W3C. He says, yesterday you said there's also lots of tissues, Nabu.
No, I don't do that. I think you mistake me for someone else from the qualifier. I'm not gonna say who. You guys have to guess, and then you say in the chat.
But what do you do if you sneeze?
You know, like you can just do the gamer move and wipe with your T-shirt, and then you put the T-shirt to the laundry. You know, it's fine. You can do that.
And we're learning
Thank you
so
for
much
this
here.
advice. I will use it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Mr.
We're all
Smurf.
learning something.
Good luck in the finals.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye bye.
Yeah, he's
good.
he's a character.
The best interview so far. I am doing vetoes with the players, by the way, just so we're all on the same page here.
Wonderful, wonderful. Then maybe we can inform people that finally the profile pictures have arrived and people are buying them fresh off the shelves. Thank you. Street value of this mountain for the panda profile picture. Blightmac, Rusty, Thoms, Moose, Kenny G, Comrade, BH, Panda, Stefan, and so many more. All of these profile pictures, $5, and they go directly to the prize pool. 6,080.
Guys, I didn't see Remo for ages.
And
Is he on holiday?
that doesn't fit right now. Paladin, Firelord, Rifleman, Panda, and for all the haters of the Pally rifle, we see a dead Rifleman right here. You can purchase these for $5 a piece. We have one game left, everybody, in the W3 Champions closed qualifier. KraV versus Nabu is going to decide who joins us next weekend. After the final, we're going to draw the bracket live on stream, everybody. The seeding is already done, regardless of who comes out on top. And yes, exclamation mark W3C Finals leads you to the Matcherino, where you can chip in.
Yes, definitely. I'm very hyped to see the tournament back. And remember, guys, that this week is just an opening week. Next week, we have the high MMR, high caliber players. So as we can see, players here are fighting very hard to get this one ticket to the Grandmaster, to the main tournament. We have amazing players there, very active players. And yes, this is basically the best players that Warcraft 3 Champions has to offer. So I'm definitely very hyped for that. And yes, myself, I would like to say thank you to the entire community, of course, to the top donators as well for making it possible, and for you, Mr. Neo, for organizing this so well.
Mr. Aitman, what did I do this time? It was all the intern job. I picked you up on day one and you did all the work, and I'm just leaning back and gather the funds and put on the broadcast, I guess. But without you, Sol, none of this would be possible.
That's a very good salesmanship, Mr. Neo. But yes, thank you for the compliment. Yes, people usually in the Twitch chat tell me, so learn how to take the compliment. So thank you.
Yeah, very, very good. Very good. At some point, you will start to believe it yourself. We are doing the vetoes with the players. Those are a little more complicated than usual because usually it's all ban, pick. And this time they have to first do the bans, then do the picks, then some bans again. And that is overwhelming a surprising amount of Warcraft players. We started this pick and ban system in the German league and Leon didn't get it. And now we bring it to the War 3 Champions finals and all the players don't get it either. Just, changing a rhythm is very complicated for all Warcraft players.
Yes, I'm afraid myself to check. Do I understand the rules of this map veto? Because maybe it's like this IQ test. I'm not making them because I don't want to disappoint myself.
Yeah, the thinking behind it is, of course, we want more variety. And if you ban the entire time, then we come down with the vanilla maps that is always Northern Isles and Last Refuge and Tide Hunters. But I want to see a Boulder Vale. I want to see a Secret Valley. I want, as you always said, exotic content, whether that's exotic strategies that you love or exotic maps like Lemes has graced us with the Boulder Vale. That's the reason behind it. And yeah, Lemes, I know. I mean, you're a professor, Lemes. You have a high IQ. You understand it easy. But I would say 50% of the players are having issues with the pick and ban system.
Yes, if I can comment about the map pool, what is different between BNet and Warcraft 3 Champions? In Warcraft 3 Champions, there is constant map rotation. It's not very aggressive. So yes, your beloved maps are probably going to stay, but yes, 1, 2, 3 maps maybe will disappear and will going to be replaced by the new one or like the maps from the past. And on BNet, if you have the BNet map pool updates maybe once per year, and let me tell you, usually it doesn't work. I do remember when we used to play 1v1 on 4v4 maps. And it was like not that long ago because yes, something didn't work in the BNet algorithm. But yes, on Warcraft 3 Champions, of course, there's a lot of new maps. In the past, I was a little bit afraid of the new maps because, it was something new to learn. But now I learned to enjoy them. And basically, I'm looking for the new maps with a lot of interest. What players are creeping there? Maybe some cool items, maybe some cool new monsters, maybe some cool new mercs, or maybe even in boats. That yes, Warhail has maps with boats, and we have seen boats used on professional level. I have seen Mr. Happy using a swimming Murloc on Warhail to scout the expansion on the island.
Yeah, and sometimes we can introduce maps that has a gold mine where there's no creeps, like Springtime. We can use old maps and bring them up to speed, like Secret Valley, Melting Valley, Autumn Leaves, Echo Isles, Twisted, Lost Temple before. And that is, of course, also due to the wonderful, wonderful map makers that don't get enough praise. Everybody sees a new map that, this is trash. And then a couple of months later, it's like, I love this map. I kind of underestimated that before. The Discord of the map makers is super active, super collegial, and we need more maps, man. I couldn't stand to see Last Refuge for 10 more years. This has been with us for way too long. But it's then also nice to see the retro maps coming back. So map makers, OP, War 3 Champions, OP, and anyone else? Oh, Mr. Long Jacket. Mr. Long Jacket is also OP. This has nothing to do with maps, but I wanted to show this homepage on Friday, and because there was an outage on War 3 Champions, I couldn't. Mr. Long Jacket is provided. Now, let me make sure that this is working now. Yes, it is. Okay, Mr. Long Jacket has provided us with the homepage WC3.no, and it should be a haven for all the Warcraft fans in the world. And if you're laddering on W3 Champions, you can track your record and set yourself goals. For example, I now type in my account, Neo2529. And yeah, I didn't play because War 3 Champions Finals always take some time, but I can set myself a goal. I have time. I'm a busy man. For 3-ladder games, my goal is, let's say, 1600. And then it should give me a goal because I didn't play this week. But usually it shows a graph and tells you, okay, if you play this over this and this amount of time, it should be fine. On this homepage, you can also check creep routes. It's one of the hardest things to learn in the game because there's a lot of maps, and for every matchup that is different and for every goal that is different. But if you have a goal, check it out. Here, I think this was done by Mr. Razor from the Netherlands. So shout out for bringing that here. There is a big encyclopedia of build orders where you can also contribute, by the way. If you have a build order that nobody is playing or that you like to play, create them and share them with the community. Or if you're a new player, look for a build order that you can copy and implement. And if you're like Soul and I, and you're interested in the Grubby Streamer Invitational that's coming in 2 weeks, they track that as well. Mr. Sing Sing, super impressive with 1600 MMR. Our viewer Tommy K, also very impressive. So Warcraft 3.no keeps on improving. It's a great webpage. And Mr. Long Jacket, you're awesome.
Yes, the website is awesome, and as you mentioned, there is so many different features there, so you can track your progress, you can check the build orders, you can check the creep roads. But yes, today I have an admission to make. I was watching Grubby's stream. Grubby had the Long Jacket website open. I was watching Mr. Sing Sing stream. He had the Long Jacket website open, not to check the creep roads, just to check all of those links to the Grubby tournament. Basically, you can check their Warcraft champions immediately. They can check their Twitch. They can check the Liquipedia of the tournament. So yes, I hope that Mr. Long Jacket will put even more features. But as it is, the website is amazing and is still being developed by a very skillful programmer from Norway.
Yeah. It's worth noting that next weekend we have more War 3 Champions, and then the weekend after that, it's not a free weekend. Oh no, it'll be Grubby's tournament, so it'll be action packed at least the next 2 weekends, and I'm sure the weekend after that there's something as well. But yeah, definitely clear up your schedules.
The weekend after that is the 21,000 DWCC tournament.
Jesus, so it definitely clear. Okay, just the whole month clear, everybody.
Yep. There's no rest for the week for the weekend. No rest for the wicked in the Warcraft scene. We're gonna be here for a very, very long time, and we got more support. I see. What was that? Wasn't there an update to the prize pool? Did I? Oh, we made the 6,100. Let's see what we got. Pishna with the 2 purchased profile pictures. Ves. Mr. Ves, greatest assistant, and IRK Superman. Thank you guys for the support as we get closer and closer to the grand final of today with KraV and Nabu.
Oh yeah, very exciting, very exciting. Nabu said easy 3-0, but I think he's being a little bit modest with how he played. Looked pretty solid. We'll see if KraV was watching those games. I wonder if he, instead of watching, just took a break, took a breather. Sometimes, you need to step away from the computer to play your best Warcraft. You can't just be sitting there watching. So who knows? Maybe he isn't fully aware of what Narbu is going to do, of what Smurf is going to do. Maybe KraV is taking a little bit for granted that he has the MMR advantage. Can he be caught off guard by the Warden? Or will Smurf switch things up, knowing that KraV is maybe going to be an Expo player? I wonder. There's a lot of questions that have yet to be answered about this match.
Yes, definitely. Biko tried those one-bay plays, and he did not go for real tier 1 aggression. So yes, KraV definitely was preparing for Lemes, and I think, yes, that he's an experienced gamer, so he can sit for a long time in front of his computers. I'm really excited to see what he prepared. Maybe, he asked some other undead, hey guys, what do you do versus undead? Because, yes, this flow of ideas is also very cool in like streaming world, in like in Warcraft 3 community, that like players are cooperating with each other to share the ideas.
Does that happen for undead? I'm not sure.
Well,
KraV
the
said
leader.
that Starbuck helped him. He said that Starbuck sent him some replays. Not necessarily an undead helping an undead, though. What was that, Saul?
Yeah, with undeads, the problem is that their leader doesn't like to talk too much, so maybe that's an issue that, they follow their leader, so they want to be like happy.
Everybody wants to be like happy. It was so funny that you said this in the KraV game, and then we have him in the winner interview, and he said, yeah, I just watched some happy games. Like, perfect.
There's a reason he's the best. I mean, a lot of people, I think for a long time, people incorrectly said about Happy, like, oh, it's just micro. But really, if you break down Happy's games and ignore the mechanical advantage that he has over everybody, you can really see that he's like super genius when it comes to strategy as well. Like all of his map movement is perfect. The amount of units he gets when he gets them. The reading of the game, the scouting of the game as well, so he doesn't have to blind counter things. Like Happy really is. You can learn a lot from him, and I think undead players take it for granted how much they can study Happy and learn from him. And KraV did not take that for advantage today. He learned a lot, and he played exactly like Happy. Like I said, you put a cover over the names of the two players, you could be like, yeah, this could be Happy playing.
For sure. So KraV is taking a minute, as we said. Nabu is already in the lobby. That gives us some time to check the main tournament for next week already. It's going to be 3 days. It's going to be double elimination instead of single elimination. For the human, unfortunately, guys, no Pally Rifle representative. Mr. Death Note not playing Pally Rifle. Mr. Hawk is he tried, but then realized he's better with an Archmage, and Mr. Leon is, of course, also an honorable man that would never touch the Pally Rifle or Blood Mage, except for his Night Elf, I guess. Cash and TS Yogg, representative for the Orcs, that I'm really curious about. I would have loved to see Knopf or a Francis or a Fra in that mix as well, but Cash and TS Yogg. Are you satisfied with that representation, Carson?
Yeah, I think Cash is a fantastic player. I've been watching his stream recently too. He's really good, and he's one of those players that can play random at a very high level as well. So he takes from the other races and he adds it to his knowledge of Orc, and he's really good. And TS Yogg, of course, it's no secret I'm a big fan of his play, so it's great.
I would love to tell you about the undead representatives, but unfortunately there are none. We will see if KraV is the one representing the Scourge, but for the Night Elves, Jens and Sonic are truly two of the most entertaining players we have on the server.
Yes, definitely true. I met Mr. Jens in person. He likes to play Keeper. He knows how to play Keeper. He plays Keeper even in Night Elf Mirror, but of course not always, so he can mix things up. As an experienced 4v4 player, he mastered the ability to expand and protect his expand. Even if two players are attacking him, he has this perfect ability to surround his expansion, like Engine of War, have some hidden wits, maybe even make a Moonwell in front, and definitely he's using this skill in 1v1. And you may say, so is Jens really a Warden player? Maybe in 1v1 not, but he played so many 4v4 games with Warden and, Fan of Knives, Panda Second, Breath of Fire. So basically, if you ask me for this universal Night Elf that can play everything, it's definitely Mr. Jens. And we all know Sonic Iron, Sonic only Iron, go mode. So yes, the Night Elves are very, very interesting in this tournament.
Saul, are you aware of Sonic's nickname that we give him on this stream on occasion?
Well, I know about Iron Sonic because of Iron Door, but do we have another one?
We like to call Sonic the the bad boy of Warcraft 3. So when we cast him on this stream, we gotta call him the bad boy. All right, Saul.
Understood, Mr. Boss.
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That didn't sound very convinced, I gotta say. But of course, Soul is too nice. And
no, but Sonic is so nice. Why a bad boy? Why give him I saw his outfit once in this DreamHack tournament when he was wearing some chain,
Yeah,
as his
exactly, yeah.
necklace, but yes, I would
It's like
trust.
bad boy, like leather jacket riding a motorcycle, listening to Slayer sort of thing. It's bad boy like that, not bad boy like the mean guy. You know what I mean?
Okay, so yes, very cool guy. Understood. Now I'm convinced.
All right, we got the players ready, everybody. We got the game running. It is KraV for the Phantom Aces versus Smurf from UMAD Gaming, if that plan still exists. I don't know. If not, representing the gym community, he'll love to hear that. And we go into map 1. I'll adjust the player cameras and stuff, and someone is casting with me, I guess.
Okay, where is the altar? I don't see the altar.
Again,
For the
Mr.
Nidelf.
Eggman. Jumping straight into the game. Yeah, that is right. Mr. Smurf is, I think, a big fan of a panda.
Okay, so he's changing his strategy 100%. No warden, not even the standard demon hunter, but this time we are going to get. And am I lagging?
Yes,
Oh no.
you are. Bebs.
Okay, should I quit now?
Should be fine. If you lag again, then we remove you, but it's alright.
Mr. Carson, that's a bad karma for cutting you from the cast. Sorry.
It's okay, I forgive you.
Okay, so let's hope it's not going to continue. Sometimes, it's Sunday, so sometimes internet is over, working. But yes, if it's continue, guys, I will just hit Alt F4. I'm not going to annoy the players. And yes, is it going to be Panda? We think so. Smurf was able to show his Panda skills very, very often. The idea is kinda complex. You creep level 3, that's for sure. Maybe then you start laming. What do you think about Panda, Mr. Neo?
I think a panda is very hot in the right hands. It could also be another hot hero with the Fire Lord. We'll see what he's picking. The countdown is running. This is the grand final. The winner of 3 maps is qualifying for the main event. Of course, nobody leaves empty-handed here, but this is a weird situation where the second place of a tournament is winning more than the first place, because the first place winner is getting additional money in the main event, so it looks a little wonky on Liquipedia, but I digress, and I'm waiting for the Tavern Hero. KraV on the other side, classic ghoul build order so far. For him, I think it's just a question of expansion or not.
Yes, exactly. Tavern is going to open in exactly 8 seconds from now, and Archer is going to provide the control of the tavern, and KraV with expansion. Okay, Smurf knows, he saw with 1 wisp there's going to be expansion. It's a Fire Lord. And Fire Lord is trending recently in the Nidelf community. It's a little bit like a Pally rifle among us humans, that Nidelfs, they like to play Fire Lord so much in Nidelf Mirror, but also versus Undead. And this map is very interesting for the Fire Lord because it's very dense. And as I mentioned yesterday, the thing I like to count the lava spawns, because they can multiply quickly, and the record that I have seen in this tournament was 7 lava spawns at the same time.
That's a lot of them.
It's not expansion.
Yeah, is it a tower push then? He got the skull, he's trying to hard counter the Fire Lord, but if you tower push against the summoner, that is always a little tricky because of free units, especially when, as you say, they multiply. I love the Fire Lord for other reasons. I love the Incinerate. It's a wonderful orb. The more often you attack, the more damage it does. And if you kill a unit with it, it explodes. And especially against a bunch of ghouls, that can be very helpful down the road.
Yes, it's not going to be tower rush. The tech is going up for the undead. But yes, very good point, Mr. Neo, that indeed Fire Lord is like hot. You can't really touch him, especially with ghouls and Death Knight. Even Mr. KraV agrees. He wants to stop the lava spawns from multiplying with the coil. The trades are okay for both players. But yes, KraV is stacking, Smurf is not expanding, Smurf is stacking as well. So we are going to go to the mid game.
There we go. If you're not too educated in Warcraft, you could think, oh, just coil the Fire Lord again, but it would have taken 3 coils, and then you have no mana, and then it doesn't look too great for you. But KraV is satisfied, goes to the gold mine. Smurf also happy that he's not facing any additional pressure, creeps a little bit, keeps track of his opponent. Oh, that Archer, risky life. But that's
Yeah, but the item got stolen from Mr. Smurf expansion. That's a problem if items close to your base are disappearing. And the Archer, one more hit, Archer will survive. Barely. No level 2. No level 2. Look at the experience, Mr. Neo. This Death Knight is so close to unlock this beautiful, sweet, sweet aura. And as long as Mr. Smurf can stop the undead from this, it's going to be good. But now he gets level 2. And now entire undead army is moving much faster.
And of course a little bit of HP, but Incinerate is coming in. DK very, very hurt. Archer's falling, but we'll be trading it for a ghoul as well. That's the Incinerate explosion that I mentioned before. And KraV can't stay here too long anymore.
Yes, Smurf looks a little bit scared. He's making the shop already because he's anticipating some more aggression. Of course, shop will be handy later, but yes, he lost some wisp. Definitely, if he wants to go tier 3, it will take additional time because he needs to remake some wisps on tier 2. KraV is running in circles. He doesn't have a TP. Is this Death Knight dead?
Oh, careful here. The Incinerate buff is so good. Close.
6 HP.
Oh my god, but there's no boots or any crowd control, so the DK is actually surviving. Huge move by KraV to stay alive.
And huge move by Mr. Smurf. He wants to take a risk. As we can see, he's planting expansion as we speak. He understands the Death Knight is low HP. The Death Knight needs to go back. KraV is going tier 3, and yes, KraV is going to prepare his Ghoul Frenzy timing. I presume with tier 3, we are not expecting any Gargs. It's just going to be aggression, but yes, it will a long way before Ghoul Frenzy timing. Look at this Death Knight, Mr. Neo. He's healing, but it's also like not that much HP on him. And Fire Lord, as you mentioned, bought boots, and now it's getting even more and more dangerous.
Okay, we have a no coil at the moment, so nothing to fear for Smurf if he accelerates here a little bit. Scouts everywhere. Polar Bear goes down. More and more lava spawns are splitting. KraV aiming straight for the gold mine. Again, very happy-esque.
Exactly. Expansion of Night Elves are easy to cancel. You know, human can power build the expansion, but not Night Elf, not any other race. So KraV just went there. He got the cancellation Panda second for Smurf, but KraV can just go back. And Smurf is not going tier 3 yet. Smurf is making so many wisps. And look, Mr. Neo, there is only one Ancient of Law ready because Smurf invested into the expansion. But maybe the creeping will help him. But I see that already Mr. Smurf is struggling a little bit in game number 1. In the previous series, he was moving his Ancient of War so quickly. Now his Ancient of War is AFK. But ladies and gentlemen, important fight here. Death Knight is trying to harass a little bit. The Fire Lord is getting surrounded, maybe. Very close fight, and Lich is here. It's going to be a slaughter.
Panda is dead with the first Nova. Sweet surround by KraV, dictating the late stages of the early game as well as the early stages of the mid game. Smurf down to a Fire Lord who can be crazy good, but not like this, not on these levels, not when KraV is shutting him down every step of the way. Nice to play with Incinerate here, but there's nothing on the battlefield for the Night Elf.
Yes, and Undead is getting operational. Tier 3 is ready as we speak. So we are going to see Ghoul Frenzy, Destroyer form to even have better help versus Lava Spawns. And yes, with poor Dryads, with just Dryads, we can't defend this as Night Elf. So Mr. Smurf needs to think about some kind of the plan. He has run Bracers on the Panda. That's a great item in the late game to stoke all of those Coil Novas. But are we going to see late game in this game? Because I think after early game like that, KraV is just going to be aggressive.
And why not? He got a solid bunch of ghouls, he got the frenzy up, he gets the orb soon, I imagine. He is a little bit strapped for cash right now, which is to a degree surprising, but with the 2 upgrades queued, should be fine. What's the lifeline for Smurf is the question. Mercs, items, creeping, Drunken Haze, Drunken Brawler, anything that can help him, because an expansion won't be the case, and there's also no tier 3.
Maybe Mass Dryads, maybe KraV is not going to make enough fiends. As we can see, he's not producing any, and actually as a caster, I'm a victim to a caster curse. Of course, when I said that he's going to do 1 base aggression, he's trying to expand right now, I think. So it means that he wants to take it slow. And look at in the middle what is happening, Mr. Neo. There is expansion as well for Smurf, so yes, he wants to risk it.
Yeah, this will be very unexpected. You gotta be lucky that this is not scouted. And look at this. Not lucky at all. Instant punish. Might buy a couple of seconds, but the next creep spot is ready for KraV as well with a level 2.5 Lich rising. It is pulling KraV into the middle, and that gave Smurf the time for level 3. Kodo Aura for more damage on everything. It's kinda nice. 4 lava spawns, more creeping. And then a push towards the expansion might actually do something here.
Yes, maybe KraV is giving time to Smurf by actually investing into expansion, not the sharp timing. I kinda like the expansion idea. Let's see if KraV is going to commit to it. I think he will, but again, we have only one Fiend versus many Dryads, and how are we going to control the Dryads without Fiends? We can't coil them, we can't Nova them. Of course, Lich auto attacks are strong, but we need Fiends. And Mr. KraV has only one, and he's making actually mid-wagon. He's like, Soul, this is how I deal with the Dryads. I go for mid-wagon. Siege damage type is amazing versus unarmored units. And later he can, of course, go for Disease Cloud as well.
Let's see how good the Dryad micro is. Panda can always do quite a bit against meat wagons, and Dryads can dance around the shots if you have that micro and the presence of mind. Left-hand side is completely empty now. I really love the movement on the map. We oftentimes talk about hero choices, expansion timings, tech timings, etc. But what's KraV supposed to do? The left-hand side is empty. Middle towards him is empty as well. And Smurf just went straight across the map. No, hey, you don't have any items, bro. Where's your red spot? It's still there. Okay, gimme.
Yeah, the item from the red is Helm of Valor. Not the best item, but of course it's better to take the item that give it to the undead. The Creepjack is painful, but not game-ending. Some dead archers and Night Elf is pulling back, but KraV is actually expanding on the bottom left, and Smurf is trying to counter-expand. Who knows? Maybe this game is actually going to be quite long. And yes, we have the Disease Cloud with a beautiful upgrade. This mid-wagon is an MVP, but can KraV control it to get full value?
Yeah, very impressed with Smurf survivability so far. I disagree for once, by the way, Soul. It's pretty much amazing for the Fire Lord, the Helm of Valor. As he is an agility hero, he gets more damage, and against Undead Nuke, having more HP is not too shabby either. It's of course not the Brilliance aura or a movement speed aura, but it should still be fine, especially paired with the claws. But KraV again shutting down that expansion second time.
Okay, that's a fair point. And yes, now we are getting into StarCraft 2 mode, because there is almost nothing left to creep on the map. One player is planting the expansion. Usually it means that Smurf, the player without expansion, needs to be aggressive. He's staying on tier 2. There is nothing else. And Mr. Neo, what is your reaction when I will tell you that this mask is on the Panda, not on the Fire?
Yeah, it's a bit like Direct Strike, you know? You have faith in the Drunken Brawler ability. Sapper's coming. So you have a critical strike on the Panda, and that gets amplified with strength. So yeah, I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. This Sapper, though, is very important. Night Elves hate the Narrow Tower. That Narrow Tower is gone. We have a TP. He could commit to the Haunted Goldmine, but no, he wants to fight. Breath of Fire, no Drunken Haze. Firelord safe to the side, so he can't be nuked that easy. But Smurf has to do something about this Necro Wagon.
Yes, Smurf has supply advantage this time for Mr. Smurf to push. He's not trying to counter-expand. The mid-wagon is spreading the poison nicely. Even if it dies, his job is gone. What about the Lich? Lich with the invul Breath of Fire kinda misses, but there is not that many targets. We have Abomination, we have another mid-wagon, and look at this. KraV is controlling the Dryads nicely. He made the anti-Dryad unit composition. We had 0 destroyers in the air. Why we need destroyers? There is no bears, and we can handle the lava spawns nicely. Smurf is pulling back to get the value from his Moonwells, but in this game we can't even complain that he did not upgrade them, because he can't. Wellspring upgrade unlocks on tier 3, so this is another problem with being on tier 2, that you don't have those juicy tier 3 upgrades.
Holy shit! Huge raid from the Viper, you absolute legend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are watching your progress through the Warcraft multiplayer, of course. It's amazing to have you in the tournament. Wonderful, wonderful human being. Thank you for the raid. We are casting the W3 Champions Season Finals. After 1 year of absence, we bring them back. This is the grand final of the close qualifier before the main event next week. We have the French undead player KraV against the Polish Night Elf player Smurf. This is probably the last few minutes of the first map, so you're coming perfectly in time for a lovely grand final.
Yes, thank you for the raid, and this is a very, very important moment. Smurf is kinda bluffing here, so he's like, okay, I want to align you, KraV, okay, better make a lot of tiles on expansion, and Smurf is actually expanding himself, and he's staying on tier 2, so he wants to commit into huge Dryad army. And is KraV going to read this? He's making a lot of units. Both players broke the 50 supply limit. They are both paying the upkeep tax. And yes, KraV feels confident, but Smurf is expanding as well. The game is open.
Yeah, that would take some time still. Wonder if we can find the time for tier 3 as I'm trying to bring the overlay back. I know it was RIP. Too many viewers, I guess. Here we go. Double level 4. Night of Heroes very scary. Undead Heroes very scary. Disease Cloud everywhere. Love to see it, that he spreads it preemptively actually. But
Yes,
this...
KraV is...
Sorry, go ahead.
KraV is basically like, okay, I need to hold this expansion, I have nothing else to do, and I need to click on something, because I'm a gamer, I can't just take my hand away from the mouse, right? So he's actually attacking himself a little bit, but yes, he stopped the disease cloud, and yes, now he understands. Smurf is maybe counter-expanding, he's not pushing me, this expansion is secure. And what KraV can do about it? He bought the invul. He needs probably a healing scroll if there is available. Yes, we have one healing scroll ready. And he's actually pulling back. He still thinks that he can wait. And this is a good call, as you mentioned, Mr. Neo. The Night Elf expansion will pay off late. So maybe KraV wants to accumulate around 70-75 supply army and then push.
We have a Panda level 5 now though. Huge power spike. Unfortunately, these Dryads are all very hurt from the disease cloud. Panda has to buy some time. Inventory looking great. Mediocre Breath of Fire, but it was a little bit of a taunt, I think. Follow me, follow me. I need more time. Upgrades as well. Heal scrolls on the Fire Lord. Is Smurf ready?
He's stuffing back to get his Panda ready, to have full mana, full HP on the Panda. Yes, this Panda should be the carry. You have one destroyer in the air, and yes, Fire Lord is exposed.
Not that great. DK also far forward. Wagons not attacking the Dryads, but rather the tree. This might be really smart. He can kill it. I was about to say TP out, but there is no TP. Panda's being attacked, but Rune Braces. All the magic damages, oh no, is reduced. And Smurf needs huge kills now to make up for it. Lich hurt, but the Fire Lord has been extinguished. And this is now KraV on the victory lap of map 1. The Panda can do whatever he wants. If he's not reaching level 6, Smurf is in trouble.
Huge supply lead for the undead, but Panda is alone on the battlefield. Maybe level 6 Panda can do something, but we are far, far, far away from that. And the question is how efficient Smurf can keep trading. Remember, the undead is mining from 2 bases. Expansion is dead, and it's not looking good. I do agree with that. The problem also, this cloud is working on the Dryads. They can't really heal from Moonwells. Moonwells are empty. There is one ghoul attacking the Moonwells as well. So yes, it's not looking good for Smurf. And we are in the middle of the day, so there is not even a regen. Now Mr. Smurf is buying the Moonstone to make Artificial Night, and he'll try one more time to fight this undead army. But if he loses the fight, I think the game is over.
I agree. 5.5 on the Panda, full mana, okay. But the problem is also Panda is amazing against ghouls, gargoyles, everything that has low HP. We have, as a ghoul alternative, the Fiends, who have more HP than them. We have Abominations with 1,175 HP, which, yeah, you know, it's getting a little hot in there, but they're totally fine until you hit them 6-7 times. And then the statue is also available for all that sweet regen. He's trying his best to get some kills with the panda, especially versus statues and fiends. But what to do against these abominations?
KraV is just marching. He has double heal scroll, as you mentioned. He has big units. He even has this burrow ability, so he can like regen his fiends faster. And yes, this obsidian statue needs to regenerate a lot. Smurf is trying. He's connecting with a juicy breath of fire. He's waiting for the Fire Lord. So yes, indeed, we are going to see one more big fight. But what about the Panda? Brand Bracers, tanking a lot of damage. But what's now? Panda is left alone and Panda is dead!
Ooh, this is
Maybe.
no lab. This is level 6 on KraV's first hero, Fire Lord. Yeah, can't do anything. KraV with a strong map 1. And only Lemes so far was able to take one map off of him. Apart from that, dominance.
Very, very competitive game. For the first match, I like the Fire Lord switch up. Maybe a hero that disallows the fast expansion attempt from KraV, which is something that Smurf said in the interview previously. Like, oh, I have an idea. Maybe, a player that wants to expo, maybe I'll play something other than the Warden, which is quite weak against fast expansions. And he was successful, at least in that regard, in the early game. KraV did not fast expo. He had to play one base for a while. And the Panda 5 almost carried, but just had too weak of an early game, I suppose. But again, I say, very competitive between these two. A pleasant surprise.
Yeah, if the early game goes a little better for Smurf, he's obviously having a better situation in the late and mid game as well. So hopefully he gets it done. Both players are immediately ready. I don't think we have any time here to discuss this even further because I give them the go.
Boulder Vale again for the third time in this closed qualifier here. Cool to see it being played a little bit more.
Right on, right on. So I have a question, gentlemen. Is it me and Carson or Sol and Carson?
I think it's time for you and Carson, Mr. Neo.
that's the
I will
order,
check my internet and yes, enjoy this game and tell me some interesting things about the new map because I still don't know this map that well.
It is Boulder Vale. The name is Boulder Vale. The abbreviation is BV. This is something I can tell you. There's a scary, scary sound that plays on this map that will haunt me in my dreams tonight. So I have to grab my teddy bear to be safe. Maybe you'll hear it yourself. I am tinkering with player cams, Mr. Carson, so you introduce the rest of the map.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a spooky map. There's spooky, scary skeletons at the expansion. There's spooky Spoodermen at the labs, which is close by to each player's base. It is a good map. I'm not sure how it plays out in this matchup, but we were talking about it earlier. The expansion, the natural expansion, the Orange Camp Expo, not the red one, is a little bit exposed. If KraV did want to go for a fast expansion, or if Narbu or Smurf wanted to go for that expansion on the spot, as opposed to building the Tree of Life somewhere else on the map and then walking it over, it's a little bit exposed to the center. There's you have to walk a little bit. You're not close to your main base when you're there. You're very nearby the tavern when you're creeping the expansion, so something like a Fire Lord, if we see that again, could be pressuring a fast expansion. That's really the trademark of this map, I would say, is that weirdly exposed expansion map, or expansion position. And there's also lots of camps towards the corner if we do go to the late game, but I have yet to see a match go really past even the 15-minute mark on this map.
Mr. Carson, there's an amazing match between yours truly, Neo, and OC Drummer. At the beginning of the season, it went 35 minutes. I had a Pit Lord. I have level 5.9, and you know how amazing the ultimate is of a Pit Lord, right? Doom. You get this amazing Doom Guard. I kill one of his units. At 35 minutes, I reach level 6, and he taps out before I can use my ultimate.
I thought he was a man of the content.
Ah!
I'm disappointed by that.
Disgusting! Disgusting behavior.
Oh, love it, love it. The anti-tilt strategy. I'm not going to let you have any fun.
That's right. We have seen an amazing match by a Night Elf player here on this map. It was Cloud, actually, showing how hot a Fire Lord can be. And maybe Smurf is getting a little inspired by that with the Fire Lord once again. Give me all these sweet hot lava spawns.
Yeah, I think it was a great decision for Smurf to go for the Firelord in this series. The Warden looked great, but I think it was a stylistic choice. It matched up well against Biko, and the Firelord similarly matches up well against KraV. So expansion should be potentially denied if that's what KraV was thinking about on Boulder Vale. And, you know, the Panda makes up for the late game lackings, I would say, of the Firelord. So Smurf could do the same thing. I think it really just comes down to maybe having a little bit better of an early game and especially a little bit better of a mid game. That's where Smurf lacked on Springtime.
Exactly. We are getting a little bit of support here, by the way. Thank you, Belon, for the €3. Thank you, Jay Coulter, for the 8 month. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the great content. Knallbier is 666 for the 3 years. And a Capybara Fury with the tier 1. Thank you, guys. Hope you enjoy the content. Get 1 month of ad freedom in one of the hottest months of the year. Lava spawns splitting, bringing the heat. Tome of agility, nice for the damage. He doesn't pick it up. On map 1, he even destroyed the tome. Couldn't believe my eyes. And now he can't tell me that it's about time and efficiency because he spent 5 seconds here and didn't pick up anyway. KraV, attack into the Nidal phase.
And Smurf is going for a red camp. He is sacrificing wisps on purpose. He's still tier 1. How many wisps are worth a red camp? Honestly, quite a few probably. 4 or 5 wisps being lost, but you get the red camp. And the gold works out if you just sell the items. I'd say it's okay. He's getting a lot of creeping done here.
I've never seen this before, maybe for a reason. 1 archer down. He gets the Katga's pipe, which is fantastic across the board. The rejuvenation now super annoying. He needs to kill it. Otherwise, the creep kills the Expo. Deals with it now as KraV is still ravaging the base and is probably asking himself, like, what the heck is going on?
Well, Moonwell has to heal the Philo before it dies, and it does. Full health, TP back. KraV is going to see the aura, so he knows the red camp was prepped. A lot of experience, of course, for the Firelord, but it was at a serious cost.
No, not experience for the Firelord. He denied the Elder Shaman, dude.
Oh, no. That's why I was, like, looking at him. I was like, shouldn't he be closer to level 4?
Yeah, he should. But he
and
denied
the tracker.
it.
He denied 2 creeps, the lightning shield.
Oh, my God. This is a disaster, and KraV reads it immediately. He has done the same trick on Northern Isles. Creep the red spot with the Crypt Lord, relatively easy with the summons. Reads him like a book. XD, TT, GG?
Potentially. I mean, it's a simple case of right idea, wrong execution from Smurf here in map number 2. Unfortunately, a couple of ghouls are going to go down. Maybe can keep the tree alive. The auto attacks are doing quite a bit. Okay, it does keep the tree alive. Is he keeping hope alive? He's still tier 1, Smurf. And the expansion should be safe. I think it'll be close, though.
You sure about that, dude? Frostmourne hungers, and it's a vegetarian now, but actually holds.
Barely 120, 30, 40 HP for the Tree of Life as it uproots to heal up a little bit. Moonwell's rebuilt, tier 3, or tier 2 rather, on the way. Tier 3 should be on the way for KraV now it is, yes. And I think all KraV needs to do simply at this game is not overcommit anything, just prepare a tier 3 timing and simply attack into the expansion with Orb, 3 heroes, Frenzy, Destroyers, and you should be all good.
That would be the classic timing. Is KraV a man of classic timings or classic strategies? Not so much. He's very wild and experimental, so we'll see what he has to offer, but so far he's in your shoes and following in your ideas' footsteps. Smurf, on the other hand, knows, oh my god, I don't have much. This took a little longer than expected. Grabs the wolf and the berserker from the mercenary camp to at least have something, expecting another attack. Chat is asking how this happened and why the XP disappeared. It was a lightning shield casted by a creep, and if you cast a lightning shield, you own this lightning shield, and the owner of the lightning shield gets XP. So because the creep summoned it, the XP went basically to the creeps for the last hit.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. Of course, there's a lot going on for Smurf, so it was hard to do everything perfectly. Trying to creep a red camp while defending 8 ghouls in your main base with nothing. Yeah. Not the easiest task. I mean, the Firelord is level 4 now. Maybe Smurf could look to make a big play. I think if he just plays passive from this point on and just creeps, and both players creep, and then he allows KraV to push him uninterrupted, I think there is no way Smurf holds. but maybe Smurf can make a play. Maybe go into the main base, try to kill some ghouls, etc. There are some things Smurf could do, but he needs, again I say, to make a play.
Okay, 4.5. You could probably be level 5 now already, and imagine level 3 lava spawns or level 3 incinerate with this army now. Now we'll see how good these guys know the new map. It was a surprisingly nice welcome to this map, because everybody in the family are like, oh, new map, I hate it. But Boulder Vale, Remo liked it, you liked it, a lot of players liked it. We've seen it many times in the tournament. This is one of the warmest welcomes to a new map that we've maybe ever seen.
Yeah, there's nothing too fancy about it to hate, right? Like Warhail, when it first came out, they're like, why boats? And stuff like that. Oh, this is not a warm welcome to the creep camp for Smurf, though, losing a lot to the Coil Nova.
Hey, and to the right clicks. What a disaster, dude. At least he got that expo to build back from.
Yep, Dryads are going to be on the way. We're going to no doubt see the same exact strategy from Smurf this time around. Could think about going Demon Hunter second, because the heroes are getting pretty high level for KraV, and he is going to go for DH, but again, you need level 3. Just like with the Panda, you need level 3 Demon Hunters, so he still has some creeping ahead of him. If he wanted to stay on level 1 with a secondary hero, could think about a Naga second potentially, but that's not going to work. I don't think he needs to make some space for himself, Smurf.
Demon Hunter it is. The Shade sees it all, sees the second hero, sees the lore timing. Night Elves have no natural detection. And now the army moves out, and KraV will just simply follow the legal map hack of Warcraft 3 up for KraV, and the timing is coming in now. A little later than necessary maybe, but he doesn't feel comfortable without the level 3 Lich. Inventory is looking better and better for Smurf, and level 5 has been reached as well.
Yeah, KraV is actually going for the counter expansion. He's not a fan of timings. He prefers instead to use his power spike to get a second base himself. I think, honestly, this is best case scenario for Smurf. If KraV had pushed, I think he would have won with that push. 3 archers and a huntress versus tier 3 undead, but now Smurf is being given the space to creep his Demon Hunter to level 3 and given the space to be able to pump some Dryads out of those lures.
He has the supply lead, he got the level 5 hero, he creeps another big camp in the north. Wand of the Wind, excellent against limited dispel. And as he said, KraV doesn't have that much either. Town Portal or DH is not too tanky without any rings, but you have to give it to the Fire Lord at that stage. Trades a ghoul for the scraps of the creep camp. He must have an idea now that there is an expansion, right? As the push is not coming to his base and he just left the spot at the gold mine.
Yeah, the ghoul count wasn't that high either, so he might expect, more ghouls at home mining lumber to supply for that second base, stuff like that, but at least KraV is getting some more creep camps. By the way, Endurance Aura, quite nice for KraV. A little bit more movement speed on top of the Unholy Aura. He's going to be maneuvering around the map very, very quickly. And for Smurf, where does he go next? There's still creep camps in the corner, but very similar. These orange camps in the corner are to Last Refuge, that turtle camp that nobody ever creeps because it's too risky. These camps will remain for, at least to be the last camps always.
900 gold, 200 lumber, 56 food. Has to wait for the Dryad production to finish, and QQQQQ spent that gold. Very good shop control. Would love to see an Invo potion which was available. For example, on this Demon Hunter. The staff is on the Demon Hunter. Needs that potion to stay alive. 2 destroyers who feast on these lava spawns.
Yeah, nice damage. Nice focus fire on the first Destro, but it might goes back to the towers. Towers helping out a ton of unarmored units here for Smurf. Staff still hasn't been swapped over to the Fire Lord to save that Demon Hunter, but at least there's no more nukes. There's one more coil left. Why hasn't he passed that staff? Heal scroll used, but he could have simply staffed the hero out. Now he's going to swap it, but a little bit too late. He already burned through all of his consumables, but still, Smurf makes more space for himself, and KraV's army is not that threatening yet. And
tier 3 is progressing. It has started now. We see a 3rd production building. Thank you, Smurf. He got that advice from my cast, I'm sure. 4 talents that we've seen attempted before against Biko that worked out fine. Just more production. His production buildings are busy though with upgrades. He's not getting much more on the field. He stops Dryad production as well. And tier 3 will... this is not an ideal supply number to be at.
Yeah, not great. His lumber economy seems to be lacking a little bit, but it seems like he has enough wisps. Yeah, he definitely has enough wisps on lumber, so eventually he'll have...
23 wisps.
Yeah, he's got a lot. He's got 13 lumber wisps, that means. So I was going to say, maybe a shredder, but his lumber's going to catch up in no time. So Smurf will be able to pump out 80 supply if given the time to, whereas KraV only now breaking upkeep, going into abominations.
Perch on the demon. Whew, I was worried that he's getting trapped there, but a little bit of a trap set up by Smurf. Invo potion on the demon, level 3, so important. Can start burning for the big 100 mana burns now.
That's been his goal the entire time this Demon Hunter's been on the field. He's just been desperately trying to get it level 3, but got creepjack time and time again. Now he's given the space to do so. Tier 3, a little over 50% done. Those Talons are on their way out, and Bears are being pumped as well. What is KraV's play? I feel like if they both go up to 80 supply, Smurf is going to have the more effective 80 supply army. He's also got, somehow, some way, the hero level advantage in this game right now. But maybe KraV is gearing up to hit a timing before the Tier 3 finishes for the Night Elf.
I agree. We got the level 4 Lich now, level 5 DK around the corner, lots of drinks, Devotion Aura, awesome, Endurance Aura, awesome. And we're still not ready yet. The Talon upgrade is here. He can go straight into production, goes for the 4th production building. Oh, but KraV is cutting right through his army.
Yeah, this is not a great timing. Smurf needs a little bit more space. He needs about, I'd say, 1 more minute. And then his Tier 3 will be done, Master Training for the Bears will be done, and he'll have some Talon numbers as well as the Orb. 1 more minute is what he needs, but KraV is hitting a razor-sharp timing right now with the Tinker 3rd. He's got Heal Scrolls as well ready to go, and he pushes the Expo, forcing Smurf to take a suboptimal fight.
Maybe you should pause the game for that 1 minute.
True, yeah, I mean, I've heard that helps.
There you go. Mana burn on the Tinker, so the Pocket Factory is the only one. Detonates coming in. Nice. Lich has nothing, but we're waiting for the Master Training. This all GNL Bears. Reju used. Dryads are carrying this fight right now. Healing on the Tinker. Nice. He's trying to deal with the Destroyer via Firelord, but the Abominations are so damn strong, and KraV has the supply lead. 1 heal scroll, but how do you save this Firelord?
Oh, not an ideal fight. Might have been even worth it, honestly, to just let the expansion die and then counterattack KraV's Expo, because this is just never going to work. He's trying to focus some heroes down, but the Destros in the air live. A couple of kills now for Smurf. The supply is evening out. At least KraV is out of mana. Can Smurf bring it back? A couple of Bears getting low. Destro's still up in the air pretty healthy, but one is going to get focused down. Demon Hunter needs to burn a couple more heroes, gets that coil away from the Death Knight, and there's the Talons. That's what Smurf needed.
Yeah, it's a little bit too late, I guess. Tinker got an Invo Potion save for 7 seconds. Bears continue to suffer. Production for Smurf looks kind of good, so new Bears coming in, but so many losses to hold his Expo. He has, of course, 2 Moonwells there that will fall as well. Is there any chance of recovery? Smurf doesn't have an orb yet, but now he's too broke to buy one and too far away. Talon might be an easy snipe, but the mana burns are looking good.
3 Bears were in the main base, maybe misrallied, maybe staffed out earlier, but regardless, 3 Bears is 3 Bears. They come back in, they reinforce, and expansion lives, and Smurf holds. Very nicely done. Is he maybe turning the tides a little bit? I wouldn't say that he's ahead in this game, but the fact that he doesn't lose his Expo there and now has all the luxury things that he needed, like Bears, like Talons, soon to have Orb, maybe he's in an all right position.
Yeah, maybe a little mistake by KraV to not go for Disease Cloud earlier. It's only finishing now, otherwise it would have all ticked down with 2 HP per second. That is not the case. KraV still in punching distance, still scouting the main about what's going on. Lots of consumables the entire time, so yeah, the luxury items stay luxury for now. We could scale a little bit better with Cyclone, especially when the destroyers are gone, so Talons hold their value even in late stage fights. Upgrades are looking good already. More Talons, never wrong. But KraV is on 2 bases, of course, as well. Very, very close second map of the final.
Yeah, really, these guys are very well matched versus each other. It just, Smurf just has to find a way to actually win a game. It doesn't matter if you can make it to the 20-minute mark every time if you can't close it out, but maybe this is his best opportunity so far in this series. 71 versus 64 supply, and 1 pretty much valuable creep camp left to fight over. But again, the positioning is so tough to actually get in there and creep it that it's hard to do it without getting creep jacked, but KraV is going to commit to it. Smurf, does he know that KraV is creeping?
Yeah, Starting to hate a little bit on the Tinker, soaking up so much experience. He's also creeping with the DK. Creep Jack coming. This all prevents the Lich from reaching level 5. So, not ideal. He had to speed it up, I guess. Forcing a town portal. More time for Smurf. If only he would be able to go home and get orbs. He needs orbs.
And KraV is going into Gargs. That is it's an interesting way to play it. Like, I don't know if he has the most effective supply to go into Gargs. Like, if he goes up to 80 supply with Gargoyles, he'll have 8 Gargs at the end of the day. And is that enough to win the air versus air fight? Maybe close, but it really depends on how many talons Smurf has, what the positioning of the talons are. It's a gamble for sure.
Firelord has to hit the Gargs to cause the Incinerate explosion. That also works in air for the one AoE he has, because there is no Panda, there is no Naga, anything that deals with the Gargs. To free the air for the Crows that then shoot down the Destroyers, that is the play. He can land them and simply go Cyclone, by the way, and then the Gargs don't do much.
Yeah, for sure, that could be a great idea. Yeah, and the Gargs aren't going to hit down too much. Careful. Could eat a Nova and eat some webs, but right now it feels like Smurf has a stronger army. It's 80 versus 80, more or less, but feels like KraV is feeling the fear a little bit of the Night Elf army.
Yeah, reasonably so. Double heal scroll, double staff, level 3 for the demon as well. Now I like the defensive position of the Crows a lot better. Would love to see a redo soon. New Crow. If he takes out a Nerub tower, Kevin can't believe that. Oh my god! Where did that come from? Call Nova out of nowhere. B2W rip in the chat. Nabu gets the 2 towers and actually keeps KraV supply blocks, prevents him from going for 100. But the Demon Hunter kill is big.
Yeah, he can Tavern revive it right away, but unfortunately, yeah, that was 2 heal scrolls, as you mentioned, and Potion of Invulnerability. Demon goes down, so that's going to be, what, 680 or something around there? 500 gold gone from the bank of Smurf. At least he's able to afford it to come back, but more experience also given to KraV, who's getting closer and closer to level 5 Lich, which is only going to make the hero focus even more of a reality.
Whew. High upkeep. All of a sudden, Smurf has to get something done. He needs to look for a fight. KraV is not giving that to him. Looking for a trade. He doesn't have a TP. Nobody has a TP, actually. Oh, yeah, Smurf buys it back again. Nice. He had the gold for that, and KraV can't respond except with counter pressure. Is there enough damage to tear down this Haunted and TP home?
I think he could do that. Yeah, post no Necropolis there, so... Oh, but Smurf got a Town Portal right away. Maybe he misread this position a little bit. He could have easily killed the Haunted Goldmine and then TP back.
He wants to fight, though. The Crows over the trees can't connect quickly. That Destroyer should be rip if he starts to focus now, but he doesn't. So much free damage was only eyes on the Tinker. Destroyer must have fallen there, IMO, and now both are in high upkeep.
What a game for game number 2. If Smurf can win this game, if he can close it out, I feel like we're in for a very long series here. This would be 1-1 with 2 games going to pretty much main bases running dry, which is a reality now for Smurf. About 250 gold left for KraV in the main. Will we see a 3rd base? There is 2 more gold mines available on this map.
Oh, looks like Smurf feels he has to do something here. Fairy Fire, nice for the armor reduction. Still, man, he's missing out so much damage from not having orbs. It's mental. Here are the Gargs for the first time. He lands the talents immediately. There's Fairy Fire everywhere. Quite a bit of waste of mana. Maybe needs Cyclones on the hero. Damage mitigated as the Lich is spinning round, round, baby, ride round. And now the DK and Tinker as well. Bears clean the ground. Are we winning this in an undead base?
It seems like Smurf definitely has the ground advantage. The Bears have free reign. I mean, the Gargs are pretty much only killing the Talons, but they're killing them much slower than if they would have been in the air. Cyclone on the Tinker that maybe could die when he drops. KraV goes in the back of his base. The Lich is 1 HP. The DK's out of mana, but buys potions now. There's still some Gargs left over. Talons now morph in a better position. Smurf's trying to end it. He's still got 76 supply.
I think so, but we've seen so many people overcommitting to an undead base. Nice defensive posture by KraV. He's hitting from afar on the DK. The Demon Hunter is safe. We got a level 6 Fire Lord now. Incinerate is not the skill. It is Volcano that he can't use. Level 5 on the Lich. The DK is safe somehow. Big Nova. Tinker on the right-hand side also about to die. KraV down to 42. This must be Smurf's game.
Dude, the damage from these Talons, holy Jesus, they're pretty much one-shotting destroyers, and now they have the number, maybe not advantage, but they're at the point where they can actually win the air versus air fight. And yeah, the Demon Hunter is going to heal up and come right back. Once the Fire Lord heals up, he will have the ultimate. He will have the Volcano, and unless there's cluster rockets, there's no way to deal with that.
Yeah, there is no cluster rockets. He has to retrain. And Smurf, in between, built another Expo. He tried that before, but couldn't finish it. Now the tree has waddled over. This is a little inconvenient as the staff ends up here and then you're not close to the moonwells. But at least the gold mine's a gold mine, and KraV is out of gold in the main. No second gold mine for him. It's just this one with 6k left. It is a phenomenal situation to be in if you're Smurf.
Yeah, I'm going to say it. A potential of caster cursing him. All Smurf has to do is not lose his heroes. That's all he's got to do. He buys Orb now. I can't believe he didn't have Orb this whole game, but that just shows how high pressure it's been. But yeah, KraV is going to do one thing and one thing only. He's simply going to try to probably kill the Fire Lord.
That would be an opening. Self-preservation should be finger on the trigger. Now we try to trade again. We have a town portal. Smurf can respond at any given time. Volcano! Off a go! There's nothing to cancel that as he doesn't have rockets. Ultimates in the grand final. Big damage, big stun on the cost of mana, of course. How long will the Tree of Eternity stand? Is he just trading this? Then he would, of course, lose his tech. It's not looking too pretty. Was that ultimate even worth it?
Yeah, no, that was definitely a bad ultimate usage. I mean, if he wanted to base trade, he could have killed that gold mine and then used Volcano in the main base. Think of it. Yeah, look at all the kills he would have gotten. And then he could just actually play hit and run for the rest of the game because he has gold. KraV does not. I mean, a dead gold mine's still a dead gold mine, but it reigns true for both players. KraV now, 126 gold. All he could do is unsummon, but that would make the base trade even more of a potential with the second Volcano.
Smurf is, of course, continuing to mine here. 2,000 is 3.5 minutes roundabout. 30 food advantage. Never underestimate undead heroes, even in a crazy position like this. Pro still owning the air. There's one Garg, 2 Fiends. What are you supposed to get air superiority when you can't produce anymore? It must be Coil Nova. The defensive position is probably the smartest thing that Nabu can do.
Yeah.
As long as he scouts.
Yeah, I think Smurf has to, if they do end up in a fight, Smurf has to rely on his units. The Bears will win against the heroes. The Talons will win against all the air units. The only thing that Smurf could do badly would be to overextend with his heroes. He doesn't need his Fire Lord and his Demon Hunter to be in front. He's got such a big supply advantage, such good anti-air that just attack, move your units in. Keep your heroes in the back. Don't eat Coil Novas over and over again. Let him nuke the Bears down.
And get Invu Potions, bro. I mean, you have a staff. We know it. Speed. Okay, interesting decision. If he loses this Demon Hunter because he doesn't have an Invu Potion, I'm gonna yell so loud, but okay. B2W Rip needs a couple more, he needs a bit more spamming.
Yeah. One more minute for the next Volcano. And that could be a serious, big value in the main base. That's exactly what he's doing, though. He's just eating Coil Nova on the Demon Hunter. He gets staffed out, though. Lands a Mana Burn. But there's no way KraV is going to win a fight. The only way he wins a fight is getting hero kills.
Yep, or a huge misposition for some free damage. I don't know. Okay, he couldn't heal too much on the demon, but if he burns a couple of times, everything should be fine. The focus fire is so sick with all the fairy fire applied. And now redo, love to see it. If you move forward to dispel it, the crows will nuke you out of the air instantly. Invite for a Nova, of course. I love the interactions between Undead Army and crows, man. Whoever had this idea to change this to piercing damage revolutionized the matchup and made it one of the best ever.
Yeah, such high DPS. Garg dies. Destro barely lives. Now KraV is running low on mana. Rich has to be careful. Last coil used to save that hero push and vulnerability could be swapped over as well. There is a mana pop at the Lich. Not even being saved. There's the ultimate on top of everything. And Smurf ties it up in a 27-minute long game.
God damn it! He said he's probably gonna get 3-0'd, but what a fight that was. Wonderful, wonderful game by Smurf. Not too many people expect that. We see the celebratory volcano for the second time. And Mr. Ape Man, you must be quite proud.
Well, when I saw the start of the game, I was getting ready to jump to the casting because I thought that Mr. Smurf will actually lose the game after this unfortunate denies at the red camp. And also I saw that he wasn't even macroing. He was like busy typing, he had like 700 gold, he wasn't taking. But yes, then he recovered, and as you mentioned during the cast, KraV gave him time, and Narbu used this time to win the game. Very impressive.
Whew, and now we have a tied series, man. What a final already. Boulder Vale proves to be a very good map. Carson, you wanted to see how a game plays out when it goes beyond the 15-minute mark. There you go.
Yeah, that was the first time I've seen, I think, the map get entirely crept out, at least in my cast. So that was cool to see. We almost got 3-base, but Volcano proved to be too strong. I wanted to see Volcano in the main, though. That would have been true cinema if we could have seen 8 Ziggurats being killed by that ultimate. But I have a feeling we might see Firelord again in this series, so maybe there's still opportunity.
We'll see. So I wonder if we thrive on the momentum now, or if it's just going by map pick. Is of course losers pick system. This was Nabu's losers pick. Next up is KraV's losers pick. And after Boulder Vale, which is one addition to the map pool this season, we get Secret Valley version 2, which is the second new map that we got.
Oh yeah, it's exciting. We don't see this map too much in competitive play, but it is on the ladder. I feel like I haven't seen this matchup a ton on this map, but could be fun. Still the good old-fashioned fountains, but they wake up at night. Still the shops with the consumables in the center. A couple extra creep camps added, but for the most part, it's the map we all remember, and some of us love orc players, I guess.
Mr. Aitman, your thoughts on Secret Valley?
Yeah. Secret Valley is a old and new map at the same time. It's hilarious for the new players because you have the fountains there, but they are guarded by the powerful war golem that doesn't sleep. And I remember watching like a little bit like in lower MMR players actually trying to heal during the night and being basically decapitated by the war golem. So this is funny. What about the creep roads? A pretty interesting map. You can creep the middle. You have two camps close to each other. So it's a little bit like Hammerfall, but there is no Goblin Laboratory, and I really like the Goblin Laboratory, like what it has to offer. So Shredder, Zeppelin. So it's a little bit on the problematic for me, but overall I like the map. I like the colors. I like warm colors. So yes, I like this map overall, and I wonder why KraV decided to go for it. Maybe this time he'll expand, because so far in the series, when he sees Firelord, he's looking for aggression.
Yeah, I'm curious how that will play out. The players are actually taking the break that I offered them. Carson, you've been here for many W3 Champions finals with me. You got up at 3 a.m. and you weren't awake for most of the games. But how often did I offer a break and both players said, go, 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 go? And now maybe the first time in W3 Champions history that they're actually taking that break.
Yeah, it's good to do a little mental reset, especially, and it's been a long day for both players. They have to play 2 best-of-5s, both of them so far. So it's a lot of games, and it's a lot different from playing on ladder, right? Because on ladder, you lose your hero, like Smurf maybe in that last game, Boulder Vale. If that red camp had gone that disastrously wrong, and then the expansion got scouted, there's a good chance he just GG's out and leaves on ladder. So you don't push yourself to the limit. You don't limit test every single thing as you do in tournaments. But then we ended up with a 27-minute victory after that. So breaks are warranted. Good for the mental reset. Good for KraV, especially to maybe think, what should I do against this Firelord?
Yeah, that I don't know if there's guides online that he has that he can look up. And if he finds inspiration somewhere, but he'll find a way for sure. So KraV is still AFK at the moment, maybe a little smoke break as well. That gives us the time to once again advertise these wonderful profile pictures that are up for grabs, and whose $5 that they cost go directly into the prize money. We got $100 here already. If you're entertained by the players' plays and want to support them, chip in if you can. 6.1k is a phenomenal number. We still have 3 days left to boost that up. You can grab up a paladin, a rifleman. If you are on the side of the pally rifle, you can dust out a firelord or a panda or a dead rifleman. if you are against Pally Rifle. They will be applied to your profile at the end of the stream, as I have to do this manually. And if you want to support War3 Champions as a whole, servers cost. And we have 30 servers that support the entire globe. So we are all able to play Warcraft 3. There's a Patreon that you can sign up for. There's a PayPal wallet. There's a Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin. And if you're tuning in from China, we also accept Alipay and WeChat. Every dollar helps and keeps the servers up for years to come.
Absolutely, and there's plenty of servers. Everyone's had pretty good pings so far today, thanks to that. No disasters, no DCs just yet, other than maybe Sol, a little bit of spikes there. But so far, so good. And we haven't had that many. I'm cursing it. You're gonna get mad, Neil.
No. You're not saying that. We're not jinxing anything. Everything's gonna be fine.
Doesn't really happen anymore, honestly. Well, I'll say it. It doesn't really happen that often.
Carson, I have to remove you soon.
That's all right. I'm a bad omen.
I'm
a bad boy, Neo.
Are you the bad boy of Warcraft for real?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I am. It was me all along. Rips mask off. I'm Sonic.
Yeah, bad boy of casters, you know. We have nice casters, and why you are wearing a hoodie and not a leather jacket, Mr. Carson?
You're a rock star after all. Dress appropriately. Come on.
I've been told that before. I know. Why you wear this? Wear this jean jacket. I think I'm just gonna wear sweatpants on stage.
Sounds good, man. Since we have some time and KraV is still AFK, do you want to plug your band real quick?
Yeah, Banks Brothers, BANKES. We have a song coming out, I think on the 23rd. We haven't released music for such a long time, but now we have a whole album recorded. So as quickly as our management will allow us to release music, we're going to be releasing it. So I think 23rd, we have a song called Bedroom Wall coming out, which is actually pretty good. I didn't really like our stuff we released before. It was always like, yeah, go listen to it. But now this new stuff we're really proud of because it's fresh, it's in our head. So yeah, if you guys could listen to that when it comes out in a couple of weeks, would appreciate it.
And you do have some stuff out already, right?
We do. We have an EP out that we recorded like 4 years ago that is out. But hey, you guys might like it.
Are you doing the sales and promo for your band? I hope not.
Definitely not. I'm the jaded guy drunk in the green room after the shows.
Mr. Soul, I think we still do we have some time? I think so. So Carson was able to plug his work. Would you tell the people where they can find your work?
Well, I'm on YouTube as Soul Apen. I'm on Twitch as Soul Apen. Thank you for this. But actually, I don't know why, but I reminded myself a story from 2015 StarCraft event. Are you ready for this,
Of
Mr.
course. Story time with 8-Man is beautiful time.
Okay, so we know that players are taking break, a bathroom break, and I do remember watching an interview with like a huge StarCraft 2 player like from Europe. I don't remember who was it, and he was talking about a little bit like how to approach the big tournaments, like that sometimes the organizers they are a little bit pushy, that they want you to play on the schedule, and he shared the story that one time he wanted to take a bathroom break, and you know what he did? He asked the organizers, they said, no way, we are behind with the schedule, and he just went to the bathroom because he said, what they're going to do? I'm on stage, are they going to ban me? So, you need to cooperate with your players, with the organizers, because yes, at the end of the day, they have they hold the nuclear button.
Yeah, we don't want to hold our player hostage. That would be something.
Some tournament organizers want to, but we're not one of those.
Who's that?
Well, ESL maybe face it these days. I don't know, maybe.
Okay. YouTube channel of Mr. 8-Man is wonderful, especially when you're coming from the Viper, because Soul is casting a lot of games from Grubby's invitational participants and checks out, are they doing good? Are they improving? Who's the current favorite at the moment? And you can find all that on Soul 8-Man on YouTube. And the more subs he gets, the longer the subathon is gonna be. KraV is making a return, but here are the latest videos. We welcome Sing Sing, also checking out Red Panda. We have Grubby versus Todd in 2025, Tyler 1, etc., etc., etc. You can all watch it on Soul's YouTube.
Yeah, somebody actually told me that Tyler 1 is on vacation and he's actually playing Warcraft 3 on his vacation. I need to look into it. I imagine him playing, on his laptop on some luxury paradise place, but maybe he's just taking a short vacation on stream. I don't know, but he's not quitting on Warcraft 3.
Smurf says go go, KraV says go go. We are ready, everybody. This is map 3. This will decide who goes in to the next one with match points. 2 and 1 is one step away from the 3 and 1, and 3 and 1 leads you to the War 3 Champions Grand Final. KraV has made his return. Will he make his return on the scoreboard as well? Mr. Soul and Mr. Carson will tell you guys.
Mr. Neo, we need camera immediately because we have the
ASAP.
goal pool situation now. No more player camera switching, Mr. Neo. Is going to be a very, very heavy action. For the viewers, they don't know because Night Elves are making Ancient War very close to the creeps, the big, powerful creeps. We can use the actually a fighting unit. It's not a worker, it's a fighting unit, the ghoul, and to basically take aggression from the camp and pull it into the Ancient of War. It's risky. There is a gnoll that can purge. Purge can slow us down, but KraV is prepared. Let's go.
Yeah, Smurf, I say it all the time, but I feel like nobody agrees with me. Just should cancel this Ancient War right away. Cancel it, take 1 off gold. Yeah, there it is. Okay, takes a little bit of damage, so his lumber's not perfect.
Oosh.
But yeah, just take 1 off gold and then rebuild the Ancient War. If you try to pull a Wisp and de-aggro it, it sometimes causes more problems than it's worth. So unfortunately, the cancel wasn't perfectly on time for Smurf, but the sentiment was right. He still goes for Warden?
Well, that's very interesting. If the tower rush will follow, we'll have a problem. But yes, to tell the viewers, if they think that KraV is cheesing, I do remember Happy had basically a mood for 2 months. He was doing let's say 25% of his games was a ghoul pull. So definitely even Happy was experimenting with it. And for the viewers also that are not familiar with this strategy, I love this strategy for one particular reason, because we have second Necropolis in the undead base. It's not because Mr. KraV made a mistake, but it's the part of the build. And Mr. Carson, he's coming again for another ghoul pull.
Yeah, he should have built the Ancient of War as safe, but I guess he could rebuild it a 3rd time. I mean, you do have to build the Ancient of War. You need some sort of units or you will just die. But the Warden will be out and will be what do you... I guess you go straight cross map and maybe try to kill Acolytes, I guess, with the Warden. That might be the only play that Smurf can do. He certainly can't start creeping.
Yes, with Undead, you definitely also would like to go across the map, right? Because you don't have your shop, you don't have your, you can't creep that well without the skeletons. And KraV is realizing that actually Smurf wants to harass. We have the coil, and yes, KraV is in a good situation, but it's not a game-winning situation. But yes, keeping Warden on 0 experience at the start of the game looks pretty good.
Yeah, this is fantastic for KraV, no doubt. But yeah, Warden at least finds a target. Just wants something to do, right? You can't creep with just a Warden. You'll take too much damage and not have enough moon juice. But the Warden just wants to be effective on the map somehow. Let her Shadow Strike something. Let her disrupt something. But KraV with nice play. Nice little movement of the Death Knight. Moves up and then sneaks back down.
Hey, Mr.
And Ancient War's almost done.
Acolyte number 6, what does it mean?
Oh, is he going for it? I think expansion might be the better play, actually, than going for the all-in. I think if he did go for the all-in, he could win with it, because there's no archers at all. But maybe it is the expo.
Okay, actually, there is Aura first on the Death Knight instead of Coil. Sometimes we play like that versus Demon Hunter Harass. Is an interesting choice. And is he crossing the map? Maybe he changed his mind. He's actually crossing the map. There's Ancient of War in the middle of the map. Why?
Oh no. Yeah, maybe you wanted to creep the shop with it, but you can, on this map, you can actually build the Ancient of War right in front of the shops to creep it. Maybe Smurf was not aware of that, but yeah, you can build it right where that Wisp was.
Yeah,
okay,
Hunter Soul is coming. Yeah, but Hunter Soul is coming. He's not taking. Smurf is preparing for the powerful tower rush because, yes, indeed, after the successful ghoul pull and actually double successful ghoul pull, now the Undead is going to try to use this moment while there is not that many units. Detonation went through, but 2 Ziggurats are on the way. And how long Warden can survive?
Yeah, that's really difficult. I mean, the best play for Smurf right now might be just to Shadow Meld and just hide and buy as much time as he can. Like, there's no dust for KraV, so he has no way of revealing the units. He should just chill here for a second until that Hunter's Hall finishes and then try to maybe build 2 Ancient Protectors out of range. But he's fighting, he's trading, but he's running out of health.
he was able to lure the undead close to the Tree of Life. There's a huge damage output from there, but as you mentioned, Smurf doesn't have that much, and towers are coming. Of course, Moonwells are pretty fragile. There is no coils, there is just an aura, and yes, the soon Blight will appear again.
Yeah, Smurf needs to build Ancient Protectors. That's the only way. Build them in the far back of his base or somewhere and then walk them further forward. He does risk the tech coming through for KraV, which KraV is actually teching behind this, but Smurf doesn't know that. He could easily lose if KraV overcommitted to this, and he might still lose during the tech of KraV. That's how strong this push is.
Yes, this push is looking very good. We remember in the previous series Smurf versus biko. Biko definitely had a much worse start, and now this looks deadly. Let's see how long it will take Smurf to basically figure out that it's not going to be the full-on aggression. Undead is just running in circles, getting ready for some trades. One glaive thrower from the Ancient of War will help versus Ziggurats. And yes, what do you think the follow-up is going to be? You mentioned that Undead can make a Naga and push. That also is quite interesting, but yes, it's weird to see level 1 hero versus level 1 hero, and I think we have only like 12 HP on one of the heroes. Nothing else died in this game.
Yeah, this is a fantastic position for KraV. But yeah, the follow-up for KraV could be just straight tier 3. I think he's kept enough ghouls alive that he could just go for a frenzy timing and probably be fine. I feel like if you lose a bunch of ghouls, you can transition into fiends and grab the Naga and then re-aggress, but with this position, at least Smurf is teching now. He's like, okay, I mean, I have to tech or I just lose no matter what, so he's going to go for tier 2, but double glaive throwers again. A similar situation to that game earlier when Smurf had the double glaive throwers.
Yes, this is crazy to me that we have this powerful tower rush. We have so much aggression on tier 1, but nothing is dying. KraV decided to pull back. He's just dancing in front of the Night Elf base. The first Ziggurat may actually go down. We'll see about that. One Wisp is repairing. Ancient Protector you mentioned. But yes, maybe it's not even necessary. And look, Smurf made 2 Glaive Throwers and Ancient Protector. I think he's over producing the defensive forces. What about the Warden? Warden will survive for some time. And I think KraV is going to pull back now.
Yeah, Warden's getting very low, and there's not a ton of Moonwells. Luckily, it's not a very high-level Warden, so it's like, if the Warden dies here on level 1, whatever, you can revive it, but the issue now, daytime right around the corner. The Warden's going to get a couple of ghouls. I'd say this defense is about as good as Smurf could hope for, really. With how disastrous that ghoul pull was in the early game, I'd say overall this is pretty impressive from Smurf, but KraV is a full tech ahead. He's on his way to tier 3 already.
Maybe we are going to see the repetition of game number 2. After very good early game by KraV, he gave time to Narbu, to Smurf, and actually, as we can see, Smurf can challenge him in the late game. But yes, this is a little bit different game. There is no expansion, it's 1 base, and yes, we have 2 glaive throwers. They may be a liability.
That continues to be aggressive. 0 experience for KraV still is insane. Smurf is about to get level 2, which is nice, but that also means that the Warden is going to have to stay alive despite having no healing available. Smurf has a lot of gold. I do wonder, is he going to go for double lures? Is he going to go for a second hero? It's such a weird position that Smurf might be forced into some sort of a weird army composition, but okay, lures it is. For now, just on tier 2.
Okay, on the bottom left for Mr. KraV, tier 2 expansion. Can you believe it? Actually, no, it's a tier 3 expansion. So I saw this move by Happy sometimes. So the idea is that you are going to produce Acolytes usually after your tier 3 is done. But in this case, he has the second main, so he can actually produce Acolytes when he wishes. But yes, pretty weird game. Tower rush into tier 3 expansion. Mr. KraV is proving that he is this unpredictable undead.
The shop is going to be done soon for Smurf. Wait, 3? Never mind. I thought that was a shop. It's 3 lures? Does he? He's got extra gold, but does he have that much extra gold? Is this a mistake? Is there some validity to this?
Yeah, I think that he wanted to make a shop, right? There is no way that he's making 3 rolls on lords on purpose. I know that his tag is late, but he has 160 lumber, and dryads, they cost a lot. So So that's a little bit. Let's see if he's going to cancel because yes, the worst. Okay, is he going to try to buy items?
He might not realize. Yeah, he might think it's a shop still. Oh no. Well, he'll be able to at least pump Dryads while getting bear training, I suppose. I mean, it's not a huge investment into resources. It hurts your number.
He realized it would cancel. Perfect moment. Okay.
Good, very good, very good. And the shop's being built, but that also hurts.
The expansion of the undead. Look, the glaive throwers are connecting. Maybe they are not that bad at the end of the day.
Yeah, nice usage. It's sometimes hard to get value with those siege units in any situation like this when you get tower rush and you have to build siege. Sometimes it's hard to find any usage for them after you defend the tower rush, but yeah, Smurf forcing KraV back. Needs to TP to save them. Loses one archer, but he gets out alive.
He's pulling back. He knows about expansion, that's for sure. And KraV plan, I think, is to creep entire map. He has the map control for now. He has the expansion. Her idea is like, okay, I will creep as long as I can. I'm going to keep eye on opponent expansion, counter expansion. So far he's not scouting that much, but yes, he wants to utilize the map control. His opponent, Mr. Smurf, is playing passively. He has two glaive throwers, they are not that good, and I like the plan of KraV. It's like basically he's minimizing the risk here.
Yeah, he needs to creep up his heroes a little bit, so he's not going to be over aggressive right now. Smurf pretty much only has one play, and that's to chill out and just say thank you anytime he's gifted anything on the map. If he can get one creep camp, he says thank you, sir, takes that creep camp, because he was on death's door for a lot of this map. But now, Tier 3 is done, the Warden's healed up, Master Training is on the way for the Bears, and still with two Glaive Throwers. Could see a kind of a strong timing from Smurf, dare I say.
Yes, this is true, but look at this. KraV is in defensive position, and yet again we are missing an orb of the Warden. But maybe in this case, when there is so many like structures to attack, the orb is not that important. But we'll see about that. The Bear Master is almost ready. We have beautiful roar even on the glaive throwers, which is funny. And still, KraV is on very under-leveled. He has the economy, but supplies even for now. And this push may be deadly by Smurf.
Yeah, there's also Vorpal Glaives on the glaive throwers, which is quite nice. It makes them a little bit better than they would otherwise be. Slaughterhouse being focused. Warden has the greater mana, so really what she lacks is HP, but she does not lack spells. Still level 2 Death Knight. Could be a good fight for Smurf.
Yes, as you mentioned, we have the siege potential, we have the damage. Okay, one beautiful Staff of Preservation on one of the bears. For how long KraV can hold this? As we can see, the bear goes down, Death Knight in a good shape, and there is still plenty mana on the Warden, but Smurf is repositioning a little bit, but he can't leave his glaive throwers. That's why he's chasing, and supply favors undead, so that's unfortunate, but remember that undead is still produced. And look, Mr. Carson, the glaive throwers, two ghouls with ghoul frenzy, just chasing those poor glaive throwers that they can't do anything about it.
Nicely done. One actually going to be staffed out. Heal Scroll is available. Death Knight's still low, but has a potion of vulnerability. One Dryad falls. Rejuve on the Warden, level 4 now. These Glaive Throwers have gotten way more value than I've seen before, and a couple of more ghouls going to fall. Fam, 3 ghouls die. Make that a 4th, make that almost a 5th. Huge kills from Smurf right now. 4.5 Warden, and it just leveled up.
Yeah, and Warden is getting levels, that is important, and later this Warden is going to become a carry with level 5, of course he can lane, but yes, KraV still has an expansion, he's getting into better and better economical position. What Smurf can do, he can use his beloved Moonwells. Is he going to buy the Orb? Yes, indeed, Orb is on him, and maybe he's actually going to counter-expand now and try to trade in the middle, but yes. It's much better to get level 3 free, probably, than level 5. Okay, maybe this is kind of questionable, but yes. KraV is ahead of being having a huge power spike. And yes, Smurf needs to do something. I don't know if expanding is enough.
Yeah, I think for Smurf, the best play to be made right now is to creep this and then creep the orange below, level 5 Warden, and then we should see a retrain into Blink Fan of Knives, go into the main base or go into the expansion, harass, and try to, maybe it's going to be a little bit too greedy to try to get that expansion up, but yeah, he's got to creep level 5 and start harassing the Acolytes. That is how Smurf can keep this even. There's the retrain, and he's about to get level 5, and he's got to go, I don't know whether into the expansion or main, I don't think it quite matters.
Yes, potion of invisibility, so he wants to connect to the acolytes immediately. Sometimes they say, okay, Undead should just buy Zeppelin, you know, and hide the acolytes immediately when Warden is there. But on this map, there is no Goblin Laboratory, so Zeppelin is not possible. And beautiful Fan of Knives, and what Undead can do about it.
Yeah, this is great, and as soon as KraV comes to defend the expansion, Smurf should just start blinking into the main base. He kills 4 acolytes, and now just go to the main and do the same exact thing over and over again. And he's got enough mana to do it. There's one more acolyte going to go down, and KraV, what's the play? He's just going to be happy to creep the map. He says, I can't defend. Like you mentioned, there's no Zeppelin to help versus this, so he's just going to take 2 red camps, it seems like.
Myself, sometimes in this situation, I'm like, okay, this Warden wants to be out of position. This Warden wants to spend all of the mana. I'm going to attack, but Smurf is prepared. He's keeping his army behind his main base. And yes, Undead is pushing, but is this going to be deadly? We'll see about that. Finally, KraV can start mining, and can Smurf hold this aggression?
Very nice split of the acolytes in the main base for KraV. He didn't take any more economic damage than he absolutely had to, so now he's mining on 2 bases almost again. And the Warden, how much can she do? There's a single heal scroll and plenty of coils left for KraV. It would be a near impossible fight without level 6 Warden, but the Fan of Knives is slowly, arduously chipping away at the Undead army.
Yes, but we have very big units, and Obsidian Statues, they have enough time to heal them actually, so this is what is keeping Undead army alive. Big units, a lot of regen from the aura, from the statues, but yes, Warden still has so much mana, and Fiends actually, they are not that big as abominations, and that's why they are being targeted. KraV is repositioning a little bit. He needs to keep his mid wagon safe, and he's actually doing this, and look, Smurf is forced to go back.
No shop either. He needs to rebuild that Ancient of Wonders. Maybe where that Ancient of War was canceled in the very early game, maybe he could rebuild that shop safely, but this expansion has yet to mine any gold, and Smurf, hate to say it, might be out of this one, but he's trying. He's trying it with the Warden. He's got a little bit of mana. A couple of feeds go down. Nice start to the fight, but everything is hurt now.
Yes, and it's how to heal your units as Night Elves. There is Disease Cloud, we are fighting during the day. Lich, maybe the Hero Focus will help, but Lich has the Invul on high level. They always had Invul hidden somewhere. And look at those abominations. Huge supply lead for KraV. And yes, when expansion dies, the only dream, the only copium source, of course, is level 6 Warden. But again, everything is so low for the Night Elf.
Hero Focus again, maybe on the Lich. If he can force KraV out of here, if he can stabilize a little bit, it'd be good. Nice coil dodge. That actually saves the Warden's life, and there's a rejuve available. Staff out. Smurf has been doing everything he absolutely can in this game, but unfortunately the expansion is now dead, and it only mined 150 gold. Not even going to barely pay for the 2 wisps that we're mining. Smurf, maybe one more opportunity to make a play.
Yes, and let me tell you, yeah, Smurf knows this, the supply is just too big, and yes, KraV claims game number 2, 2-1 for the French Undead.
Okay, bounces back with the ghoul pull. You know, whenever you're a bit desperate, then the ghoul pull is doing phenomenal services to you. It's a disgusting move in my opinion, but it's part of the game. And then, yeah, I guess. Second Engine of War attempt in the same position, again being punished. That was quite cheeky. I like that, I like that. And then good fighting spirit by Smurf, of course, trying to get back with the Warden. Some nice Fan of Knives. But let's be honest, KraV was in control the entire time, and now it's up to Nabu. How can he deal with the pressure of being eliminated? Because there's no other fallback net. This is the grand final. KraV has 2 match points, and good luck defending that.
Yeah, there was a lot of opportunities so far for Smurf. I think all 3 games he definitely could have won. One of them he did manage to win. The fact that he managed to bring it back so closely despite that horrific early game on Secret Valley is really a good sign for him. And he's also showed some variability. He played Firelord, with the Panda, Firelord with a Demon Hunter, and then he switched up to the Warden. So, you know, Smurf is showing a lot of good things. He's just got to, you know, close it out a little bit quicker than he has been, or possibly, I guess, at the end of the day, have better early games has really been his biggest struggle. If he can make it out of the early game just being even, he seems to be able to outplay KraV a little bit in the mid and late game.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, a quick notice. What I really like about the ghoul pool is that it's so cool to see in the series, because now Smurf will wonder if Mr. KraV going to ghoul pull me again, and if he predicts it, maybe he'll pull back his Ancient of War, and then KraV is not going to ghoul pull, and Smurf will lose this like 5 to 10 seconds of the Ancient of War, time, because he will be far away from the creep camp. So definitely, ghoul pulling is very cool to observe in those games, because yes, the mind games are real now. And on Makrura map, on Hammerfall, ghoul pull is very strong.
Finally, a mention of Makrura. That was absolutely lackluster. Unlike the support from you guys, thank you Kiwis Don't Fly for 43 months. One of the early birds that supported our channel. Good evening, people. May the mighty Muddy be with you all. Let's see if Muddy is with Smurf on match points. We got Hammerfall, as you mentioned. Certainly a bigger map when it comes to rush distances, and one of the best Night Elf maps recently in all matchups, I would say. So, Soul, let's see if this is the last map of the first weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Neo. And Ghoul is busy at base, so there will be no Ghoul pool. And what is interesting for me is, of course, the Ancient of Position, Tavern Hero again.
Ooh, okay. Firelord or Panda is the question. Exactly. If you want to be super cheeky, Beastmaster, but I wouldn't think so. Anyway, Smurf will lead the way. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a Firelord that worked out well. Hopefully with a better early game, and then we see the true potential.
Yes, and actually, Mr. Smurf is like, okay, let's risk it. You are not going to ghoul pull me twice in a row, so his Ancient of War is a nice position. But of course, when you play the Tavern Hero, you usually accumulate 3 archers before you creep the camp, and also sometimes you just harass. But if you go for Panda, sometimes you harass the human expansion instead of creeping. But I think in this matchup he'll just creep, and I don't know why I feel the Firelord, because we have 2 camps very close to each other, so that's probably going to be the case. What KraV is doing, we are going to see his hero is of course going to be Death Knight, right? Yes, very standard play so far by Mr. KraV.
Yeah, I like the creep route that we envision here for Smurf. Firelord, move up, creep the Makrura, eliminate it from the map as it should, and then have a couple of lava spawns, move to the expo, and try to go for a second base once again. That is more or less the norm, especially when you don't play Demon Hunter or Harass. Let's see what these guys have tricks up their sleeve. No tower rush this time, should be fine. I wonder how KraV is playing against it, or if he decides to go for an earlier expansion himself this time.
Yes, Hammerfall is an expansion-friendly map, so maybe this time KraV wants to expand. Let's see if he's quite experienced in this game. To be honest, I don't know how Tavern Heroes are versus expansion. We definitely know that Demon Hunter is great at cancelling undead expansions, but yes, the Tavern Heroes are a little bit less well known. And look at this, KraV bought 4 items from the Undead shop. Undead shop has pretty good units.
Yeah, you get the Rod of Necromancy for the skeletons, you get the skull, and with that...
Okay.
I was about to say, like, is he just towering? Like, what the hell? Usually...
Oh, but look at the hero! What is this hero?
What is this hero? Yeah, good question. What is this hero?
Okay, so, is he picking any skill? Because, as we know, with Alchemist, we can go for offensive ability, right? This acid bomb that undeads like to play versus wyverns, or for the healing spray. And I think that Mr. KraV decided to be aggressive because of the Tavern Hero. He did it versus Firelord many times. But yes, his Alchemist is a good option. We'll see about that.
Okay. I have seen Soin try to go with Alchemist and Shadowhunter follow up. He is an underrated fighter, I think. As a strength hero, his max range is very good. He finds a ring first and foremost, and that gets rid of his big weakness. That is armor. So Chemical Rage and Acid Bomb seems to be the way. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Minus armor makes it easier to creep. And will affect the Acolytes down the road as well. It's amazing versus ghouls. So I'm now curious if this was intentional or if it was a misclick.
It looks intentional to me. And yes, the question is he going to expand? Probably not. He's stacking. And my question is KraV going to control the alchemist pretty well? For example, myself, I played once versus Dark Ranger first player who wasn't summoning skeletons. He was using life drain ability, and I wasn't experienced with life drain. I thought it's like a choke spell, and I almost died because I did not escape with my hero that was life drain. So it might be a similar story. Maybe Mr. KraV, of course, he's very experienced, but maybe he will not know what to do versus this alchemist. And look at the alchemist, Mr. Neo, the ace, this rage. He's running so fast, especially because he has boost of speed.
Yeah, he is a very, very angry goblin here on top of the ogre. Super good versus ghouls, I think. Super good versus gargs as well, if KraV decides to go that route with an expansion. So far, it's Creep KraV, and we stack up. Finding the gauntlets is more damage. Big mana potion for KraV is, of course, much appreciated when we don't have a Demon Hunter.
Okay, and it's a little bit weird that KraV is not trying to cancel Narbu expansion. He's going for the archers. This is cool, but of course we understand that expansion cancellation is the most important thing. Dust of Appearance use, and we are chasing the archers here. 2 of them are dead. Of course, you may say that it costs mana, but there is a big mana potion on this Death Knight, and yes, he wants to get more archers. 3 of them are dead.
Ooh, KraV on the victory road here already. It's again not the greatest early game. At least KraV couldn't get the expansion. And Staff exactly to his base where he can heal up with the skeleton against the Acid Bomb ticks. And now I'm
okay, so we have an answer, because I was like, okay, how are we going to handle this right-clicking alchemist? And the answer is treat it like a warden, basically. Undead players, they love to buy Staff of Teleportation. Same with human players versus warden, because, you know, if you see that warden is chasing you, there is nothing else to do than just staff away. And yes, I like this adjustment by KraV. I like that he's mining early. The only problem, as I mentioned, expansion for the Night Elf will be up as well, but KraV is crossing map again, and is he going to try to cancel the lores?
Ooh, that could be a sick timing indeed. I'm curious if there's a Tinker coming up. Lolliot played that strategy a little bit a couple of years ago. But yeah, we don't have to worry about a second hero. We have to worry about the lores.
Yes, it looks like they're going to finish, but it's very close. And the problem is the wisps are dying, so I think Mr. Smurf needs Shredder ASAP, but he can't even afford the Shredder. His lumber is so bad. He's so low.
He has nothing. He has no army. He has no lumber. Soon he has no wisps. At least the lores are up, but you can't really afford dryads. Acid Bomb again versus ghouls, kinda nice. This will lead to a couple of kills down the road, probably, if the Alki pays attention, or trees. On the way to tier 3. Pretty rushed, but KraV finds the expansion.
Okay, the first Dryad is up, and yes, it's funny that with Night Elves you can just cancel Entangled Goldmine, and this powerful expansion is not operational, and you can do it again and again and again. But yes, I'm afraid about lumber of Mr. Smurf. He lost so many wisps, and in order to produce Dryads, he needs to have a lot of lumber.
So far, we haven't seen the full potential of this alchemist. We'll see, we'll see. He needs to get this expo up. He is continuing to creep with the Shredder, as you suggested, without a second hero at all. He doesn't have the gold or lumber for it. How do you control this DK is probably more the question of how you control this alchemist right now.
DK is fast, DK is furious, DK have Staff of Teleportation. Look, we have even Boots of Speed on the Death Knight, which is quite funny. But yes, the biggest influence also was to cancel the Entangled Goldmine over and over again. Now it looks like it's going to finish, but yes, KraV is so rich, he has 1000 gold, his economy is very nice. And yes, he even cancelled the shop, no cancellation, I mean, he killed he killed the shop. And this alchemist, what he's doing, he's just running and making weird noises.
Yeah, that is indeed what he does. And KraV is playing gargoyles. I'm not too sure if that's the right call. I mean, Acid Bomb is really good versus Gargs. Not even Stone Form can protect you against Acid Bomb. And it's the only melee hero that can naturally attack
Another
air.
shop died, Mr. Neo died.
The anti-capitalism attack.
Yes, you have amazing overlay. We need a counter of how many wisps died in this game, because I think we are like in the record-breaking amount here.
Maybe that's something for the Chinese overlay rather than mine.
Okay, so
Expo's
you
up.
can see. Yeah, Expo is up, that's good. And this Shredder, yes, this Shredder needs to work overtime. This Shredder is like a Warcraft recaster when there is so many tournaments around, non-stop duty. And KraV with the Gargoyles, it can be quite nasty. He has 3 crypts. He's going to start creeping his Leech. And yes, I'm very impressed how much KraV was able to do with just Death Knight.
Yep, it is a powerful, powerful hero. Frostmourne always hungers. And now the Gargs arrive onto the Shredder, which is not at home, no protection. Alchemist is trying to get home, but he has no staff, no TP. The Shredder! Let me, please tell me, Soul, that we are not going down like the Shredder did.
Let me tell you, Mr. Neo, there's a good part that we have 2 Goblin Laboratories on this map, so we can buy many Shredders, but yes, Mr. Smurf will have a dream of a burning forest, because yes, his lumber is not looking too good.
KraV is having so much fun right now. 3rd base immediately.
Oh no.
Tier 3 on the way. Yeah. And I think it's just a matter of time until we see Frostworms again.
Yes, definitely there's a possibility. Yes, KraV is probably like, I'm so ahead, I don't want to risk it. Like, I'm just going to harass his lumber economy, or to lame him, to be exact. And yes, Smurf bought another Shredder, and I think that KraV is going to focus his attention on this Shredder. There is not that much anti-air, and if Shredder is running in circles, he's not getting any lumber.
That's right. Similar to a Wisp. He wants to get this Alchemist somehow to level 5, plays it as a solo hero, very rare to see in Warcraft. Now he got a Telestaff, finally, because he was able to accumulate some gold, but still, Shredder is the problem. We see Acid Bomb, and oh, I was right with the call, the Frostworms are coming.
Well, that's a pretty cool choice. Happy likes to play Frostworms versus Night Elf, but it's definitely in a little bit different situation than that. And yes, look at this. Smurf is forced to keep his Dryads at home because he wants to make a good work condition for the Shredder. And yes, Mr. KraV is still aiming with the Gargs, but not for long.
He bought a Shredder. Like, the amounts of times I have seen Shredders in my 17 years of casting, I can count on one hand, I believe. But yeah, with 3 gold mines, that does make a lot of sense if you don't want to build too many ghouls or use the ghouls aggressively. And man, this is so aggressive. Nabu can't catch a break ever. But he's on tier 3 now. He gets the bears. Then we have an alchemist with roar and potentially an orb. I'm curious if there's still some potential.
A town is under siege.
Well, KraV is making a weird unit composition. He's basically playing FFA right now, so he's making this mass air army with multiple bases fueled by Shredder. Of course, this army will work patiently and around like 80 supply, but maybe this additional time will give Mr. Smurf some time back, and maybe a big overstatement, but imagine level 6 alchemists connecting, transmuting all of those frostworms into pile of gold.
That would be the way out for sure. I was thinking about it as well. Yeah, level 5 alchemist, okay. Is there a way? If you play solo hero, then the ultimate is what you're looking for. And yeah, transmute, one of the most broken ultimates in the game. But let's talk about it when it's finally there. KraV is at 80 food, huge lead. Nabu, 2,000 gold, which he's not spending.
Yes, you need to dream, Mr. Neo, like Mr. Narbu is dreaming about lumber. He's like, okay, lumber, can we get another 200 200 transfer because yes, he would like to make some additional units, and yes, he's not spending his gold because it's hard to spend just gold. Of course, he can buy orb. He went for Panda second, so he's looking for anti-air solutions. But yes, Panda to level 5 is probably as bold as Alchemist to level 6.
Or as bold as I am. Or Kevin. Or Knopf.
Or Knopf.
Yep. we had very little hair. But then I saw the picture of Biko and I thought, okay, we're safe.
Yeah, we need to make a team hair, team no hair. Like
That's a good clan. That's a good team match. Yes, I agree.
Okay, look at these frostworms, the panda. The army was left alone. The alchemist is running back. I was stabbed back, and look at this. KraV is he wants to surround. He surrounded the bear with the gargoyles. He's styling.
Oh my god, KraV's having so much fun. What a tournament for him. Both days he's styling on his opponents. Really, really, really nice. And that is of course heartbreaking for Smurf. It is it's the micro move that you can do as an undead. The chat is going poggers. Starbuck is here celebrating as well with his old 2-2 teammate. It is wonderful to see if you're a KraV fan. Dryads dying left and right. Lich level 3. This is so ogre. We got the Dreadlord in the mix as well. Nabu tried to put on a show. And it worked really well on Boulder Vale. But every other map, KraV is just leaps and bounds ahead.
Yes, and now expansion of the Night Elf will go down. Of course, there is 2000 gold in the bank, but Smurf is not even producing. Maybe he's just admiring this magnificent air army, the frostworms, the gargoyles. He's still trying, but it looks almost impossible.
He needs kills for the level 6. The ghouls are the easiest target, of course. The poor panda didn't learn much in school. Might have to skip, yep, and repeat the first class afterwards. Yay. This is a nightmare game again, and it started with a weaker early game one more time. Here's a surround on the alchemist. He is tanky. Yep, against the staff. This must be the knockout. Well played, and KraV makes it to the W3 Champions final weekend.
Congrats to KraV. Very well played throughout. I think for sure KraV was the big favorite. He's also the #1 seed going into this whole thing. But I think the story of today could definitely be put Darbu, put Smurf on the menu, put him on the map. He's competitive. He had very, very solid games versus everybody. A pretty close series despite it being 3-1 against KraV. So hats off to Smurf for showing a lot of improvement. Honestly, very impressive. But I mean, at the end of the day, KraV is KraV, and we got the full KraV ending with the Gargs and the Frostworms at the end of today.
Dude, when KraV is having a good time, everyone but his opponent is having a good time. He's such a trickster. No game is like the other. You don't know if there's going to be mass gargs and worms or if he's coming to you with the necro wagons. I don't think there's an undead in Europe who has a toolbox like this.
Yes, and I got confirmation from Mr. Smurf that Alchemist was not a misclick. He was anticipating Gargs, and he decided to try Alchemist versus Gargs. So nice idea, but sadly the execution was a little bit lacking. But very nice run. He took map from KraV as Professor Lemes. So yes, congratulations to both, and yes, the biggest congratulations for KraV for advancing to the main tournament going to happen next week.
Yeah, that's right. And now, of course, we want to hear from the man, eh?
Yeah, of course.
Are you guys taking over while I prepare the draft for the main event?
Fair enough, sir.
All right. I pull KraV to us. There we go. Congrats, KraV. Welcome.
Thank you.
Was that how do you feel? Was that difficult? Was that a more tricky matchup than you thought it would be against Smurf, or pretty much how you expected?
I'm good against Night Elf, so yes, it was expected, but I think Smurf, how to say, is better right now, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's improved a lot over the past. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, totally.
We were all wondering, yeah, how do you feel about Alchemist first? Is that something you've played against before, or is that brand new? Did you know exactly what to do when you saw Alchemist first, or was it as surprising to you as it was to us?
Yes, it surprised me like I was smiling.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
because
were smiling too when you canceled those shops as well. I saw that.
yeah, right.
But have you played it before? Did you know what to do, or you just sort of guessed when you saw Alchemist what to do?
No, I don't. I don't think I play it before, or I don't remember. But against Tavernero, it's the same way. Alchi or maybe Firelord on the small map.
Yep.
Like you can fake harass or rush, and then you go back expand. It's all about mental
Mhm.
against Tavernero.
For sure. Yeah.
Hey,
So now you go
Mhm.
ahead, Saul. Yeah, go ahead.
My question is about the gargoyle surround. So I know that you like to play gargoyles, and it's so hard to surround. Of course, when you have so many units, then you press the stun form. But my honest question is: have you ever practiced to have a good gargoyle stone form surrounds, or it comes naturally to you if you play a lot of gargoyles?
When you have how many games in my rung, you learn you learn this. You only have to take your group of guards and then press the touch, and boom, this is a circle. So
Yeah, that was really
nah,
cool to see. Yes,
nice,
perfect.
nice. Hope you like it.
Okay,
Nice.
and I have one now, question. What went wrong on this map, on the new map, when you almost canceled his expansion when he grabbed the red? You decided to counter expand. The game was very long. I'm asking about the map
Yeah,
you lost. Do you feel that you gave him too much time? Are you in the
yeah.
hindsight? Would you attack him faster, maybe without expansion? What do you think?
I think if I think how to say, I slow him a lot. Of course, expand pass, but no wood. You have the Shredder camp, no Shredder camp. Yes, I don't know how to say at his base, but yes, I
Mhm.
think totally I give him too many time. Counter expand. I don't know the map really. I only lose 2 games today, and it's on this map. I have not really a good feeling on this map, but yes, if I have to say you, yes, just to go like creep DK level 3. I don't know if I was level 3, and when my leech come, just to go, I think, yes. Just went tier 3, but I don't have a good macro on this game, so this is why I think I go for counter expand.
Okay, perfect. I understand. And my last question is that you are going to be the only undead, if I recall correctly, in the main tournament. So is
Right.
undead mirror, is your a good matchup, or you're kind of happy that there will be no undead mirror because you are good in other matchups?
If I understand you ask me, I am the only one undead player, right?
Yes, in
Okay,
the
yeah,
next
okay,
tournament
yes,
next week. And
yeah.
is it good for you because you can skip the undead mirror practice,
Mm,
or I like this undead mirror, it will be cool to play versus undead players as well.
yes, I think it's cool, but I think top ended player know my gameplay, so it can be cool, it can be sad, it depends. But as I tell you today, with my break of games, I think I'm better. I how to say, réfléchir. My mental is better. Like
Mhm.
I stop being my no. I can be red, and in 5 seconds after I am yellow. Yes, my brain is everywhere. So yes, it can be
Mhm.
cool if an undead top undead player can be in. Yes, of course. Sadly,
Yes.
I will represent only undead. Nice.
No, not sadly, you went through the wild card qualifier, right? You went through the main qualifier, so definitely you deserve this spot. And yes, I think that people are excited to see what are you going to play, because you're kind of this unexpected style, and you can play Gargs, and you can play tower rushes and other things. And Mr. Carson, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just one thing to end it off. In the main event, there's going to be 7 other players. There'll be Death Note, Hawk, Leon, Cash, Tiesiog, Jens, and Sonic. Do any names stand out for you? Is there anyone you really want to play? Is there anyone you want to avoid playing? Or are you pretty confident against all these opponents?
I think if we take in the top rank and the past, I think Auk,
Yeah.
Auk. So I don't fear anyone, but yes, Auk probably. Maybe I cannot pass the next one. I respect all other players, but I think I'm okay. I don't know really Jens or Gens. I don't know what to say.
Jens,
How we play exactly.
Mhm.
So yes, I think yes, Auk or probably, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Have
I'm
you
okay
played?
with yeah.
Have you played Cash much recently? I know he hasn't been playing a
Le-
lot recently, but have you played him at all?
In later, yes, when I
Mhm.
come back, but I was not at my. I'm at level right now, so
Yeah.
So it's fine for me.
Mhm.
Maybe it's fine for him too, but I'm okay.
Yeah, I think it'll be just fine for you. Well, congrats.
Mhm.
Very, very well played. Neo, did you have something?
No,
Thank you.
nothing. I just want to say that this was a very, very good weekend from you. You're a killer, and you're dangerous to all the other players. So see you next week.
Nice, thank you, my boys. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for keep active the Warcraft 3. Love you.
Love you too,
Thank
bro.
you, and thanks to all my opponents.
All right, KraV. Have a good Sunday, mate. See ya.
Thank you.
So
Bye bye.
yeah, bye.
So nice to have him on, man. Such a good lad. Such a good lad. Guys, while you were busy interviewing KraV, our winner of this open qualifier, close qualifier, I prepared the draw. And I guess we're kind of ready to go. Now, if you are, I will delete the matches of the day from the table. We will have 4 matches as we have 8 players. We have 2 brackets, basically, 2 pots to draw from. These are the players in the top bracket. It is Leon, Death Note, Hawk, and Jens. It's a mixture of tournament results and ladder results and average MMR and peak MMR, etc., etc. What stands out is that 3 of the best 4 players are human, but that is probably just a coincidence. But I want to ask you first, Sol, is there a match you really want to see?
Well, that's a great question. There's so many cool games that I'm don't really even want to pick from, but I would like to see, to be honest, 2 exotic styles clashing versus each other. So KraV versus Jens. KraV said that he doesn't know Jens' playstyle, so maybe that would be a good opportunity for him to learn. And if you say me, Sol, this is not the matchup that can happen because of the brackets, I'm sorry, but that's what I would like to see.
Mr. Soul, that would have been exactly my answer as well, and it is certainly possible. Carson, you approach this a little different. Do you have any favorite matches?
Cash versus Jens. I want to see how Cash plays up against, in my opinion, what might be one of his more difficult matchups, which would be versus Jens, who's I've been very impressed by recently. So Cash versus Jens. That's my number 1 I want to see.
All right. Chat, if you have any wishes, let me know. I'm going to spend the wheel 4 times to check where these top players are ending up, and then we go to another wheel to determine their opponent. So wheel number 1, the opener on Friday as the top player is the German champion, the 2-time, the Moon Slayer of the B Cup 17. Leon will open the day. Followed by... We spin the wheel again. I love this wheel, by the way. Shout out to Wheel of Names for being such an awesome page. Hawk, the one that has the top seed, and where KraV was not really afraid of, but where KraV said, oh, I probably have the lowest chances. This is already good news for Jens. He can sleep a little longer. But how long can he sleep is the question. Oh, it's close, it's close, it's close. Can he make it across the border? No. Jens 3rd, and that means automatically Death Note will end the day. Death Note, one of the players who took a map of Starbuck, as one of the first players alongside Jens. And now the opponents, everybody. The opponent for Leon to open it up is going to be...
Give me an orc. Give me an orc.
Oh, Mr. Carson, you get an orc. It is Leon versus Tiesiok.
Oh yeah, it's a fantastic match. Love to see that.
Love both of the players. Super hard working, super nice to be around. I think we're gonna have both of these players for a pre-match interview even.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
Sol, your thoughts on Leon versus Tiesiok?
Well, definitely Leon is a much more experienced player. He's played so many tournaments at this point. And Tiesiok, he proved on Rara LAN 2025 in Dortmund that he's a strong player as well. He was challenged there by Pala Rifle. But yes, definitely he can play versus Standard as well. Interesting game.
Next up, Hawk's opponent. Who draws the high seed? KraV, Cash, Sonic still up. Hawk versus Sonic would be a classic. Same for Hawk. And we are getting Hawk versus Sonic, the bad boy of Warcraft. He can, on a good day, he can surely be a threat to Hawk.
Yeah, I think that's probably, of the 4 players to draw from, probably the most challenging for Hawk. And KraV just said, and I think we'd all agree, that Hawk is probably the big favorite in this tournament. But Sonic, yeah, it's a big challenge for any human player, for any player in general. You can be caught off guard. So this is so far a great 2 matchups.
Alrighty, thank you, thank you. I'm doing my best here, rigging the wheel as much as I can. Now we need 2 more opponents. Who plays Death Note and who plays Jens? We go with the strongest South American and America's player after all. Jens is facing... Oh, Soul, it's looking good, it's looking good, it's looking good. Dream match! Probably the first time ever in a tournament. Jens vs. KraV.
Okay, Mr. KraV needs to buy a guide about Chile now, because Jens is from Chile. He needs to study Chile. He needs to study exotic keeper of the group play. But of course, remember that Jens can play Demon Hunter as well. Yes, that matchup I wanted to see. And yes, please let me cast this next week.
Well, Soul, if you ask this nicely, I think you deserve your spot after this internship on the main broadcast of the main event. Carson, what do you think? We take this guy on?
Yeah, I think so. You know, you've done good enough, Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Boss and Mr. Boss. Thank you.
But of course, we can't make decisions alone. Like, I think Twitch chat maybe has a say in that as well. So you tell us if Mr. Apeman should be back, or if that was enough now after 3 days, you can't bear him anymore. But I see a less than 3 already, which is so far a good sign. But it's a democracy after all. Would be great. W3 Champions Finals. Isn't it lovely to have it back? The first weekend is over. The qualifier weekend is over. We wanted to create competition with exciting outcomes where the winner is not basically predetermined. And we had a big favorite, but he stumbled twice. Lemus was able to take a map. Nabu was able to take a map. And for me personally, grande entertainment.
Yeah, the great matches today. Very, very close. Everyone showed that they had the ability to make it out of here. I didn't think, looking at the bracket, that it was going to be Smurf that was in the grand finals and even was nearly at the brink of winning. Really, all those games except for maybe the last one was pretty damn close. So yeah, it was very competitive. And now that we're into the top 8, it's going to be even more competitive. All these matches are, I wouldn't say coin flip. There is slight favorites, but in best of 5s, they all go to game 5, I'd say.
Definitely, they are going to be the best of very best players that this game has to offer on this server. And yes, we are going to celebrate their beautiful, beautiful gameplay next week. And yes, I would like to say thank you for the Twitch chat, for all of the love. And I would like to say thank you. I see a lot of familiar faces for watching to the end and spamming Makruras. So Warcraft 3 community can be really amazing. And yes, I love what I do. And yes, I can't wait for those games, because for real, they're exciting. You know, Jens versus KraV, what else you want to have? You want to see how Leon is going to play versus Taeseong and many more. So definitely next week is going to be amazing.
1000%. You guys at home can reward the players for their work and their skills and their grind. Here on Matcherino, the W3 Champions Season 20. The link is in the chat, also at !W3CFinals. You can grab these profile pictures if you want to represent yourself in the ladder with a paladin and a rifle. I have no idea who would ever want to wear any of these profile pictures, but I was, kind of threatened to put them in. Or you go the anti-Pella rifle way with the Firelord Panda, or just this dead rifle. This is surely going to be my profile picture from tomorrow on, if Cage gets them on. We have an amazing prize pool of 6,100. Maybe we can boost it a little more. And on the other side, if you want to support the platform that is War3 Champions, they are always looking for more people. This is still one of these gaming platforms that is curated by hand when it comes to moderation. No AI bullshit. It's real people, and we need more moderators. Hit up the existing moderators if you can, if you want to help. If you more on the coding side of things, we need people for C#, .NET, React, Rust, TypeScript, and Node. You can also help us out with social media, graphic design, and UI, UX to make this platform even better. And if there's something here that is not listed, but you think, hey, I got a talent for and War3 Champions could need then just contact us and you can help out with
Okay.
What more to be said?
Well,
Yeah, speaking about Warcraft 3 Champions developers, Mr. Neo, rate my idea, okay? Let's say that player that has a live rifleman profile picture meets player that has a dead rifleman profile picture. My feature idea for Warcraft 3 Champions developer team is to disable their in-game chat for this very game. What do you think about that?
I think that is very, very good idea. We have to keep the integrity and peace on the platform, but it's gonna be nice sign to identify what site you're on. So maybe the only thing that people have to know is when this continues. I take a look at our Discord at the schedule page, and the Friday, April 11 starts at 6 p.m. The early rounds are best of 3. We're gonna have a long day. Winner bracket, quarterfinals, and the first round of the lower bracket as well. It's going to be hot. It's going to be long. It's going to be epic. It's going to be next week's Friday. Mark it in your calendars. Tune in. We are back tomorrow for definitely the FFA night. And all of a sudden there's an Ancient of Wonders Cup that I didn't know exist. So cool. No time off at all. Soul, what's going on your stream tomorrow?
It's usually like it's a total chaos. I'm trying to follow the content, meaning like big games, so like Grabby versus somebody famous and stuff like that. So definitely there is too much Warcraft 3 action, Mr. Neo. I'm suffering from Warcraft 3 action success.
And exactly everything that I can't cast, you will surely be finding at Soul. Carson, what's up for you this week?
Oh, I think I'm going to make some butter chicken tonight. I'm probably going to turn on the stream a little later, play some ladder, hopefully not lose 100 MMR like I did last stream. But yeah, I'll be around. I'll be streaming a little bit and I'll be chilling out. I'll be watching your guys' streams as well, I'm sure.
Good to see. Good to see. Once again, shout out to you for getting up not as early as the last finals, but still rather early and being with us. And again, I said this a couple of times over the weekend, but these finals could not be possible without the man in the middle. He started as an intern, but he is the backbone of this entire operation. Thank you, Soul, and have a great week. See you Friday.
Thank you, guys. It's a pleasure. Bye-bye, chat.